There are mysteries which men can only guess at, which age by age they may solve only in part. Bram Stoker. Now. Chapter 1. Could a building sweat? If someone were to ask him, Walter O'Brien would say no. But that was exactly what the square brick structure on the corner of Park and Woodward in downtown Detroit appeared to be doing. The faded red brick had a dull sheen on it, the moisture reflecting the street lights, the neon from the sign above, and the headlights of the cars as they rolled by, oblivious to what was coming. Walter wanted to throw his damn binoculars. "Why is there traffic? Shut that shit down." Lincoln Seeley's gruff voice replied in his earbud a moment later. "We can't." "Why not?" "Because nothing's happened yet." They'd had this argument more times than Walter could count, and as much as he felt like he could win this time, it wasn't worth the aggravation. Something would happen soon enough. He looked at his watch. 9:52. The neon sign continued to blink on and off, pink and purple reflecting off the surrounding buildings and glowing in the street. Club Stomp. 8 minutes. At 57, Walter shouldn't be out here. He heard the various pops and creaks of his joints as he stood and looked out over the edge of the rooftop. His damn legs screamed. Gripping his cane, his palm was greasy with sweat. 5 stories up. Across the street from the club. Direct line of sight to the front entrance. What passed for music these days churned from inside, seemed to rattle the air. This unforgiving thump, 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 with no break between what could loosely be defined as songs. He missed guitars, melodies, harmonies. He remembered when Detroit was all about the music and cars. Now it was someplace you only visited if you were looking for cheap real estate. A bouncer stood at the entrance, checking IDs, with a pen light while another worked his way back through the line of about 30 people waiting behind a faded red rope. His job was apparently to pluck the best-looking girls from the wait and escort them directly in. Both bouncers were ridiculously large. The biceps on the one at the door looked bigger than Walter's head. He had some kind of tattoo that started behind his left ear and crawled up his bald scalp. Walter couldn't tell what it was. The tattoo seemed out of place with the man's $3,000 suit. Walter spotted Seeley on the roof of the Federal Building kitty corner. Dressed all in black, lying on his stomach, propped up on his side so he could scan the crowd through the scope of his rifle positioned in a break meant for storm drainage. The rifle was a Paratus 16, a folding semi-automatic takedown sniper rifle that traveled in a case not much larger than a lunchbox. Red Larson came through the rooftop door about 20 feet behind Walter, quickly scanned the roof, checked his sightline to the club, and began assembling a rifle identical to Seeley's. He spoke as he worked. "I phoned in shots fired at a convenience store about a block down the road on Woodward. Said it sounded like automatic weapons, maybe more than one. That should get the locals close and bring in the press. I didn't get a chance to check the radio, but the 32nd precinct is less than 2 miles from here. We need ambulances, not cops. Cops will get in the way. They'll send ambulances too. Standard procedure. You should have said heart attack, not shots fired. We'll need more than one ambulance." He was right. Walter dropped it. "Did you destroy the phone?" Red gave him an aggravated glance, plucked the cheap burner phone from his jacket pocket, cracked it in half, and threw both pieces over the side of the building. "Yes, Mom, absolutely." Walter just shook his head. Rifle assembled, Red lowered himself to his belly, cringing as his body made more noise than Walter's had. Red had 11 years on him. "This is a young man's game, Walt. None of us got any business being out here." "We've got unfinished business." Over their earbuds, Seeley said, "It's not too late to go back to my motel and catch the end of the Tigers game." "I'm saying," Red replied. Walter felt a tickle in his throat, pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and caught the cough. Loud, but not as bad as some of the others. He shoved the stained cloth back into his pants before Red could see the blood. As if Red didn't already know what was happening to him. Seeley, too, for that matter. More unfinished business, he supposed. That one was on track to take care of itself. He tapped Red's foot with the toe of his shoe. When did it rain last? I look like the weatherman to you? The building looks wet. It's Detroit, he muttered, as if that was some kind of definitive answer needing no further explanation. How's her time? Walter looked at his watch. 3 minutes. She's inside? That's what I've been told. You sure about this? Walter wasn't sure about much of anything, but he wasn't about to tell Red or Seeley that. The last thing any of them needed was an excuse to back down. Instead, he asked, You took care of the back door, right? It was a stupid question. He'd watched Red tack weld the door less than half an hour ago. Only way out is through the front, Red replied anyway. You're both loaded with regular rounds? Red tapped a spare clip on the ground to the left of his rifle. Got regular in chamber. Oxy's right here on deck. I'm not effing senile. Not yet. We've got this. You sure you don't need 2 guns? He tisked. I can change them out fast enough. I hear sirens, Seeley interrupted. 2, maybe 3 black and whites, coming in from the west. Locals responding to Red's call. Copy, Walter said, although he couldn't hear them yet. He looked back at the club. Things looked wet in Chicago. Same with that little pissant town outside of Reno back in '94. A couple of the others, now that I think about it. Red shrugged. Could be something, or could just be you wanting it to be something. Doesn't really matter unless we find a way to use it. If we end this tonight, no reason to give it another thought anyway. I vote we go that route. I don't want to do this shit again. It's raining like a bitch out west, Seeley told them. Probably passed through here first. Drop it and stay sharp. Walter looked at his watch again. Time. Retrieving a burner phone from the pocket of his pants, he dialed the number he'd written on his palm in black marker. A male voice answered, shouting over the music. Club Stomp. Walter spoke slowly, doing his best to keep the anxiety from his voice. I've planted a bomb in your club. You have 2 minutes to get everyone out, or you're all dead. Do you understand? A bomb? Do you understand? Walter repeated. Yes, but... Walter disconnected. Unlike Red, he didn't destroy this phone. They'd need it. He dropped it into his pocket. A moment later, the loud thumping music stopped. The world went suddenly quiet. There was some kind of announcement inside, too muffled to make out the words. Here we go, Seeley said softly in their earbuds. Walter's finger rolled over the rough, nubby burn scar on his left wrist. He raised the binoculars and focused on the door. Stay sharp. You sure about this? Seeley asked. Walter thought about the text. Club Stomp, 10 p.m. I miss you. I'm sure. The first bouncer's phone rang. He raised it to his ear with a beefy arm and listened. He hung up a moment later, said something to the second bouncer that caused him to dart around the side of the building toward the back door. He then spoke quickly to the crowd, sent them scattering across the block like rats fleeing a sinking ship. A girl appeared at the entrance. The bouncer pushed her, and she ran out, dark hair cut just above her shoulders, black dress. Brunette, 20-something, white, Seeley called out. Agreed, Red replied. Skip, Walter ordered, although he wasn't 100% sure. No way he could be. 2 men rushed out the door behind her and darted for the parking lot across the street. Walter and his team ignored them. Screams from inside the club. Everyone rushing toward the front now. Screaming was good. It would drown out what would come next. Another girl appeared in the doorway, eyes wide, confused. Blonde, Seeley said. Hazel eyes. Blonde, hazel eyes concur, Red said. Skip, Walter said again. Two more girls came through the door, each holding up the other. The one on the left had a deep red patch growing at the thigh of her jeans. The other had a bad cut in the arm from maybe a knife or broken bottle. Blood was rolling off her fingertips as the bouncer shoved them both forward and pointed at the parking lot. Skip, Walter ordered before the others said anything. Sweat trickled down his forehead and got in his eye. He wiped it away with the back of his hand and pressed the binoculars tighter. Walter had checked out the club yesterday, said he was there to check a gas line and walked right in. The entrance was a single glass door, narrow, and it led to an even narrower hallway with a cashier on the right and a glass display case housing the club's licenses on the left. It opened up once you got beyond the cashier, but the doorway itself, the only exit with the back door welded shut, was a funnel. He estimated there were at least 200 people inside, possibly more. Tough to say on a Thursday. When he closed his eyes, he could imagine them all in there, running, pushing toward that door, trampling one another, trying to get out. 3 more men ran out. Kids, really. Barely legal. His team ignored them as 2 more girls appeared. One black, the other Hispanic. They were coming faster now, everyone trying to get out. The black girl had a cut on her cheek and maybe a broken arm. Hard to tell, but she was cradling it. The girl helping her was in a short red dress and was missing a shoe. Seeley ignored the injured girl and described the other. Hispanic, brown hair 2 inches over shoulders, green eyes. Green? Red huffed. You sure? Walter didn't hesitate. Seeley, take the shot. Seeley fired. The bullet entered the Hispanic girl's arm just below her shoulder and came out the other side. It cracked against the cinder block wall with a puff of dust and chipped concrete. She dropped to the other girl, grabbed her shoulder. Blood leaked out between her fingers. Negative, Seeley said, an edge to his voice now. She's injured. Shit, Walter said as 4 more people came out the door. 3 male, 1 female. I've got no visual on the female, Red said. Those guys are blocking my view. Same, Seeley said. Walter could definitely hear the sirens now. They were close. Wing one of the guys if you have to. Get visual on the girl. You sure? Shoot, goddammit. Red Larson shot. The boy in the front rolled to his left and fell away, clutching his ankle. Seeley quickly called out, Strawberry blonde, pink streak on left, blue eyes. Her left or your left? Red quickly replied. What? The streak. Her left, her left. Red blew out of breath. Agreed. Skip, Walter told them. The screams were loud now. The bouncer had realized someone outside was shooting and was now trying to keep people from running out. But even at his size, he was little match for all the bodies pushing against the door. Seeley's voice crackled in Walter's earbud. I can see the locals. They're coming in from Woodward hot. Didn't even bother to stop at the convenience store Red mentioned. They're heading straight here. I see 8 cruisers. No SWAT, not yet. 5 more people ran out from the club, the pressure of the crowd behind them propelling them through the door and past the bouncer. One of the guys from the last group was crouched down, pointing up at Seeley's rooftop, shouting at the bouncer. This isn't working, Red quickly said. We've got too many coming out. Walter squeezed his cane and quickly turned, started toward the stairs. Shoot up the entrance. Keep them inside. Seeley, reposition. You've been spotted. I'm going down there. He limped into the open stairwell and started down. His chest began burning before he made it halfway. By the time he reached the ground level and pushed through the door out onto the sidewalk, he was coughing again. Blood stained his chin. As the door swung shut behind him, 3 Detroit PD squad cars squealed to a halt on Park. 4 more came in from Woodward. 1 ambulance. No, 2. More sirens screamed in the distance. Walter looked up and down the various roads and cursed when he didn't see it. Where's the truck? No response. Where's the damn truck? Couple minutes out, Seeley replied. 5, maybe 10. Too slow. Shit. Walter shook his head. Nobody makes a move without my order. This isn't a firefight with the locals. I don't want it to turn into that. Remember your instructions. You're sure about this? Red asked. This is what you want. Pivoting on his cane, Walter stumbled toward the center of the intersection, lowered his broken body until he was kneeling on the ground, and set his cane at his side. He had both hands above his head when a patrol car skidded to an awkward stop about 10 feet to his left. What Walter wanted didn't much matter anymore. He'd be dead in an hour. 1992. Amy Archer. Alvin Schock. 2 bodies. Basement freezer. Walter O'Brien, 28 years old. Chapter 2. You sure you heard screaming? The elderly woman from 1A clearly didn't like cops, but she had only needed a moment to size up Officer Herb Nadler from behind the safety chain on her door before deciding he wasn't a threat. She unlatched the chain and stepped out into the hallway to get as close to his face as her 5'0" frame would allow. She barely gave Walter O'Brien a second glance, flat out dismissed him before bobbing her head back at the stairwell. I ain't never said it was screaming. I said howls, up in 2D. You need to do something about it. Can't let it go on another night. Howls? What, like a hurt dog? Nadler asked. Yeah, but not a dog. It was a person. You're sure? Think I would have called if I wasn't? Her faded pink terry cloth robe fell open again, and she made no effort to close it. She was wearing a ratty Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes t-shirt beneath the robe, along with a pair of cut-off gray sweatpants. No bra. And that was unfortunate, as her no-bra days had ended at least 50 years ago. Purple curlers were knotted up in her hair, several held with rubber bands. Standing a few paces behind his new partner, Walter tried to unsee the image burned in his retinas. He hitched up his gun belt, the weight of it a constant reminder that the size was wrong. The duty officer back at the precinct had insisted he had nothing smaller when he handed the belt to Walter along with 2 pairs of handcuffs, knife, mace, radio, spare batteries, baton, flashlight, and other assorted odds and ends. At least 30 pounds worth of items, and that was before Walter added the Smith & Wesson revolver and spare ammunition he'd received the day before. The woman shifted her considerable bulk from her left foot to her right. This nonsense has been going on for the better part of 2 weeks. Why didn't you call sooner? I called 8 times. You're the first ones to show up. Why didn't you come out sooner? Walter's partner gave her a blank stare. Walter knew what the man wanted to say because he'd said it in the car on the way over here. It's snowing balls outside, and cops who venture into the Forest Park corner of Detroit after 11 tend to get shot at. Half the calls that come in from this shithole are bogus, just a ploy to get a cop to drive out so the bangers have someone in uniform to shoot at. Most situations out here tended to resolve themselves, and it was always best to question the survivors at the hospital when it was over, rather than arrive early and take part in the big show. Nadler had gone on like that for the 20 minutes it took to get here, breaking it up with complaints about having to haul a rookie like Walter, out on his first night no less, with him on this death march. It's quiet now, Walter pointed out, looking up the stairs. Her eyes became narrow slits. And you think that's a good thing? A little boy, no more than 2 and wearing nothing but a loaded diaper, wandered out of the apartment, wrapped his arms around the woman's leg, and stared up at them. She patted the boy's head. I'm going to get back inside and put this one to bed for the 3rd time so his mama's got a chance at seeing him between jobs. You all get up there and take care of whatever the hell is going on, 'cause it ain't right, and nobody in the building wants to listen to it no more. With that, she ushered the boy back in and slammed the door behind her, leaving Nadler and Walter alone in the hallway. Nadler looked back up the steps. Ready to protect and serve? Walter hitched up the belt again and swore when it dropped right back down. Nadler rolled his eyes. Goddamn rookie pranks. Gonna get someone killed if they don't stop that shit. From his own belt, he took out a knife and held it out to Walter. Punch out another notch before all that crap falls off you. They love to send you guys out on your first night with a belt too big, loaded up like a private marching off into the jungle on his first tour. You don't need half that shit. When we get back out to the car, I'll show you what you really need to carry. The rest can go in your locker. Tell anyone I helped you, and they'll just do something else tomorrow, so it stays between us, understand? I'm fine, Walter said, turning toward the stairs. Look, you want to wind up with that thing around your ankles while someone's shooting at us? Be my guest. If not, take the goddamn knife. Hitch that thing upright and save us both the paperwork. Walter grabbed the knife, punched out a new hole, and refastened the belt. He dropped the knife back in Nadler's hand without a word. You're welcome. Nadler returned the knife and unsnapped the leather clasp on his revolver. He rested his hand on the butt. Your gun stays put. You don't draw unless I tell you. I don't want you shooting anybody on your first night. Most likely, we're looking at junkies holding up on an extended trip. A lot of them score horse around here, then lock themselves in and don't come back out unless they run out of food or need to score again. I know of at least 3 dens just in this building where nothing else but that goes on. You go in there, you'll find 20 bodies all lying around in their own filth, half dead, stoned out of their gourds. Most are harmless, but don't let anyone spit on you. If they do, don't let it get in your eyes or your mouth. You get it in your eyes or your mouth, you find the nearest sink and wash that shit out. They got whores around here with so many diseases, the rats cross the street when they get too close. Take something like that home to your girlfriend, and she's liable to cut off your pecker if it don't fall off on its own. Walter glanced back at the closed door for 1A. Nadler guessed exactly what was going through his head. You'll be arresting that kid before you know it. Ask his mama or his grandma there. They know what's up. Just hope he sees you around enough to know your face and hesitate if he ever draws on you, so you can get a shot off first. Us versus them, rookie. Don't ever forget that. Day you forget that is the day you die. Come on. Nadler started up the worn steps then, one chubby hand on the rail, the other on his gun. Walter's hand had drifted into his pocket. He rolled his fingers over the worn leather of the small dog collar he kept there. He traced the creases, the tiny holes, the edge of the metal tag. Here we go, he said softly, before following Nadler up the stairs. Chapter 3. The second floor looked no different than the first. 100 years' worth of paint covered the walls, peeling wallpaper beneath that. The stale air stunk of piss, and if not for the yellow light of the fluorescents dangling from the ceiling, the shadows would devour the space, making way for the roaches, spiders, rats, and mice Walter could feel watching him. At the top of the steps, Nadler stepped over a discarded condom and looked left and right before moving cautiously out into the hallway. 6 apartments on this level. 2D was the second door on the right. He gestured for Walter to move past him and stand on the far side of the door, then gave it a heavy-handed knock before stepping to the side himself. Never stand directly in front of a door. They drilled that in at the academy. If bad guys decided to shoot, they tended to aim for the center. This thought passed through Walter's head as he pressed himself against the cracked drywall beside the door, fairly certain it would do nothing to stop a bullet if said bad guy had shitty aim or fired high into the right instead. Nadler drummed his fingers over the butt of his revolver and let several seconds tick by before beating on the door again. Police, open up! If anyone moved inside, they were quiet about it. Down the hall, the door to 2E opened a few inches, enough for a lanky black teenager to get a look at what was going on. The teen's eyes met Walter's, and he hesitated as he started to close the door, saying, "He got a girl in there." "Who?" "I don't know his name. Some white dude. Been there a couple months." "Him or the girl?" The teen didn't answer. Instead, he closed the door, and several locks clicked into place. Walter looked over at Nadler. Nadler was chewing the inside of his cheek. "He said he's got a girl in there. He didn't say against her will. Could just be a pro polishing his knob. Can't go in without probable cause." Walter looked back down the hall at 2E. "Should I get him back out here? Get something specific?" Nadler turned back to the door of 2D without replying. "He wouldn't have said that if he didn't think she was in trouble," Walter continued. "You're reaching, kid." "Then why isn't anyone opening the door?" Christ, Nadler was scared, he realized. Some role model they saddled me with. Walter hammered at the door with the back of his fist. "We know you're in there. Open the door, now!" Nadler didn't like that one bit. He glared at Walter and shook his head. "Goddamn rookie," he muttered. "Want to get killed on day one?" From behind the door came a thump. A loud thump. Something falling. Something large enough to be a body hitting the floor, Walter thought. That was followed by a short scream, muted and quickly silenced. Here we go. At this, Nadler perked up. He eased his revolver from the holster and moved to the opposite side of the hallway, leveling the barrel on the door. "Detroit PD, we're coming in." Walter didn't give a shit what Nadler said. He wasn't going in unarmed. He unsnapped the safety strap and took out his revolver. Nadler jerked his head toward the door and raised his eyebrows as if to say, "Okay, kick it in, hot shot." Walter took a step back, gave a 3 count, and kicked the door below the knob. 3 inches below the hardware, heel first, follow through with body weight. Academy 101. The frame splintered and the door jumped, but it didn't open. Something was holding it near the top, probably a deadbolt. He had to kick it 2 more times before it finally gave and burst in on the room, bounced off the wall, and nearly slammed shut again. Nadler moved fast, far quicker than Walter expected. Gun leading the way, he burst through the door, into the apartment, crouched, and spun in a semicircle, taking in the room. Walter followed. Small living room with a tiny kitchenette on the right. A ratty brown couch sat against the far wall, facing a 19-inch television on milk crates. An open pizza box on the floor, 2 slices left. The cheese was crusty and covered in white mold. The room smelled of spoiled milk. There were crushed beer cans scattered about, and a lamp with a bare bulb burning in the corner, casting sharp shadows over everything. The kitchen counter was buried under old takeout containers and trash. No guy or girl, though. Not in this room. With his gun, Nadler pointed at the dark doorway leading into what had to be a bedroom in the back. They'd practiced this drill 1,000,000 times in the academy, and Walter let his training take over. Like leapfrog, partner first, then you, then them. Secure every room as quickly as possible. Move fast. Don't give your bad guy a chance to react. Walter crossed the small room, passed by Nadler, and entered the bedroom while crouched low. He moved so fast he nearly tripped over the body just inside the door. A man. Wearing only a pair of stained boxers, the man was lying face down on the hardwood, one arm up over his head, a rusty steak knife wrapped in his thick fingers, the other arm pinned under his sizable belly. His greasy gray hair was matted and damp with blood from a fresh crack in the back of his skull. Walter knelt and felt for a pulse. Nothing. The man's neck was warm, though. He hadn't been dead long. Walter could make out nothing in the thick darkness but the soft lines of a mattress on the floor with a box or nightstand beside it. Maybe another milk crate. He couldn't tell. Nadler came in behind him with his flashlight out. The beam cut over the body, drifted over an empty closet, and fell on the bed. The mattress wasn't on the floor, but on a low metal frame. Ropes were tied at the four corners. One was soaked in blood and frayed at the end as if chewed through. No sheets. The mattress was covered in stains and smelled of waste. Nadler swept the rest of the room. The flashlight beam landed on another door at the back. This one closed. Bathroom? Had to be. As Nadler crossed the room, something crunched under his shoes, sounded like glass. His foot caught, he nearly tripped, and when he hit it with the light, Walter realized it was another lamp. The bulb was shattered and the frame was bent at an odd angle in the heavy base. Possible murder weapon. Nadler carefully stepped over and positioned himself on the edge of the bathroom door frame before gesturing for Walter to open it. Avoiding the body and the mess on the floor, Walter went to the door and gripped the knob. Nadler counted, and when he hit 3, Walter gave the knob a fast twist and pulled the door open. They both saw the girl at the same time, caught in the beam of Nadler's flashlight. Early 20s at best. Nude. She was on the floor, wedged between the sink and toilet, her knees pulled up against her chest and her long, dark hair twisted with knots, covering half her face. She looked up at them, a frantic heat in her eyes, every inch of her body quivering. "I didn't mean to," she said in a sheepish voice, looking beyond them at the body of the man. "Please help me." Chapter 4. Walter reached into the room and fumbled with the switch. A single bulb filled the small windowless space with harsh, cold light. The girl pinched her eyes shut against it. She pushed further back under the sink. It was then he saw the pair of handcuffs dangling from under the sink, one side fastened to the water pipe, the other open. A thin piece of rusty wire on the floor, some kind of improvised lockpick. Droplets of blood covered her cheek, blended with soft freckles on her bare shoulder. "Whoa, it's okay. We won't hurt you." Walter holstered his weapon, took off his jacket and knelt, but when he tried to drape it over her, Nadler stopped him and indicated the blood. It was still wet. "Evidence," he said in a soft voice. Walter covered the girl anyway. He brushed the hair from her face. "Everything's going to be fine. You're safe now." She opened her eyes, hesitant against the light, cautious, and looked up at him. They were deep gray, dark pools, unlike any Walter had ever seen. He didn't realize he was staring into them until Nadler cleared his throat and pointed at the bathtub. A ratty green quilt and pillow were bunched up in the corner. Several candy bar wrappers were scattered around the floor. Walter spotted a half-eaten loaf of bread, too. Someone had haphazardly scrubbed the tiles, but only left swirl patterns in the grime. The towel on the floor next to the tub was crusty with what looked like blood between one of the folds. The rusted mirror frame above the sink was empty, the glass long gone. Christ, he kept her in here. The fucking monster kept her in this room chained to the wall. Standing behind Walter, Nadler asked the girl, "What's your name?" She didn't seem to hear him. Her gaze lingered on Walter. Then she looked down at the jacket. Her hands curled around the edges and pulled it tight, covering herself as best she could. She gripped it so tight, the zipper dug into her palm. Walter didn't realize he was reaching for her until his fingertip brushed her ankle. She didn't shy away from his touch, but instead pressed her foot against his hand. She felt so cold. An uncomfortable edge filled Nadler's voice. "Go down to the car and call this in, O'Brien." Walter shot him an irritated glance. "Now," Nadler insisted. Her hand shot out from under the jacket and grabbed Walter's wrist. Her fingers were small, delicate, but she squeezed him like a vice. "Please don't leave me." Nadler groaned. "Christ, okay. You stay, but don't touch anything. I'll be right back." Before Walter could reply, Nadler turned and crossed back out of the room, carefully stepping around the body, lamp, and broken glass on the floor. Walter heard voices out in the hall, which grew muffled as Nadler pulled the damaged door shut behind him. He and the girl were alone then, and the apartment went oddly still. Why was it so cold in here? For the first time, Walter heard an air conditioner running. When he turned, he spotted an ancient window unit spurting out air cold enough to see even in the dim light. It was maybe 20 degrees outside. Why was this guy running the air conditioning? "Amy," she said so softly that at first Walter wasn't sure she'd spoken at all. "My name is Amy Archer." He cleared his throat. "I'm Walter O'Brien." "I killed him, didn't I?" Walter saw no point in lying to her. He nodded. She tried to shrink deeper into the alcove, but there was no place to go. Her bare feet only slipped on the filthy floor, leaving streaks. "He would have killed me if I didn't." "It'll be okay, Amy. Nobody will fault you for self-defense, I promise," Walter assured her again. His gaze fell on the half-eaten loaf of bread. Mold was growing on one side, built-up moisture creating a haze on the plastic. "How long have you been here?" She shook her head. "I'm not sure. 2 weeks, maybe 3. "Can you tell me what happened?" A tear slipped from her eye and rolled down her cheek. "He's a taxi driver, or at least he said he was. He picked me up downtown near Eastern Market. I gave him my address, but instead of taking me home, he headed north. When I told him he was going the wrong way, he pulled over and sprayed something in my face. I don't know what it was, but I blacked out, and when I woke up—" Her voice dropped off, and she looked at the handcuffs dangling from the water pipe. "He kept me in here when I wasn't on the bed." "Did he—" She understood what he meant, hesitated, and nodded softly. She was holding his hand. Walter wasn't sure when that had happened. He didn't remember reaching for her again, didn't recall her slipping her hand into his. She felt warmer now. That was good. "How about you come out of there?" She looked at the side of the toilet and the sink, her gaze lingering on the handcuffs for another moment before finally nodding. Walter helped her out of the small space to sit on the edge of the bathtub. She glanced down at her naked body, crossed her legs, and pulled the jacket tighter. A blush filled her cheeks, and she turned away from him, looking embarrassed. "Where are your clothes?" "I don't know what he did with them." Wondering how long Nadler would be, Walter looked back over his shoulder. "If I look for them, will you stay here?" "Can't I go with you?" "I'll be right outside the door where you can see me. It's better you stay in here." Her hair had fallen back in her face, and he brushed it away, tucked it behind her ear. She pressed her cheek into his palm, and for one brief instant, her mouth formed a smile. The color had returned to her lips. They were a deep red. She had an exotic look about her, European or maybe Mediterranean. Walter couldn't put his finger on it. He didn't find her clothes, but he turned up a pair of red sweatpants and a faded Detroit Lions t-shirt, both extra large. He crossed back into the bathroom and handed them to her. She shrugged off the jacket and quickly got dressed. When finished, she stood there and looked up at him, a grateful look in her eyes. Walter wiped a speck of blood from the side of her face. He couldn't help himself. Chapter 5. His name is Alvin Schock, 31 years old, unmarried, loner, no priors, cab driver for Detroit Metro Taxi. His residence is listed as 83 Cambridge, not this place. According to the landlord, nobody lives here. My guess is he just used this apartment as a sex den. Walter and Nadler were standing over the body in the bedroom with Detective Freddie Whedon of Detroit Homicide. Walter couldn't help but look over at Amy. The detective had asked her to stay in the bathroom until paramedics arrived. They'd take her to the hospital soon, where they'd perform a rape kit and see to her injuries. Amy must have felt Walter's eyes on her. She glanced up and caught him watching. We also found an unplugged freezer in the basement with 2 bodies inside, wrapped in quilts. Decomp so bad I couldn't tell you if they were men or women. They'd been there a while. Won't know cause of death until the medical examiner gets a look. He nodded toward the bathroom. She's not his first, that's for damn sure. This guy had a system in place. That comes from practice. I wouldn't be surprised if we find more back at his house. I'm waiting on a warrant. His cab is MIA, but I'm sure we'll find something there too when it turns up. Evidence markers littered the apartment, and they'd brought in some lights. A photographer was systematically documenting the scene, the bright flash of his camera going off every few seconds. He was leaning over the bed now, capturing images of the ropes, particularly the frayed one, the one that looked chewed. Evidence marker 43. Whedon had asked Amy about that rope, but she hadn't answered. Instead, her face had filled with horror, her eyes with tears. He'd let her be after that. How do you know the freezer is Shock's? Walter asked. Whedon rolled his eyes and looked at Nadler. First day? Nadler nodded. Yep. Fuck you both, Walter muttered. Whedon said, Educated guess. We'll tie it to him with prints. This isn't the best neighborhood, but it's still pretty rare for residents to stash stiffs in their basements, kid. Frankly, most have no problem shooting each other in the street right out in the open and leaving them there. Hiding a body takes time, means this guy planned. He nodded toward the bathroom. I tried to interview her, but she clammed up. She say anything else to you? Walter shook his head. Only what I told you. She's still in shock, Whedon surmised. Lucky for her, you 2 yahoos showed up and distracted him by beating on the door. She would have ended up in that freezer if you hadn't. No doubt about that. With the toe of his shoe, Whedon nudged the broken lamp on the floor, inches from the man's cracked skull. She saved the taxpayers some dough. Walter thumbed the dog collar in his pocket. Where the hell are those paramedics? If the girl was listening, she made no indication. She was looking off to the side, either lost in memories or attempting to forget them. The broken apartment door swung open again. Half the building seemed to be standing in the hallway, trying to get a look inside. Nadler kicked it shut and braced it with an evidence case. She shouldn't have to sit in this place. We'll take her, Walter told Whedon. Huh? To the hospital. We can take her. Do we really need to wait on an ambulance? Rookie might be right, Nadler agreed. Why waste a bus? They got better things to do. Whedon thought it over, then said, I need one of you on that door. Can't spare you both. Looks like you're on door duty, O'Brien, Nadler said flatly. I'll go. She likes the rookie, Whedon pointed out in a low voice. They keep making googly eyes at each other. I vote he goes. Might open up to him, tell him something we don't know yet. 3 weeks locked up with this creep, who knows what he said to her. Might lead us to his cab, more bodies, who knows. Nadler was shaking his head. He's only been on the job 3 hours. I don't need the ass chewing that'll come with him fucking up on my watch. She's not going to talk to you, Whedon replied. You've got the same hair and beer gut as our dead guy. You might as well be his long-lost brother. Hell, I don't even want to talk to you. Fuck you. I'll take her, Walter interjected. It's 2 miles. Not even. I'm not. Whedon clucked his tongue impatiently. 100 years ago, you were a rookie too, Herb. Give the kid a break. My crime scene, my call. If he can get her to talk, I want to give it a shot. Before Nadler could respond, the detective pulled a microcassette recorder from his pocket and held it out to Walter. She says anything, get it on here. Take her directly to emergency and ask for Dr. Lomax. I'll call ahead and tell him you're bringing her in. Nadler stared at Whedon for a moment, then angrily fished the keys from his pocket and tossed them to Walter. Drop her and come right back. No bullshit. Walter gave him a quick salute, led by his middle finger. Sir, yes, sir. Chapter 6. Although Amy rode in the back, her eyes found Walter's in the rearview mirror, and the strange grayness of them only seemed to intensify in the dark. Each time they passed under a street lamp, the light washed over her like a brush, repainting her on a canvas of shadows. Walter fumbled with the microcassette recorder, managed to hit the red record button, and set it on the seat beside him. "Are you okay back there?" She looked back at him but said nothing. She was still wearing his uniform jacket, now over the t-shirt and sweatpants. One of the investigative techs had found her an old pair of tennis shoes. Not a perfect fit, but close enough. Better than no shoes at all on a night like tonight. It was cold and growing colder by the minute as angry gusts came off the Detroit River. The snow was coming down sideways and only getting worse. Something about her seemed oddly familiar. Walter cleared his throat. "This is going to sound a little crazy, but have we met before?" As soon as he said it, he wished he could take it back. It sounded like a bad line at a bar. In the rearview mirror, she gave him the same look he'd probably get if he asked that question in a bar, then a gentle shake of her head. They passed through 3 more intersections in silence. What's going to happen to him? Walter slowed and changed lanes in order to get around a Volkswagen Bug going half the speed limit. Who? The dead guy. Once they're done processing the scene, they'll transport him to the city morgue. Will he be autopsied? He met her eyes in the mirror. Probably. Why? Just curious. Walter weighed his words. He didn't want to spook her. They tend to do one any time a death isn't ruled accidental. In a case like this, it's just procedure. I didn't mean to kill him. I was only trying to get away. I know. He made a left on Wilmont and eased into the middle lane. Were there others? Other girls, you mean? Yeah. She shrunk a little lower in the seat and looked out the window. That first night I smelled perfume on the bed. Not much, but when I said something to him about it, he bagged up the sheets, the only pillow, and took it all out of there. Said he dropped everything in the incinerator. Someone carved J.K. into the bottom of the sink, too. J.K.? It looked like it had been there a while. I saw a bra next to the bathtub the first night he locked me in there, but it was gone the second night. Hesitating for a second, she added, Do you think that's who they found in the basement freezer? Was it J.K.? You heard that, huh? That detective was very loud. We'll know more after we identify the bodies. More autopsies. Fingerprints, most likely. Her eyes met his again in the mirror. Is that possible? That detective said they were bad. In training, Walter had learned how a medical examiner could sometimes remove the skin from the hand of a deeply decomposed body and wear it like a glove in order to obtain prints, which he'd found fascinating at the time. But it wasn't the kind of thing you told a girl who might have been days from ending up in that freezer herself. That realization must have come to her anyway. When Walter glanced back, Amy's face had grown pale, and she'd covered her mouth with her hand. Oh no, are you? She nodded quickly. Pull over. I think I'm gonna be sick. Shit, hold on. With the snow growing heavy, traffic was moving particularly slow. Fumbling the switches on the dash, Walter gave the siren a quick chirp and flicked on the red and blue flashers. In the back seat, Amy shrugged off his jacket and grasped the door handle. She quickly discovered you can't let yourself out of the back of a cruiser. Walter jerked the wheel to the right, crossed the lane at a sharp angle, and slid to a stop against the curb. He jumped out and stumbled through the snowdrifts, left by the plows the night before to tug open Amy's door. She was hunched over, one hand still over her mouth. He tried to help her as she scrambled out, but she shrugged him off. He stepped aside, clearing her path to the bushes, as Amy brought her left shoulder up into Walter's gut, knocking the wind out of him and sending him tumbling into the snowbank. The toe of her borrowed shoe connected with his lower back, and Walter felt a sharp pain in his kidney. He rolled to the side, both hands up, ready to block another blow. But Amy was no longer standing there. She was darting across Wilmont, dodging the slow-moving cars. Scrambling to his feet, Walter tried to shout but coughed instead. He ran after her, narrowly missing a green station wagon and black sedan in the street. On the other side of Wilmont, he spotted her again, nearly 100 feet down the sidewalk already. How was she so fast? Amy pushed by several pedestrians and ducked down an alley, running between a laundromat and Chinese restaurant. The alley was about 50 feet deep and ended at a brick wall. He reached the opening in time to see her scurry over some crates onto a dumpster. "Amy, stop!" She didn't even turn. Pushing off with both hands, she swung over the top and disappeared behind the wall. Walter followed after her, but by the time he scrambled over the crates and reached the dumpster to peer over the wall, there was no sign of her. The falling snow made quick work of any tracks she'd left behind. Now, Chapter 7. The passenger side door of the patrol car flew open, and a female officer leaned out low. "Get in the back, now!" Walter didn't look at her. His gaze remained on the pavement. "I'm not going to do that. You don't understand what this is." "No? Get in the car and explain it to me before you get yourself killed." 2 shots rang out, hard cracks. Both wheels on the driver's side of the car went flat. A 3rd shot pierced the hood, and the engine seized and went silent. Someone tried to squeeze out the front door of the club. Another shot hit the brick inches from their head, sending dust into the air. They quickly shuffled back inside. The bouncer was huddled behind the brick valet stand to the left of the club's door, his eyes searching the rooftops across the street, the direction of the shots. The driver of the patrol car yanked the microphone from the dash. 1284, vehicle disabled, multiple shots fired, establish. Another shot. Red's expert marksmanship. The bullet tore through the windshield, the dash, and the center of the radio. Sparks rained out, and the officer dropped the microphone with a squeal of profanity. Through all this, Walter kept his eyes on the pavement. When he spoke, his voice remained calm. "Both of you need to exit that vehicle, walk over to your friends, and send back whoever is in charge." The female officer's name badge read Rodriguez. Sinking low in her seat, she glared at Walter. When she didn't move, Walter turned to her. "If you don't do as I'm saying, the next bullet from my snipers will split your partner's skull in 2. "Your snipers?" Walter looked back down at the pavement and fought the tickle in his throat. 5, 4, 3, 2. "Okay," her partner blurted out. "Okay." He unfastened his seatbelt, clicked open the driver's side door, and slid out to the blacktop as if melting from the seat, as low as he could get without crawling, his head turned up toward the surrounding buildings. "They won't shoot?" "Not if you hurry." He took a deep breath and looked back at his partner through the interior of the car. She was still in her seat. She gave him a soft nod, but didn't move. He was gone then, scrambling across the intersection in a low crouch. Barricades had gone up on Woodward. When the officer reached them, he dove through and vanished into the growing crowd of first responders. Rodriguez remained in her seat. "Don't make me kill you. Go." "I could hit her in the arm or knee," Red said in the earbud. "It doesn't have to be a kill shot." "If she doesn't exit the vehicle, she dies," Walter said calmly. Her head swiveled and she quickly took him in, spotted the earbud, then looked from him to the buildings. "What are you doing?" Walter just shook his head. "Go. Send over your supervisor." This time she did. Unlike her partner, though, she unfastened her seatbelt without any sign of panic. She climbed out of the disabled car and went to where the other officers waited, not at a run, but at a slow walk, stopping at the midway point to look back at Walter, then at all the surrounding roofs and windows. "That one's got balls," Red said. "Keep moving around, multiple floors like we discussed," Walter replied. "We don't want anyone to get a bead on you." At the back of the growing police presence, SWAT arrived. a large armored black van. The back doors opened, and 6 officers dressed in full tactical gear jumped out, lining up in a ready stance along the side. A 7th climbed out after them and glanced at the entrance to the club, where the bouncer huddled near the door and various clubgoers were taking cover around the intersection. Walter watched Rodriguez cross the barricade and push through the officers. She went straight for the SWAT van, for the 7th officer. Rodriguez gestured back toward Walter several times, but they were too far away for him to make out what she was saying. One by one, the heads started to turn in Walter's direction as she spoke. All of these people were from Detroit PD, but Walter didn't recognize anyone. He'd been out of the game too long. The last one was clearly in charge, though. The boss kept watch on Walter as Rodriguez debriefed, then rounded the vehicles with a swagger, something between urgency, confidence, and caution, and approached with one hand resting on the gun in the hip holster. No indication of worry about getting shot. Up close, Walter saw she was maybe 50, with short-cropped dark hair flaked with bits of gray and a scar above her left temple. She stopped short of Walter and looked back toward Rodriguez. "Did you frisk him? Anyone?" When nobody answered, she shoved a foot between Walter's legs and kicked them apart. "You carrying any weapons?" With a sudden shift in weight, Walter nearly fell over. His right thigh cramped under the added strain. Pain sliced up his back again and gripped his spine. He looked over at his cane lying on the ground at his side, but didn't reach for it. From between clenched teeth, he said, "Careful. I've got a bum leg." "I asked you a question." "No weapon, no." The commander moved on to Walter's right ankle, then his left. She tugged open Walter's coat and frowned. "What the hell is this?" "A bulletproof vest." The woman slid a finger under one of the metal clasps, pinched the thick material under Walter's shoulder, and frowned. "From what decade? That thing must weigh 50 pounds. Walter shrugged. "If it ain't broke." The commander moved on to Walter's pockets. She took Walter's burner phone. When she found nothing else, she stepped back, the scar above her temple marred with several frustrated creases. "Do you want to tell me what's going on?" When Walter opened his mouth to answer, another cough came, deep and wet from his lungs. It felt like shards of glass as he choked it up. He'd managed to turn his head and cough into the crook of his elbow, but when it relented and he pulled away, red spittle dotted his coat sleeve. "Jesus," the commander muttered. "What's your name?" "O'Brien," Walter told her. "Walter O'Brien." In the commander's hand, Walter's phone began to ring. Seeley. "Go ahead," Walter said. "Answer it." The woman eyed him for several seconds, then looked at the phone, studied the screen, and tapped answer. "This is Commander Rigby with Detroit PD. Who am I speaking to?" Walter heard Seeley through his earbud. "I'm only going to explain this once, so I need you to pay careful attention, Commander Rigby. I have snipers positioned throughout that intersection, all the surrounding buildings, some of the best shooters in the world. Think of them as enforcers. As long as you do as you're told, I won't ask them to fire a single shot. You don't, and you'll witness some of the best marksmanship of your career. Every bullet they place, every life they take, will be on you. You are in control of that. You are in control of only that." Still on the ground, Walter said, "I'm getting up. My knees can't take this." Rigby shot him an irritated glance. "Stay the hell down! You're not in charge here." With 2 fingers, she pointed angrily at a couple of SWAT officers behind the barricade, then at Walter. Both officers raised their weapons, AR-15s by the look of them. They pointed the barrels toward Walter. Walter shifted his weight. The cold black top bit into his knees. A sharp pain shot up his bad leg and ended somewhere in the middle of his spine. He chewed his lip and did his best to ignore it. "You don't want to test us," Seeley said. Red fired. The bullet struck the pavement a few inches from Rigby's left shoe. She barely flinched. Red fired a second time. This shot hit the barrel of one of the AR-15s. The rifle twisted from the man's grip with a sharp clang and jerked to the side. Walter hadn't seen Red shoot in a while. It was a thing of beauty. "You've got a job to do, Commander Rigby, and that job isn't to harass the man in front of you. Your job is to contain this. Nobody moves, nobody leaves without my permission. Nobody exits that club. My enforcers are in place to ensure you do that job properly. If everyone does as they're told, everyone walks away from this. You don't bring in air support. You don't make any move against my people. You do, and bad things will happen." "What do you want?" "That's simple. There's a woman inside that club. She's responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people. We want her. She surrenders, and nobody else has to get hurt." "I'm not allowing anyone to get hurt," Rigby replied. "And I'm certainly not going to turn someone over to whoever you are." "This isn't a negotiation, Commander. Earlier tonight we placed a bomb inside that club. How many people do you think are still in there? In 1 hour, if she isn't in our custody, it will detonate. One or many is the only choice I'm going to give you tonight. We get her, or they all die. 59 minutes. Hold on to that phone. You'll receive additional instructions shortly." Seeley hung up. Over Walter's comm, Red said, "You forgot to ask for $100 million in unmarked bills and a jet to Tahiti." Rigby stared at the phone in her hand, then at Walter. Without a word, she dropped it in her pocket, took out her own, and quickly dialed a number as she crossed back over toward the SWAT van, ignoring Walter and the multiple weapons pointed at both of them. Walter ignored all the guns, too. He reached for his cane and used it to get back to his feet. The officers holding the AR-15s tensed, but did nothing as he stepped over to the abandoned patrol car and settled into Rodriguez's spot in the passenger seat. Much better. He was facing the police barricade on Woodward, and the entrance to the club was on his right. At the SWAT van, Rigby spoke to her team. 3 of the patrol officers had joined them. They were too far off for Walter to read the insignias on their uniforms, but they were most likely the ranking officers. He'd lost track of Rodriguez. "You ever see a female SWAT leader?" Red asked. "Times they are a-changin', boys," Seeley replied. Walter knew both Red and Seeley had all these people in their rifle sights and would take them out if things went sideways. They wouldn't risk the woman getting away because of bureaucratic bullshit. Between the SWAT team and the patrol officers, Walter counted 26 law enforcement, 4 EMTs, and at least 30 civilians scattered about, probably more. The first news truck was working its way closer, 2 wheels on the sidewalk to round the standstill traffic. The last thing they wanted to do was take out innocents, but they would if they had to. Rigby stomped back over a moment later, her haggard face wrapped in a scowl. "Who is this woman you're after?" Before Walter could answer, a deep-throated engine growled from the opposite end of the intersection. A large dump truck lumbered through the wooden police barricades, cracking them like toothpicks, and rounded the front of the club. There was a snowplow attached to the front, and Detroit Public Works stamped across the doors in faded green letters. Salt sprayed out the back of the truck, coating the blacktop, sidewalks, and whatever else was in its path. Everyone watched in confusion as the plow caught the corner of a patrol car and effortlessly pushed it aside, kept going. The heavy vehicle then rumbled around the front of the club, turned, and vanished down the opposite side of the building across Park, leaving thick clouds of black smoke in the air and salt on everything else. Rigby took several steps forward, her mouth hanging open. "What the hell?" "About damn time," Walter thought. In his earbud, Red said, "Now we've got a party." 1992. Aliases: Amy Archer, Amelia Dyer. Alvin Schock, 2 bodies, basement freezer. John Doe, Edison. Jane Doe, Corktown Bus Depot. Walter O'Brien, 28 years old. Chapter 8. You're doing another shot or I'm playing the song again. That's the rule. Walter turned on his bar stool to face Herb Nadler and felt the room tilt slightly to the left. When his vision caught up with the movement, he found 3 Nadlers standing next to him, holding shot glasses. He focused on the one in the middle. I can't do another shot. I gotta work tomorrow. The words came out as, I can't do another shot. But Nadler understood. These were the words of his people. He rolled his eyes, held up the shot glass, and yelled at the crowd, O'Brien won't do another. Billy, drop the quarter. This one is all on him. From the jukebox in the corner of Miggs' Tavern, Billy Preston shouted something back, then turned to the jukebox, half the beer in his mug sloshing down over his hand and onto the floor. A moment later, the opening beats of Eye of the Tiger by Survivor clapped through the bar speakers for the 8th time amid a flurry of boos and shouts. Walter rested his elbows on the bar and buried his face in his hands. Miggs had been a cop bar for 43 years. On any given night, it was filled with Detroit's finest from the 4 surrounding precincts. This Wednesday night was no different. The beer was cheap, the watered-down liquor cheaper, and the company a mix of uniforms and officers in street clothes. Nadler had taken Walter here the first night they'd met, and it was only fitting they spend their last night as partners here, too. Nadler smacked him on the back. You, my friend, may have to work tomorrow, but not in uniform, and as your soon-to-be former partner, it's on me to send you off to your first day on the job as a detective for Detroit PD properly. Nadler then drank both shots and slammed the glasses down on the bar top. Walter raised his index finger and signaled the bartender. Water, kind sir, just water. The man smirked, filled a glass from the tap, and slid it in front of Walter, who drank it down in a single gulp. Nadler frowned. Seriously? I gotta go. 6 years together and you're gonna let it end like this? Just walk off into the sunset? Let me see the shield again. Walter sighed and pulled the gold badge from his back pocket. The sun set like 4 hours ago. Nadler whistled and scooped it up. It's so shiny. Before Walter could get his badge back, Nadler took several steps away from the bar and held it over his head. Billy, shut that thing up. The jukebox screeched and went quiet. I need everyone's attention, Nadler shouted. Eyes front. This is some important shit I'm about to bestow on all of you. Herb's using big words. Cut him off, someone shouted from the back. Nadler cleared his throat. For 6 torturous years, I have been tasked with babysitting Officer Walter O'Brien. During that time, he has written more than 1,200 tickets, arrested 623 upstanding fellow members of our fine community, received 3 citations, 2 accelerated promotions, and been shot at twice. He's drawn his weapon 14 times and saved my skin at least once. I taught him everything I know, and luckily, he had the common sense to ignore all that and learn from others so he could get out of uniform and move up the ranks. I've got 22 years in blue, and I'm pretty sure the powers that be have no intention of changing that. Didn't he lose one too, Herb? Billy Preston shouted from the back. Ah, yes, Nadler nodded. The girl who got away. The tiny little thing who beat the hell out of our boy on his first night out of the gate and ran off on him. At least she taught him how to take a punch. The point is, our boy got back up, dusted off, and kept on going. Not easy to do in this line of work, and he did it like a pro. For 6 years, he's been nothing but a pro. Nadler raised the gold shield high above his head. I could not have asked for a better partner. I'm going to miss him, but I wish him nothing but the best as he moves on to the next chapter of his life. If you got him, raise him up, folks. Join me in toasting the latest addition to the homicide division of Detroit's finest. You don't have a beer, Herb, someone pointed out. I don't have a beer, Nadler repeated, glancing at his empty hand. He quickly grabbed a random glass from the table next to him and held it up. The bartender had slipped a Coors draft in front of Walter, and he raised it along with everyone else, mouthed the words, "Thank you," to Nadler, and drank it down. 20 minutes later, he was on the sidewalk walking back to his apartment on Benton. Nadler and some of the others had tried to put him in a cab, but it wasn't far and he wanted to walk, give his head a chance to clear and savor the moment. The August air was warm and still slightly humid from the earlier drizzle. It had rained just enough to wash some of the city's stink away. He glanced up at the clock on the side of Hardington Savings and Loan and realized it was 8 minutes until midnight. 6 years from rookie to homicide detective was no easy feat. He'd worked his butt off to make it happen, and he'd be one of the youngest in the department. He knew that meant an uphill battle in his future, but it wouldn't be his first, and at that particular moment, there was very little he felt he couldn't take on. Except the damn sidewalk, which kept shifting under his feet while the building swayed gently with the wind. And why was everyone else suddenly walking so fast? Or was he just walking slow? Maybe he'd drunk a little more than he should have. That might be it. A bus stop shelter came up on the right side of the sidewalk, and Walter half fell, half settled down onto the bench. An elderly woman was sitting on the far end. She gave him an odd glance, then turned back to the paperback in her hand. Different Seasons by Stephen King. I'm a homicide detective, Walter told her, not exactly sure why, but the words felt good rolling off his tongue. She marked her place in the book with her thumb and looked back over at him. I'll be sure to keep that in mind if I decide to kill someone. I'm a homicide detective at 28 years old. Good for you. What do you do? She stared at him for another second, looked him up and down, then returned to the book as she spoke. I sit in this shelter every couple of nights and wait for Giovanni's to close, and sometimes they give me a bite to eat, whatever they got left over. That's what I do. How about you leave me alone so I can get back to that? Walter noticed her clothing for the first time. The holes in her sweater, the worn shoes that looked 2 sizes too big. On the sidewalk across from them stood a shopping cart loaded with various odds and ends, bottles and cans, all loosely covered with a tattered blue blanket. You're a detective now at 28, she muttered under her breath. I'm 56. What do you think you'll be at 56? Hey, none of us really know till we get there. I'm sorry, Walter heard himself say, knowing it was the wrong thing to say, but too late to take it back. She huffed but didn't reply. She returned to her book, shaking her head. The bus stop shelter faced Giovanni's from across the sidewalk. Nearly every table was full, even though the Italian restaurant would be closing soon. A completely different world not more than 10 feet away, with dozens of laughing and smiling faces inside, mostly couples, a mix of young and old, tiny islands of red and white checkered tables filled with wine, pasta, and pizza. When Walter's eyes landed on her through the glass in that crowded dining room, a voice in the back of his mind immediately whispered that it couldn't possibly be her. Not now. Not after 6 years. But even as this thought attempted to take hold, another voice told him it was. It was her. Amy Archer, the girl who got away. Chapter 9. Amy Archer. She was sitting with a man at a small table on the far left side of the dining room, tucked up in the corner. The man's back was to the picture window, and she faced him, a glass of wine in her hand and a smile on her face. She wore a red dress, and her chestnut hair was feathered back to one side, clipped in place above diamond earrings, only a hint of makeup. Walter vividly recalled his fingers in her hair, tucking loose strands behind her ear, the touch of her skin against his palm. And those eyes, there was no mistaking her eyes. Even from this distance, from the shelter across the sidewalk outside, he knew those eyes, the deep grayness of them. They pulled at him, and he was nearly to his feet before he even realized that he had started to stand. It couldn't be her, though, could it? All these years later? It's her. You know it is. He forced himself to settle back down on the bench. The man across from her must have said something funny. The girl leaned forward over the table and laughed, then rocked back in her seat, somehow managing not to spill the wine. Back in that apartment, beneath the grime and filth of captivity, he'd known she was an attractive girl. He'd seen glimpses of it. But now, it was undeniable. She radiated beauty. As Walter watched her, he realized he wasn't alone. Half the men and several of the women in the restaurant were watching her too, stealing glances whenever they could, unable to help themselves. If she was aware, she didn't acknowledge it. She looked at the man across from her as if he were the only other person in the room. Walter could see her foot resting against his under the table. The man raised his hand, signaled their waiter. He twitched his fingers, signing the air with an invisible pen. The waiter nodded, disappeared for a moment, and returned with their check in a black leather case. The man paid with a credit card. Then the two of them stood and started for the door. The back of her red dress was cut low, revealing the small of her back. Those who had been stealing looks gave up the pretense and simply stared as she walked by, moving with the grace and fluidity of water in tall, elegant red heels. Her companion held the door for her as the two of them stepped out onto the sidewalk. He then slipped his hand down her bare back and pulled her closer for a kiss, right there in front of that large picture window, as if to show all those watching that she belonged to him. Walter had never been a jealous man, but in that moment he hated that guy. Every ounce of his being wanted to be him. He wanted to know the feel of her lips, the taste of her breath. He wanted to feel her body pressed against him in that slinky dress. Watching her return the man's kiss instead of rebuffing him might have been worse. She stood on the tips of her toes to meet his lips, eyes closed, leaning into him. Her hand drifted down his chest to the growing bulge in his jeans. She turned and led him by the hand, west toward Oakton. Walter realized he was gripping the edge of the bench seat tight enough to turn his fingers white. The woman beside him noticed. She was watching him watch them. "Maybe it's best you go home and sleep it off, detective." But when he stood on drunken legs and started down the sidewalk, Walter had no intention of going home, though he cursed himself for leaving his gun there. Chapter 10. Walter found them in an alley about 3 blocks from the restaurant. He'd lost sight of the pair on the sidewalk and would have almost missed them in the alley if not for hearing the man's voice from behind a dumpster about 10 feet back. He spoke too low for Walter to make out exactly what he said, but when he grunted, the sound echoed off the surrounding brick. This was followed by a soft exhalation and a gasp. Walter paused at the mouth of the alley and listened. He pictured Amy pressed up against the wall, her dress hitched up, underwear pushed aside, standing on one leg with the other curled around this other man who wasn't him. Walter imagined the scene so vividly he didn't realize he'd closed his eyes until he opened them and found that he'd closed the distance to that dumpster by more than half. Rushed breathing inched through the silence, and when Walter closed his eyes again, he heard her whispers at his ear, felt her breath slipping over his face and neck. What the fuck? Walter's eyes snapped open. The man was standing there. His belt was undone, but he'd hitched his pants up. He'd come out from behind the dumpster and was glaring at Walter. What the fuck? Behind the man, the red dress was pulled on the ground, a single red pump lying on top. Walter caught a glimpse of a bare leg as the girl silently edged deeper into the shadows. In his mind, he saw her tucked between the sink and toilet in that bathroom all those years ago. He remembered the man slammed Walter in the center of his stomach with the heel of his palm. Walter felt the air rush from his lungs and he stumbled backward, tried to keep his footing, but tripped and landed hard on the asphalt. "You drunk piece of shit! This is how you get your rocks off, perving around in alleys?" He took 3 hurried steps and kicked Walter in the side, caught him just below the ribs. Walter pulled his knees up and twisted to the right, tried to get his badge out of his back pocket, but another blow came, a third after that. "Amy, tell him to stop," he thought. She didn't. She had to be watching, but she didn't say a word, didn't make a sound. The man was shouting now. He kicked him again and again, ribs, kidneys, thigh, shoulder. The blows came so fast and hard, Walter only managed to block a handful. It was the kick to his chin that hurt most. That one sent his world to black. Chapter 11. "Jesus, what the hell happened to you?" Lynn Crowley set down her mug of coffee and stood from her desk. She crossed the small, crowded room that served as her office outside evidence and got a better look at Walter through the barred window. He wanted to tell the evidence clerk to lower her voice, not because he was worried others might hear. Detroit PD stored evidence in the basement of headquarters on Beaubien Street, but because despite the handful of aspirin he'd swallowed when he finally made it back to his apartment, damn near every sound he'd heard since waking this morning seemed to amplify and rattle around in his head. When he'd come to in the alley, he'd been alone. It took a moment before he realized where he was and exactly why he was drooling on the pavement. Then the pain came. Nearly every inch of his body ached, numbed only by the copious amounts of alcohol still working through his system. Albeit only in fuzzy pieces, he remembered what had happened, leaving the bar, sitting outside the restaurant, following... Could it have really been her? He wanted it to be Amy, and he supposed that made it less likely. He'd been looking for her for a very long time, and he'd seen her before, in line at the grocery store, next to him in traffic, sitting at the DMV, walking along the sidewalk. But the moment he'd get close, he'd realize it wasn't her. It never was. Always just some cheap facsimile. But last night? That was her. Walter figured he'd been unconscious for about 10 minutes, maybe 15. He'd seen it was a little after midnight when he'd stumbled out of the alley back onto the sidewalk. He'd taken a beating, no doubt about that, but nothing seemed to be broken, and moving seemed to help with the pain, like working a strained muscle. He'd shuffled back to his building, managed to get his key into the lock, and dropped onto his couch after the aspirin. The clanging of his alarm clock woke him at 5:30, and after a tenuous shower, several bandages, and more aspirin, he'd made his way into Detroit PD with a black eye, a cut under his chin, and a bruise the size of Delaware wrapped around his torso. From behind her barred window, Crowley snapped her fingers in Walter's face. "Walter, you with me?" "Yeah, sorry. Got jumped on my way home from Miggs last night." "Bastards did a number on you." Crowley reached through the bars and gently turned Walter's chin from side to get a better look. "Nothing a little time won't cure, but still, ouch." Walter fished a scrap of paper from his pocket and slid it through the window to her. She read aloud the case number, tapped the paper with the tip of her finger, and narrowed her eyes for a moment. Detective Whedon, tenement building in Forest Park, rape Vic, right? I don't know how you do that. She shrugged. Date and badge are in the case number. The rest isn't so hard. Give me a second. She turned and disappeared into the large evidence room behind her office and came back a few minutes later with a battered file box, a clipboard resting on top. She buzzed her outer door open and handed the box to Walter, nodding at a small table behind him. Can't leave my sight, but you can go through it right there. Just remember, Everything that comes out of the box goes back into the box. Yeah, I know the drill, he finished for her. He scribbled his name, badge number, and date on the clipboard, handed it back to her, then took the box over to the table. At one point, the lid had been secured with tape, but after years of opening and resealing, the tape was peeled back and gummed up with so much dust it did nothing but dangle from the sides like ratty pigtails. There wasn't much in the box. The lamp, wrapped in plastic, took up most of the space. He carefully removed it and set it aside. Underneath were bags containing the handcuffs, the ropes from the bed, an envelope of photographs, and several swatches of material cut from the mattress. The dried blood had taken on a dark rust color over the years, the rest of the cloth stained yellow. There were also small tubes containing Q-tips with blood samples and a fingerprint card for Alvin Schock. At the bottom of the box was a copy of Detective Whedon's typed report. Walter fished it out and scanned the text. He lowered his sore body into a worn wooden chair and read it a second time, much slower. None of it made sense. Chapter 12. The paper was stiff and crinkled in Walter's hand. The initial report was dated Tuesday, February 18, 1986, a little over 6.5 years ago. The body of Alvin Schock, 31, unmarried, was found dead of apparent blunt force trauma to the head by officers Herbert Nadler and Walter O'Brien in response to a neighbor's noise complaint. Schock's body was on the floor of apartment 2D in a tenement building at 186 Rivard in Forest Park. The apartment was not leased in Schock's name. It should have been vacant. A lamp found next to the body is the suspected weapon. An asterisk next to that entry led to a handwritten note in the margin stating that Schock's blood, hair, and skin from his scalp had been found on the base of the lamp. A young white female, Amy Archer, discovered nude in the bathroom, admitted to delivering the fatal blow. Evidence, handcuffs, pointed to her having been restrained earlier. She claimed Schock, an employee of Detroit Metro Taxi, abducted her with the use of his taxi and held her captive for at least 2 weeks. She appeared to be in shock and was unable to provide exact dates, only that he had picked her up near Eastern Market and drugged her. Signs of apparent sexual assault were visible both on her person and on the bed where additional restraints, rope, were found. All that was fairly clear, nothing Walter didn't already know. It was the additional notes that confused him. Addendum, February 18, 86. While in transit to Detroit General Hospital, murder suspect Amy Archer escaped police custody and fled. Bolo issued. White female, short blonde hair, green eyes, approximate age 15 to 18, 5'6" in height. Last seen wearing red sweatpants, Detroit Lions t-shirt, white tennis shoes, near the intersection of Wilmont and 18th. Whedon's physical description was all wrong. There was a photograph attached, but Amy's face was blurry. Probably one they had taken back at the apartment where she was found. It was impossible to make out the details in the photo, but Walter remembered her vividly. She'd had shoulder-length brown hair, not short blonde, gray eyes, not green, and her age, Walter was certain she was 20-something. No chance she was in her teens. How did Whedon get something as basic as her vitals wrong? Had he even actually issued any bolo? Walter didn't remember seeing it. That's why Walter turned to the page. Addendum, February 18, 86. Transporting officer Walter O'Brien was given a microcassette recorder in the event Archer said anything useful during transport. Upon playback of the tape, only O'Brien can be heard speaking, most likely due to poor placement of the recorder or because Archer was in the back of the patrol car. See attached report from O'Brien for details of their conversation. Addendum, February 18, 86. Schock's cab located behind Carmine's drugstore on 49th, substantially vandalized. All windows shattered. Plexiglass between the driver and passenger compartments cracked and left on the floor of the front passenger seat. Due to extended exposure to the elements, No retrievable prints found inside. Per store employees, the car had been there for nearly 3 weeks. Nobody phoned it in. Bad neighborhood. Cars routinely abandoned in this lot, and the tow company comes on the first Tuesday of the month. Addendum, February 1886. Interview with Shock's dispatcher, Ralph Canton, at Detroit Metro Taxi. Shock last reported to work on January 31st, 86. Called in a fare pickup at 653 Orleans Street, Eastern Market area, possibly AA, at 9:46 p.m. Absence noted 2 hours later. Dispatch unable to reach him on radio. Canton claims he phoned Shock's disappearance in to Detroit PD, but I was unable to find a record at the watch desk. The cab was reported stolen on February 1st, 86. Per the dispatcher, Shock had a history of substance abuse and sometimes disappeared for days at a time. He'd been reprimanded twice, copies attached, and a third would mean termination. They'd phoned his home several times without response. 2 co-workers stopped at his residence, 83 Cambridge Drive, Detroit, Michigan 48214, but both reported nobody home, no answer at door, copies of dispatcher notes attached. Addendum, February 18, 86. Search warrant for Alvin Shock residence issued by Judge Harold Schumer and served by Detective Whedon, badge 8674. 4 uniforms and 5 members of SWAT. No answer at door, breached by SWAT. 2-bedroom single-family dwelling. Nobody found in or around home. Spoiled food in kitchen. No evidence of additional abductions in or around premises. Presumed criminal activity appears contained to the Forest Park apartment. Nothing useful learned from neighbors. Usual fodder. Quiet guy. Kept to himself. Last seen sometime in January. Exact date unknown. Addendum, February 19, 86. Per Officer Herbert Nadler, resident in apartment 2E of 186 Rivard Street, stated, he, Shock, had a girl in there. Despite attempts to speak to resident of 2E, they are not answering the door. Neighbors in 2A and 2C had no recollection of anyone entering or leaving 2D in more than a month. Both thought the apartment had been empty, but admitted to hearing sounds in there. An animal in pain. Resident of 2B states seeing an unknown female, black, mid-20s, leave 2D on at least one occasion the previous week, approximately February 10, but could not provide specifics. Addendum, February 21, 86. All fingerprints located in 2D matched Shock. Prints on lamp, too smudged to be useful. No other prints discovered. Apartment possibly wiped down recently? Addendum, February 22, 86. 5 Amy Archers found in the Detroit area. All 5 accounted for. None matching description of our missing Amy Archer. Bolo amended and extended to all Wayne County. Addendum, February 23, 86. Autopsy completed on Alvin Shock, attached. COD equals blunt force trauma to occipital bone, cranium. Additional unrelated abnormal findings. See report. Addendum, February 27, 86. Analysis on blood found on mattress. Type B, male, not female. Shock also type B, either Shock's blood or possibly unknown male victim. Addendum, March 2, 86. Amy Archer Bolo extended statewide. That was the last of Whedon's notes. If Amy Archer had ever been found, there was no record of it here. Walter scanned the attached copies of the reports from Shock's dispatcher, the missing cab, the abandoned job, the reprimands. Nothing useful there, not really. They painted a familiar picture of a man Walter had seen 1,000 times in his 6 years on the force. Someone going through the motions to survive. The autopsy report was 5 pages long and included a sketch of Shock's body with details of the fatal wound noted near the skull. A paragraph on the 3rd page was circled with a large question mark next to it. Autopsy revealed that Shock's left arm was riddled with cancer and blood clots, which the medical examiner noted as extraordinarily unusual to only present in a single arm, but there it was, nothing further. Neither the microcassette recorder nor the tape were in the box. Walter flipped back to Whedon's description of Archer. White female, short blonde hair, green eyes, approximate age 15 to 18, 5'6" in height. Last seen wearing red sweatpants, Detroit Lions t-shirt, white tennis shoes near the intersection of Wilmont and 18th. Aside from that first call, he'd never worked with Whedon again. Was he a sloppy cop? Did he mix Amy Archer up with another victim? That seemed ridiculous, but the alternative was that he'd intentionally included the wrong description, which made no sense either. Something else was missing. Walter went through the box a second time to be sure, then looked up at Crowley's window. "Hey, Lynn." She was reading a paperback. "Yeah?" "Whedon found 2 bodies in her freezer on this case, down in the basement. I don't see anything on that here. Any idea where that file might be?" She picked up the scrap of paper with the case number and flicked the edge. "I didn't see anything else back there, but I can look again. Do you want to wait?" "Sure." She twisted off her stool and started toward the evidence room when her phone rang. She reached back and scooped up the receiver. "Evidence!" Her head bobbed. She looked over at Walter and nodded. "I'll let him know." When she hung up, she said, "Captain's looking for you." Chapter 13. Walter took the elevator up to the 3rd floor. When the doors opened on the Homicide Division bullpen, unfamiliar eyes landed on him from the dozen metal desks stuffed into the space, placed anywhere they could find room. There were several grunts, a couple of quick one-liners about the eye, muffled laughs. A wadded sheet of paper bounced off the wall a few inches from his head. His new co-workers, same as the old. Newbie rookie all over again. Made primarily of glass and crooked window blinds, the captain's office stood like an afterthought on the back wall of the large room. It was crammed between a series of file cabinets on one side and a counter with a coffee maker that looked like it hadn't been cleaned since Nixon on the other. Walter filled a disposable cup, sniffed, and left it sitting on the counter. Coffee wasn't supposed to smell like warm cheese. This brought several more comments from the desks behind him. Without looking back, he straightened his tie and knocked on the frame of the half-closed office door. Captain Jerome Hazlitt was standing behind his desk, the phone pinched under his chin, scribbling on a notepad. He glanced up at Walter through the glass and bent blinds and motioned for him to come in. Hazlitt was somewhere in his mid-50s, with thin gray hair shaved short and skin as dark and smooth as an eggplant. With about 30 extra pounds on his 6'5" frame, he barely fit in the room. His voice was so deep the furniture seemed to rattle with it. There were 2 wooden chairs in front of the desk, both buried under stacks of manila folders. More files and boxes cluttered the floor. Walter squeezed inside and nudged the door closed. A file with his name on it was sitting on the captain's desk. When Hazlitt finished his phone call and hung up, he looked Walter over but said nothing about the black eye. "I'm pairing you up with Wes Brayman. He's got 2 decades here in homicide, patrol before that. He's not a fuck-up like some of the others out there." He waved a large hand toward the desks outside his office. "Keep your head down and listen to him. Do what he says. Learn from him. I don't want to hear about any problems with you. I've got enough of those already. You become a problem, and I'll have you back in uniform before the week's out. Understand?" "Yes, sir." "Herb Nadler and your watch commander both said good things about you. That goes a long way. Tells me a lot more than the selective crap in here." He tapped on Walter's file with a long finger. "Keep your head down and keep doing what you're doing, and you'll be all right. You run into a problem, you take it to Brayman first. You run into a problem with Brayman, try to work your shit out. I don't want to hear about it. I hear about a problem with you from someone else, then you and I will have a problem. Understand?" The number of times that Hazlitt said the word problem wasn't lost on Walter. "I don't cause problems." "Exactly, you don't. Not under my command." Hazlitt tore the top sheet from his pad and handed it to Walter. "Got a body found at the Edison downtown. Brayman's already out there. ME's on the way. Get a patrol to give you a lift and meet up with him. Follow his lead." Walter knew the Edison Hotel by reputation. It was one of many hotels downtown that primarily rented by the hour for cash. Regular bang and dash. Hazlitt picked up his phone and started dialing a number. When Walter didn't move, the man frowned. "You need something else?" "I didn't see Detective Whedon when I came in. I was hoping to talk to him." Hazlitt's frown grew deeper. "Whedon? Whedon's been dead going on 5 years now. Ticker gave out while he was sleeping. We should all be so lucky. What did you need with him?" Walter considered explaining, then thought better of it. "He's just somebody I knew from a while back." "Sorry." Hazlitt finished dialing his number and pressed the receiver to his ear. "Tell Brayman I want a report by 4, and close the door behind you." Chapter 14. The Edison Hotel stood on the 1200 block of Arlington between a former Pizza Sal's and a laundromat, both abandoned and boarded up years ago. Half a dozen people stood outside a homeless shelter across the street, several smoking, 2 wrapped in blankets, all taking in the early morning show. The Edison's heavy glass door squeaked as Walter tugged it open and stepped inside. He'd taken 2 more aspirin on the drive over, and they'd taken his hangover from a sledgehammer pounding on the inside of his skull to something more akin to a rubber mallet. He made a mental note to thank Nadler for being an insufferable ass the next time he saw him. The cage surrounding the manager's desk in the lobby was as old as the crumbling plaster on the walls and ceiling, an original fixture of the building. The man inside that cage looked old enough to have been an original fixture too. Wiry gray hair and cloudy eyes behind thick, round glasses, he sat perched on a stool, watching a small black and white television with a half-eaten breakfast sandwich in his hand. Before Walter could say anything, the old man pointed a bony finger at the stairs to his right and said, "3rd floor." Walter nodded, gave the dog collar in his pocket a gentle squeeze, and started up the steps. The door to room 305 stood open, yellow crime scene tape hanging limply from the frame, and a uniformed officer positioned outside. Walter took out his badge, showed it to him, and stepped inside. He'd expected to find the room full of people, but there were only 2 in the room, only one of those 2 alive. The live one wore a rumpled brown suit and matching loafers. A black man with close-cropped salt and pepper hair and neatly trimmed goatee. He was older than Walter had expected, probably somewhere in his mid to late 50s. He stood between Walter and the dead man on the bed, partially blocking his view. Walter cleared his throat. "Detective Brayman? I'm—" Without looking back at him, Brayman extended his arm and held up his hand, his index and middle fingers extended. "Shh." Walter stepped deeper into the room and cocked his head. "Why? I don't hear anything." "I said shh, damn it. Just stay right there. Don't move." "What are you—" "Another word and you can wait outside," Brayman said, slowly circling the man on the bed. "I need to think." Walter opened his mouth, ready to argue, then thought better of it when he got a view of the body. The dead man was naked, spread eagle on the bed, his head twisted oddly to the side and his mouth open as if caught in some perpetual silent scream. Both his eyes were open, milky, covered in haze, most likely cataracts, untreated and advanced. His right arm was outstretched, as if reaching for something on the nightstand. The left was at his side. The peeling wallpaper behind his head looked like it was reaching down for him. Walter's stomach lurched. "Where are his fingers?" Brayman shook his head. "Christ, are you going to be one of those?" "One of those?" "One of those who can't follow simple instructions." "What, like you say sit and I'm supposed to sit?" "Exactly like that." "Then, yeah, I'm going to be one of those." "No problems," Captain Hazlitt had warned him. Walter drew in a deep breath, held it for a moment, then let it back out. "Let's start over. I'm Walter O'Brien, your new partner." He extended his hand, but the detective didn't take it. Instead, Brayman turned back to the body on the bed. How old would you say this guy is? Walter went to the edge of the bed and got a better look. 70s? The astute young man at the desk downstairs said the guy who rented this room was in his 30s. The crypt keeper down there is older than this guy, maybe even older than you. Place like this, he doesn't see any more than he has to and remembers less. Doubt we can take his word for much. Did you walk him up here? Brayman nodded. Manager says this isn't the guy who rented the room. Okay, so the guy who rented the room killed this guy and left him here. Mystery solved. Brayman nodded toward a pile of clothes near the window. Except the manager told me the guy who rented this room was wearing tan slacks and a red sweater, just like those. He also said that guy came up here with a girl. Grandpa here came up with a girl? Good for him. The 30-something man who rented this room wearing those clothes came up here with a girl. Walter said, Okay, so our guy left here with the girl, swapped clothes with the old guy, and left his? Why? I have no idea. Exactly. So be quiet. I need to think. Walter took a latex glove from his pocket, slipped it on, and went to the pile of clothing. He pinched the tan pants between two fingers and lifted them into the light from the window, then went through the pockets. After a few moments, he said, No wallet, no nothing. Do we have a name? Paid cash. According to the guest register, his name is Paul Newman. So, no, we don't have a name. Walter dropped the pants and went to the dresser opposite the bed. The dark wood top was scuffed and scraped from years of abuse. There was an indent where a television had once sat, but nothing was there now. The dust had a fresh swirl pattern to it. Someone wiped this down. Someone wiped down everything in this room, every surface. There's a towel on the floor in the bathroom. I think that's what they used. Brayman turned to look Walter in the face for the first time and got a look at his black eye. So I need to teach you to solve homicides and how to fight? Remind me to thank the captain. Walter ignored the dig. You said they, so you agree there were two others? He crossed back over to the window and studied the latch. I'm not agreeing with anything. In this line of work, if you make assumptions, those assumptions start to color your theories. Say I agree with you that we're looking for a man in his 30s and a woman. We put that in a report, and it's carved in stone from that moment forward. That's all anyone looks for. What if 3 other people were in this room? 5 people. What if they came and went through the fire escape here? Our man downstairs didn't see anyone leave, so how did they get out? He gestured at the man on the bed. For that matter, if he didn't walk through the lobby, how did this guy get in? Nobody came through that window. It's locked from the inside. I already looked. Walter stepped into the small bathroom and was looking at the wall behind the chipped porcelain sink. Someone smashed the mirror. We don't know that's related. Could have happened a month ago. It's fresh. There's glass in the sink all over the floor. Maid service here might not be up to your usual standards. Other than our perp wiping away prints, I don't think this room's been cleaned in a year. It is a grungy fucking room. Crossing back over to the bed, Walter took in the sheets. They were yellow and looked stiff, covered in stains. Oh man, who the hell even lays down on that? I feel like I need a shot just standing here. Any idea on COD? Brayman shook his head. At first I thought broken neck. That's a rough angle. But it's not. I don't see any visible wounds other than the fingers, and there's not much blood, so I think that happened post-mortem. Crouching down, Walker got a better look at the man's hands. His stomach lurched, and he felt his headache attempting to beat its way back. Gotta be trying to hide his identity, right? Why else would they cut his fingers off? He gestured toward the nub above the knuckle where the man's right pointer finger used to be. What did they use? Too sloppy to be a knife. Look how ragged these cuts are. Brayman went silent for several beats, then stepped closer. I think someone bit them off. No way. Look at the way the skin is torn at the edges, the ridges. How it tapers out from what's left of the joint bone, like a point. That's consistent with someone biting down hard at the knuckle, then pulling back as they apply pressure. To demonstrate, he put his own finger in his mouth, clamped down on it with his teeth, and mimicked jerking his head back. It would take a lot of force, but it could be done, especially if the person who did it was tweaking. The man's skin was covered in age spots and tinged a strange shade of greenish white. His legs looked like toothpicks draped in diseased flesh. Can we cover his... Nope. We've got a tattoo here near the sternum, Walter pointed out. A 4-leaf clover. That might help with an ID. There was a knock at the door. Someone from CSU holding a camera. Can we get in here now? We've got a shooting downtown and a home invasion after that. I need to get my people moving. The ME just pulled up too. Brayman nodded softly, then turned to Walter. I'll stay in here. I want you to go room by room, question whoever else is still in the hotel, then get a statement from the manager. Let's see if he contradicts anything he told me. Not a chance. Get a uniform. I want to hear what the medical examiner has to say. I want you to do it. Uniforms always miss something. Walter nearly told him he was a uniform just yesterday. Some of the best cops he knew were uniforms. Wasn't worth the trouble. He stood and started for the door. I'm not going to like you, am I? Probably not. Chapter 15. That night, Walter hadn't been able to sleep. He tried, but he was too wired from the day. When the plastic numbers of his alarm clock rolled from 11:23 to 11:24 with a soft buzz, he'd given up the ghost, got dressed, and gone for a walk. Wes Brayman was an ass, but he knew what he was doing, and every time his new partner got under his skin, which was a lot, possibly a record for a single day, Walter reminded himself of that. This was someone who could teach him, he was sure of that, but he also knew he couldn't let the man walk all over him. Walter knew what he was doing too. Brayman would see that. He'd make him see it. When he left his apartment, he had not intended to return to Giovanni's. His mind had been busy working the details from the Edison, the dead men on the bed, the missing fingers, the possibility of multiple perps. Aside from the manager, nobody had seen anyone come or go. He'd beat on every door like a good little officer before heading back to the room where he'd caught the tail end of the medical examiner's initial thoughts. Their Vic had been dead for about 6 hours, and most of those age spots were actually melanoma. Their Vic had a serious case of skin cancer. And the ME agreed with Brayman that the fingers had been bitten off. Walter had been so lost in his own head, he'd been wandering the streets aimlessly, paying just enough attention to keep from stepping out into traffic. Amy Archer kept popping into his mind. Between thoughts of the Edison murder, he'd see her, laughing in the restaurant, kissing that guy against the wall in the alley, her, each time. He'd forced the thoughts out, returned to the Edison, then she'd creep back in like some whisper. He didn't remember walking back to Giovanni's, not exactly, but when he finally did look up to get his bearings, the restaurant was to his left, and the bus shelter was on his right. He dropped onto the empty bench, no sign of the homeless woman from the night before. The night had grown cold, the sidewalk was nearly deserted, and there were far fewer people inside the restaurant than last night. Only 3 tables were occupied. He stared at her table, empty now. Did he expect her to come back? Show up with her date from the night before, plop down at the exact same table, and pick up where they left off? He knew that was ridiculous. But here he was, waiting. And for what exactly? It couldn't possibly have been her. You're an idiot. It wasn't her. Go home. But what if it was? It wasn't. What if it was? He had been drunk. Very drunk. His mind may have wanted that to be her, but there's no possibility it was. Maybe that's why he was here. He needed to see that it wasn't her, prove it to himself so he could close that door in his head and get back to what he was supposed to be doing, working his first homicide as a detective. Walter recognized the waiter who'd brought their check last night. Tonight's smaller crowd no doubt meant fewer tips, and he didn't look too pleased about it. He said something to the hostess, then disappeared through a swinging double door at the back. Where the hell did the waiter go? Giovanni's closed soon. He could stay and catch the waiter on his way out, maybe ask him... What? What exactly would he say? Hey, last night when I was practically passed out drunk on this bench, I thought I saw someone I knew inside. I tried to follow her and got my ass handed to me by her boyfriend. Don't suppose you could put me in touch? It couldn't be her. It was her. Walter drummed his fingers on the bench seat. Brayman wanted to get an early start and had told him to be at the precinct by 7. Walter planned to beat him, get there by 6. Search through older cases and see if he could find others with missing fingers. He figured that would be their best bet at a starting point. The waiter still hadn't come back. What if he left out the back? One of the couples rose to leave. The hostess had given them their check, not the waiter. Go home. Fuck it, Walter muttered. He didn't go home. He crossed the sidewalk and entered Giovanni's. Chapter 16. The hostess glanced at a clock on the wall before smiling at him. I'm sorry, sir. We're closing in a few minutes. I'm afraid we're not seating anyone else tonight. I need to see your credit card receipts from last night. Walter took out his badge and pointed at the table in the corner. Everyone who sat at that table. I'll need to speak to the waiter, too. She stiffened at the sight of the badge, glanced at the table, then toward the kitchen. Behind her eyes, Walter could see her mind churning through every possible infraction she'd ever committed in her life. The truly guilty ones attempted to conceal their feelings, put up a wall. The innocent ones always looked guilty as hell. Walter smiled and put his badge back in his pocket. Don't worry, neither of you did anything wrong. I'm just following a lead. Relieved, she nodded and quickly regained her composure. I can get the receipts, but I think Jake left. If he did, I'll need you to bring him back in. With another nod, she disappeared through the kitchen door. The handful of remaining customers were watching him, surely listening. Walter was completely overstepping and knew it. This was the kind of thing that could cost him his gold shield and dump him back in uniform, or worse. He turned his back on them and faced the kitchen. The less they saw of him, the better. The hostess returned holding a stack of receipts, the waiter following behind her. She must have caught him halfway out the door. His tie was hanging loose around his neck and a pack of cigarettes bulged from his shirt pocket. He awkwardly tucked in his shirt as he shuffled back into the dining room to Walter. Can I help you? What's your name? Jake Marson. How long have you worked here, Jake? Like a year, little less. The hostess sorted the receipts on an empty table, separated them into 2 piles. She slid the smaller of the 2 stacks toward Walter. That's everything for table 4. Walter spread them out and quickly handed back the receipts that listed 3 or more guests. He lined up the remaining 4 receipts in front of Jake. Which one was a woman, Caucasian, early 20s, about 5'4", shoulder-length brown hair, gray eyes. She was with an older man, probably mid-30s. The waiter's eyes narrowed, and he studied the receipts. He pulled them closer, one at a time. Last night? You're sure? Walter nodded. She was wearing a slinky red dress, cut real low in the back. The waiter's finger drifted over the text. I don't suppose you know what they ordered? I know she had red wine. All 4 of these ordered wine. They would have seemed out of place to you. She was out of his league. Know what I mean? But they were clearly together. Brown hair, gray eyes, red dress, yeah. I just don't remember. How can he not remember? Is he covering for her for some reason? If you're lying to me, holding back for some reason, you can get in serious trouble, Walter insisted. Dude, why would I lie? Jake tapped on the second receipt. This receipt was the Parsons. They come in a couple times each week, and he always orders the Cena di Dominica. I know it wasn't them. He slid that receipt off to the side. I guess it could be any one of these three, but I don't remember anyone like that. Not last night. You sure I waited on them? Last night was busy. We all wear the same getup. Are you sure it was that table? I'm sure. You were drunk. How sure are you really? No, he was certain. That table, this waiter. Walter slid the remaining 3 receipts toward the hostess. I'm gonna need copies of these. Chapter 17. At 20 after 6 the next morning, Walter was one of only 5 detectives in the homicide bullpen. He'd remembered to bring his own coffee, and he sure as hell needed it. He'd only managed to get maybe 4 hours of sleep. By the time Brayman came through the door 20 minutes later, holding an armload of files, Walter was busy tacking 8x10 photographs from the Edison up on a board. He'd found the photos sitting in Brayman's inbox, someone having developed and dropped them off during the night. I wanted to get a head start, Walter told him. Brayman studied the photographs for a moment, grunted, then set the file folders in his chair. I've been in records since 5. These are all the cases I could find in the past 10 years where fingers were removed. Damn it. Walter eyed the large stack. How many? 29. Jesus. Detroit's a mob town, Brayman reminded him. It's not uncommon to find missing fingers or teeth. Sometimes both. You think this was a mob thing? Nope. So I want to go through these and try and isolate any that don't seem mob-related. We'll focus on those. You said 29. There's more like 50 or 60 files here. Mob guys tend to bring tools. They don't bite off the fingers. I pulled all the cases with severe biting in case this is some kind of escalation from someone in the system. What, like a fetish thing? A fetish implies some form of sexual gratification from the act. I don't think that's what we have here. Walter agreed. Okay, so you're thinking someone trying to conceal our Vic's identity, not smart enough to bring his toolbox, but willing to improvise in a pinch because chewing someone's fingers off is better than risking an ID. Precisely. Brayman divided the files into 2 piles and slid one stack to Walter. Walter frowned. Why do I get organized crime? You'd rather go through the biters? Walter shook his head and pulled the files closer. No, it's fine. I'll go through these. Says a lot about you, though, wanting to search the sex crime files over mob. Probably some kinky shit in there. Hardly. You want to switch? We'll switch. Walter settled down into his chair, took a sip of his coffee, and started flipping through the first file. Nope. I don't want to get between you and your kicks. At your age, I'm sure they're hard to come by. Brayman sat on the corner of the desk and glared at him. How old do you think I am, exactly? Without looking up from the file, Walter said, I think when Lincoln was shot, you might have been the first to roll into Ford's Theater with your musket out. I'm 54. Okay. So stow the age jokes, especially the bad ones. Walter closed the first folder, set it aside, and opened the next one. Well, if you don't want me to treat you like the second coming of Grandpa Munster, then how about you don't treat me like a rookie and send me on door-to-doors? I'm damn good at my job. That's why I'm sitting here. I didn't intend to imply. You've got experience, I respect that. But I've got a solid arrest record behind me, couple citations from the brass. When I came up for promotion, 3 different departments wanted me. I chose homicide. Don't dismiss me because you think I'm some wet behind-the-ears newbie who can't tell his ass from his head. Fair enough. You're right. Walter opened his mouth, ready to argue, before realizing the man had agreed with him. Brayman rounded his desk and settled into his own chair. I shouldn't have been so dismissive yesterday. I apologize. Seriously? Brayman smirked. No, of course not. You've had your gold shield for what, 36 hours? I've had mine for 21 years. Mine says lieutenant on it. Yours does not. Yours still has that new badge smell. How many homicides have you worked? Personally, I lost track of my record more than a decade ago, when you were probably still in the back seat of your daddy's car trying to get your hand up some girl's business. A memory, plucked from his childhood, suddenly intruded on Walter's thoughts. Night, his father standing outside the kitchen window, his back against a tree. A woman in his arms. A woman who wasn't Walter's mother. His father's hand twisted in her hair, holding her close as their lips met, her palm in his shirt on his chest. His father glancing at the window, seeing Walter watching him, yet unable to stop. Walter shook off the memory. Brayman was still talking. You were assigned to me because someone higher than you in the food chain decided you might learn something from me, not the other way around. If I need someone to remind me how to write a ticket for jaywalking, I'll ask you. Otherwise, I expect you to keep your mouth shut and do as you're told. Walter felt the blood rush to his face, but before he could say anything, Brayman added, Before you get too deep into those files, call down to Vice and get a list of all the known working girls in that area. Anyone they've seen or picked up near the Edison. Walter shuffled through the paperwork on his desk, found what he was looking for, and tossed the stack onto Brayman's desk. It landed with a thud. I did that yesterday, jerk-off. Brayman looked down at the rap sheets. He thumbed the edge of a Post-it note sticking out from the top. Walter added, I also flagged the ones that matched the description I got out of the Edison's manager while you were upstairs playing with the lock on the window in our crime scene. Smartass. You don't want this assignment? Talk to the captain. I sure as shit didn't ask to be partnered with you. From the other side of the room, Captain Hazlitt's door opened. With the phone pressed to his ear, he looked around the room, found them, and said loudly, You're Vic from yesterday, old guy missing fingers, right? When had the captain come in? Brayman cleared his throat. Yes, sir. Hang on, Hazlitt told whoever was on the line. He set the phone down on his desk and walked over, placed a scrap of paper in front of Brayman. We got another one. Old woman this time, also missing fingers, found in the ladies at the Corktown bus terminal. I want you two on it first. I've got uniforms taping things off and keeping everyone out. If it doesn't seem related, come back and I'll give it to someone else. Yes, sir. Halfway back to his office, he added, And quit pissing on each other. Work your shit out. Nobody's getting reassigned. Chapter 18. Brayman drove, which was fine with Walter. He was busy flipping through the information from Vice. He'd brought several of the photos from the Edison, too, primarily close-ups of the severed fingers. On their way out, Brayman had called the medical examiner's office to get an update on the autopsy. When he couldn't get the ME on the phone, he'd left a message with an assistant. They were a few minutes out from the bus depot when Brayman cleared his throat and spoke, his gaze never leaving the road. I think we need to set some guidelines. Guidelines? If we're going to work together, we need rules. Walter rolled his eyes. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Like a truce. Hey, you fired the first shot. A ceasefire, then. How does that work? We compromise. We both recognize the strengths each of us brings to the table, and we agree to focus on those strengths and try not to get wrapped up in the petty stuff. When Walter said nothing, Brayman continued. I accept that you have a solid record behind you in a uniform. I know Herb Nadler. He told me you're a good cop. Not afraid of hard work. Intuitive. He couldn't think of a single instance where you didn't go above and beyond in all the years you worked together. Walter felt his anger diminishing, even as he also felt a but coming. But he also said you were stubborn, reactionary, cocky, emotional, and sometimes too focused. Too focused? As a detective, you need to keep an open mind. You need to see all the evidence and weigh it with every decision, not necessarily chase it or let it lead you. Walter smirked. So good detectives don't follow the evidence? Good detectives don't let the evidence lead them. Like I said yesterday, if you form an opinion and follow it exclusively, you do so at the detriment of every other possibility. Give too much weight to a single lead, and there's a good chance you'll go down the wrong rabbit hole because you're neglecting everything else. A good detective creates multiple theories and follows all of them, without favoring anyone in particular. Laser focus is great when you're solving simple crimes, minor thefts, traffic, domestics, D&D, but homicides are rarely simple. You need to unlearn that method. I'll help you with that. Uh-huh. And what exactly are you going to get from me in this compromise? Brayman signaled and made a right onto Howard Street. People like you. That was the other thing Nadler told me. He said good guys, bad guys, co-workers, they all seem to like you. I've never been much of a people person. This time Walter laughed. No shit. The manager at the Edison, he gave you a far more detailed description of the girl and the man who went upstairs with her than the one he gave me. He talked to you. He only told me enough to get me out of his hair. There's a difference. Nadler told me that was one of your superpowers, and I wanted to see it for myself. I didn't get much. You learned we were looking for a white girl, late teens to early 20s, narrowed down that pile of rap sheets to what, half a dozen? 9 out of 48. Without you, I'd still be looking at all 48, Brayman said, turning into the bus depot parking lot. Several patrol cars were parked under the large portico, lights flashing. Brayman parked behind them, and they were directed to the restrooms on the east end of the building, inside the main terminal. 4 patrol officers were stationed there, and the entire area was roped off with yellow crime scene tape. They ducked under and followed the echo of voices into the women's restroom. 4 more uniformed officers were standing inside, but nobody Walter recognized. One of them pointed toward the last stall on the right. She's in there, the handicap stall. Another officer was holding a box of latex gloves. She handed a pair to each of them. Who found her? Brayman asked, walking toward the back, tugging on his gloves. A mother and her little girl. They're both pretty upset. We've got them stashed away in an office down the hall. Brayman reached the stall first and stood there quietly for a moment, then told the patrol officers, Everyone out, please. Wait in the hall. As they shuffled out, Walter stepped up beside him and got a look. Oh, man. The smell that wafted out was a mix of rot, decay, waste, and something sickeningly sweet. Walter covered his nose with the sleeve of his shirt. How long do you think she's been here? Hazlitt said they found her just before 6 a.m. That's when they found her, Walter said. How long has she been here? I don't... Brayman's voice trailed off as he stepped into the stall, careful not to touch her. The woman's body was on the toilet, leaning back against the wall. A few thin wisps of gray hair remained on her skull, but most of it was on the floor around her feet, as if it had somehow fallen out in clumps. As they stood there, Walter watched several more loose strands fall to the ground. The harsh fluorescent light showed her bare skin was dry and puckered, with an ashy tone as if baked in the sun, stretched over frail bones. Her eyes were open, but like the victim from the Edison, the color was unrecognizable through the milky haze of thick cataracts. Walter's eyes began to water from the stench. On patrol, we got called out on a lot of wellness checks. Old people living alone. Neighbor hadn't seen them for a little while, got worried, would call us. Nadler always checks the mailbox first. If there was a stack of mail, we knew what to expect inside. More times than I can count, we'd roll up and find the mailbox overflowing and a body in the house. Heart attack, stroke, slip and fall, sometimes there for a day or two. Other times could be weeks or even months before someone noticed and called it in. This one's been dead a long time. Well, I don't see a stack of mail. Brayman tentatively reached into the stall and placed 2 fingers on the woman's neck. And she's still warm. No way. Body temp usually drops about 2 degrees per hour after death. It can't be more than 70 in here, and I'd be willing to bet this woman's temp is still above 90. The dead woman's right arm dangled at her side, her left folded on her lap. Brayman gently picked up her left wrist, raised it several inches, and watched it drop back down when released. No rigor. Rigor peaks at what, 12 hours? It's gone in a couple days. I bet she's been dead at least a month. Rigor's long gone. So you think that after she died, someone kept her warm, then brought her in here, carried her through the main terminal past who knows how many people, and look at her dress. She wore a black cocktail dress with thin shoulder straps, short, her withered legs exposed like twin twigs. Walter nodded. Yeah, it's all wrong. She's got to be what, in her 70s, 80s maybe? That dress is something a girl in her 20s wears on a night out. Same with the shoes. Older women don't wear heels like that. Even the earrings look wrong. He paused, then said, The clothes with our Edison Vic didn't make sense either. Maybe our perp has a strange clothing fetish? Redressed her post-mortem for some reason? She died in that dress. I can see stains around the edges, Brayman replied. Muscles relax at death. Bowels release. She defecated recently, right here. I think I'll take your word on that. Using the toe of his shoe, Walter snagged the strap of the woman's small black purse from the floor, tugged it closer, and picked it up. It was open. He riffled around inside. No wallet or ID. We've got lipstick, eyeshadow. He took out a small canister and held it up. Pepper spray and... holy shit. Reaching back inside, he took out a wad of cash. The bills were rolled up and held together with a rubber band. This wasn't a robbery. There might be $1,000 here. 3 condoms, too. Could she be a working girl? Woman, I mean? Working woman? A working grandma? Christ, is that a thing? Brayman was studying what was left of her fingers. Let me see one of those photos from the Edison, our other Vic's hand. Walter handed the best close-up to Brayman, who held it up next to the woman's hand. They're bitten off for sure, right at the first knuckle, same as our first Vic. We'll need a mold to match teeth marks. When he lifted her hand, he paused, set it back down, and did it again. He did this several more times before turning back to Walter. I think rigor is starting to set in. She definitely died within the past few hours. I'd bet my life on it. Walter took in her appearance again. It wasn't possible. She looked like a damn mummy, easily dead for months. If someone told him she'd been dead for a year, he wouldn't be surprised. But only a few hours? What the fuck is this? Brayman didn't answer. He didn't say anything, only shook his head. Chapter 19. When Walter O'Brien stepped into his apartment at a little after 7 at night and dropped the mob files on the kitchen counter, he could still smell the woman's body from the bus depot, like the scent had followed him home. Not the dry, rotten scent, but the sugary odor he had detected beneath, and which had seemed to intensify the longer they were at the bus depot. While Brayman had supervised the techs from the crime unit and waited for the ME, Walter had spoken to the woman and daughter who'd found the body. Thinking they were alone in the bathroom, the mother had led her 4-year-old to the open door of the handicapped stall for the extra space. She'd managed to pull her daughter away when she spotted the dead woman, but not before the little girl got an eyeful. He talked to the bus depot custodian next, a Guatemalan man in his 50s who swore the woman hadn't been there when he'd cleaned the bathroom just before 5 a.m. He'd shown Walter a clipboard and pointed at the line that said 4:57 with today's date next to Women, Restroom 3. There were no cameras to back him up. The 3 installed in the terminal hadn't worked for months. But the station manager said the man was reliable and he had no reason to doubt him. That meant the body had been there for less than an hour when the woman and girl had found her. Neither the 2 people working the ticket counter nor the security guard had seen the woman come in. And all 3 insisted that an older woman dressed like that would have stood out, particularly at that early hour. Hell, anyone dressed like that at any time at the bus depot would have stood out. As for whether someone had carried her body in, maybe in a large bag or suitcase, nobody had noticed that either. And the security guard was quick to point out he would also have noticed someone passing through with luggage large enough. However, the manager admitted that unlike the custodian, the security guard did have a habit of napping between 4 and 6 in the morning. Walter was more inclined to believe someone had rolled the body right by the security guard in a beat-up suitcase than he was to believe the woman had walked in on her own. Dead end, dead end, dead end. Back at home, Walter pressed his shirt sleeve to his nose and sniffed. That damn smell. He took a quick shower, but the odor was still there. He picked his clothes up off the floor, emptied the pockets, and shoved everything deep into his overflowing laundry bag, buried them at the bottom before putting on a pair of jeans and a fresh Oxford. The wadded-up receipts from Giovanni's were in his hand, along with the dog collar, as he made his way back to the kitchen, took a beer from the refrigerator, and looked at the stack of mob-related files. He told Brayman he'd go through them tonight. He planned to run through his homework, the files on various bite victims, while waiting for the preliminary autopsy findings on their Jane Doe. They'd compare notes first thing in the morning. A partial address in his scribbled handwriting seemed to glare from the topmost receipt, an apartment no more than 10 minutes away on foot. He could easily check that one and be back home in under an hour, plenty of time to review the files. Plus, there was the smell, still there, faint, but hanging on. A quick walk, some fresh night air, that would be enough to get rid of it, get it out of his head. 1 hour. No more. Then the files. Walter finished the rest of his beer, fastened his secondary weapon to his ankle, a small .38, and was out the door. He moved fast before his common sense had a chance to weigh in. He managed to get to the apartment in 8 minutes, not 10, but when an older man answered the door, he knew he had the wrong place. After seeing Walter's badge, the man nervously confirmed he and his wife had eaten at Giovanni's for their 22nd anniversary. Walter congratulated him, thanked him for his time, and without further explanation was back out on the street, looking at the second receipt. If he hurried, he had time. Damn it, Walter, this is stupid. He went anyway. He took a cab to the Newport Village Apartments on St. Antoine, an 18-minute ride, and told the car to wait for him. This, too, was a bust. Although nobody answered the door, the next-door neighbor told him a Hispanic couple and their 4 kids lived there. By the time Walter got back in the cab, he knew he wouldn't be going home until he checked out the final address. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to focus. It was best he just got this out of his system. Proved to himself that it wasn't her, couldn't have been her. Then, and only then, could he give 100% to his current case. That's what he told himself, and that too was stupid. But it was enough. The drive to the final address took a little longer, nearly half an hour. Not an apartment, but a house in Dearborn Heights, the suburbs just outside the city. A 2-story colonial with a perfectly manicured lawn and a black Volvo in the driveway. Walter had his badge out when the man opened the door. That might have been why the man turned so white. He looked first at the badge, then Walter's bruised face, and seemed to shrink in the open doorway. I had no idea you were a cop. Chapter 20. Amy Archer's date. Walter nearly gave him his name and told him he was Detroit Homicide, then thought better of it. He put the badge back in his pocket before the man could get a good look at his number. The last thing he needed was this guy picking up the phone and calling his new captain. Instead, he said, "Are you Michael Driscoll?" He nodded. "You and I need to talk." From somewhere behind the man, a female voice called out, "Who is it, Mike?" "Amy?" Driscoll turned a shade paler and called back over his shoulder. "It's a police detective. He's here about the mugging the other night. I'll talk to him outside. Get the kids ready for bed. I'll help you tuck them in when we're done. Shouldn't be long." Before she could respond, he stepped out on the porch and pulled the door closed behind him. His voice dropped lower. "Look, cop or not, you were drunk off your ass, and you had no business creeping up on us like that. You assaulted a police officer. You didn't identify yourself. You could barely walk." He looked nervously at Walter's black eye, the bruise under his chin. "Christ, you would have done the same thing if somebody snuck up on you like that while you were—" The curtain on a window off to Walter's left moved aside, and a woman's face appeared in the glass. She frowned, then the curtain dropped back into place. Mid-30s, not overweight, but carrying a couple extra pounds. Her hair was pulled back, and she was wearing a baggy t-shirt. Not Amy. Walter got it then. The girl wasn't your wife. Before Driscoll could answer, he turned and coughed into his elbow, a ragged, wet cough that seemed to go on forever. When he finally looked back at Walter, his eyes were moist, red, and puffy. He looked sheepishly down at the cuts on his bruised knuckles. I told my wife I got jumped on my way home from work. Said I managed to fight them off, but not before they got my wallet and credit cards. He shook his head. Fucking stupid, but I used it to explain where the money went. Who was she? He hesitated, one eye on the house. She told me her name was Amelia Dyer. How do you know her? Again, Driscoll fell silent, and his gaze dropped down to his feet. Walter started to edge past him toward the door. Maybe I should just talk to your wife, for the report on the mugging. Always good to be thorough. Driscoll held his arm out to block Walter's path, but this only brought on another coughing fit. The man nearly doubled over. He braced himself on the doorframe until it was over. Sorry, I think I'm coming down with something. I haven't been sleeping well. Walter took a step back. Whatever this was, he didn't want it. Who was she to you? He repeated, growing impatient. I tell you, how do I know you won't arrest me? Forget the assault. That's not why I'm here. Walter lowered his voice. Look, I was off duty leaving a bar and I recognized her. I needed to ask her some questions about a case. That's why I followed you. Help me track her down, we forget the rest. Walter assured him. No talking to my wife? Not if you cooperate. Driscoll considered this. Finally, he looked back at the window and sighed. He ushered Walter out into the driveway next to the Volvo. She's nobody, just some escort, he said in a low voice. My wife and I have been going through a rough patch, and I just needed a break. A buddy at work gave me her card, told me she was discreet. She offered something she called the girlfriend experience. The girlfriend experience? $500 and she meets you somewhere, acts as if she's your girlfriend. Dinner, drinks, hotel. She pretends you've been out a few times, but the relationship is still new, in that honeymoon phase, where you still do things like... Sex in an alley, Walter interrupted. Yeah. I got to Giovanni's with no idea what she even looked like. She knew me, though. I have no idea how. I didn't give anyone a description. I stood there next to the hostess station like an idiot, almost turned around and left. Then she waved at me from the table. No turning back then. Not that I wanted to. I mean, you saw her, right? I did a couple shots with dinner to loosen up. She made it easy. We talked about damn near everything. Started with small talk, then went into work. Even talked about my problems at home. She didn't judge, just listened. I felt like I'd known her my entire life. Dinner was incredible, like the perfect date. I hadn't felt that way for years. He looked over Walter's shoulder at the taxi waiting in the street. You took a cab here? Walter ignored him. Where did you go after the alley? The Huntley. I booked a suite there. Driscoll's skin was pasty, and although he was shivering, thin beads of sweat were trickling down his scalp. Walter knew the Huntley. It was way out of his league on a cop's salary. Anybody see you there? Driscoll grinned. Everybody saw us there. Girl as beautiful as her, people can't help but look. I got her upstairs fast. Couldn't risk someone I know spotting us. I had a bottle of Macallan's waiting up in the room, and I drank way too much. The rest of the night is a blur. I fell asleep, passed out, something, but when I woke up, it was nearly 5 in the morning, and she was gone. He looked back at the house. Look, I need to get back inside. I'm sorry I hit you. I'm sorry for a lot of things I did that night. Who knows? Maybe she gave me this damn bug. He coughed again, then wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. You said you're a detective. What'd she do? Where's her card? Do you still have it? Driscoll fished a tattered business card out of his pocket, glanced at it, then handed it to Walter. The card was black with red lettering. I don't want it. I slipped, but I'm not a cheater. I've never done anything like that before. I'm not that guy. I love my wife, my family. We're just going through a rough patch, Walter finished for him. Whatever. This guy would keep it in check until the remorse wore off. Then he'd do it again. A year or two down the road, and Driscoll would be living out of boxes in some cheap apartment, trying to piece together how his life came apart. Walter walked away without another word. Back in the cab, he told the driver, "The Huntley, downtown." The box of files on his kitchen counter, completely forgotten. Chapter 21. Built in the 30s by the Carmichael family, the Huntley stood on the corner of Barrington and 3rd in downtown Detroit. 6 presidents had stayed there, numerous film and television stars, sports celebrities. Jack Tocco, a famed Detroit mobster, had called the Huntley home for nearly 2 years before relocating to Florida and running the family business from a distance. It was also one of the few hotels in the country with a 13th floor, an oddity that brought in its share of tourists. Opposite the large lobby, the Huntley's restaurant occupied the east end of the 1st floor. Beyond that was a bar called Retribution, decorated with Prohibition-era memorabilia. Walter eased onto a bar stool and wondered just how long the $30-odd he had in his wallet would buy him. He declined to see a menu, ordered a beer on tap, water, and asked to use the phone. All 3 arrived a moment later, and he took out the business card. It was blank, other than a phone number with a 313 area code printed in a red font on black paper. He punched in the number and a male voice answered on the second ring. "Yes?" Careful not to speak too loud, Walter cleared his throat. "My friend Michael gave me your card. I'd like the same girl he had last night. Amelia." The voice on the other end went silent. Although only a few seconds ticked by, it felt like a minute. When the voice still didn't reply, Walter added, "I'm looking for the girlfriend experience." Still nothing. "Hello?" "Name?" "Walter." "Are you aware of the cost, Walter?" "Yes, I have cash," he lied. "I'm at the... I know where you are. Move to the far end of the bar. Sit on the 3rd stool from the left." There was an audible click as the man disconnected. Walter looked at the receiver, then hung up and slid the phone back toward the bartender. He put the card back in his pocket. Only 3 other people were sitting at the bar. A couple to his right nursing martinis and a man watching a basketball game on one of the televisions a few stools down from them. Walter moved to the opposite end and sat where he had been instructed. 40 minutes later, he was on his second beer when a slim hand slipped around his shoulder from behind and gave him a gentle squeeze. He felt warm breath on the back of his neck, and when he turned, soft lips found his. She lingered for a moment after the kiss and brushed his hair back, a smile on her face. "Hi, handsome. Sorry to keep you waiting. I got caught in traffic." She set her purse on the bar and sat on the stool beside him, crossing her slim legs and smoothing the silky material of her short black dress down over tanned thighs. Her blonde hair fell across her shoulders in loose curls. Her green eyes sparkled. She was beautiful, but she wasn't her. The bartender placed a napkin in front of her. "Would you care for a drink?" "I think I would. Vodka and cranberry, please." The bartender turned to the bottles at his back, quickly put the drink together, and handed it to her. She plucked the lime out and set it on the napkin before holding the glass up to Walter. "To the end of a long day and the start of a wonderful evening." Walter tapped her glass with his beer and took a sip. She brought her glass to her lips and drank, then rested her free hand on Walter's leg and leaned close to his ear. "Payment will be due in full when we get upstairs. For now, let's just enjoy ourselves. My name is Willow." She lingered for a moment longer, her lips brushing his neck when she eased back. Walter nudged his stool closer to hers so nobody else could hear him. I asked for Amelia. The smile left her face, but only for a second. If you don't like me, I'm sure they'll send someone else. Do you know where she is? I don't know anyone named Amelia. Walter watched the girl's eyes closely as he described Amy, but there was no sign of recognition. She was here last night. He took out the business card and showed it to her as if that would somehow validate what he was telling her, but instead it only made her look uncomfortable. Willow took another sip of her drink, then placed a hand on her purse. I think I should go. This doesn't feel right. Walter grabbed her wrist. Wait. This was enough to push her over the edge. Her entire body grew rigid. Let go. I don't want to make a scene, but I will. He quickly released her, but the damage was done. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It's important I talk to her. A soft vibration came from Willow's purse. She glanced inside at the display of a pager, then stood. If you call back, they'll send someone else. I don't know what else to tell you. I need to go. The smile returned again. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you, Walter. Then she was gone. Walter watched her walk out of the bar and into the lobby toward the Huntley's main entrance. Walter snapped his fingers at the bartender and got to his feet. Plastic bag, now. The man's brow furrowed. What? Walter took out his badge and showed it to him. I need a plastic bag. Hurry, damn it. The bartender searched under the counter and came up with a baggie. Walter snatched it from his hand, dumped the rest of Willow's drink, and placed the empty glass inside. He tossed several bills on the bar before running after her. He spotted her outside on a payphone about 100 feet down the sidewalk. He ducked into the alcove of an electronics store before she saw him, waited for her to hang up, then followed as she continued down the block at a brisk pace. She turned to the corner on Ambrose, and Walter watched her go into the Granger Hotel, a little less pricey than the Huntley, but still one of the city's best. Walter went into a sandwich shop across the street and sat at a table near the window. She didn't come back out until nearly midnight. When she did, Walter followed again. She walked 4 blocks to a club called Dreamers, where the bouncer quickly ushered her inside, despite the line. Walter stashed the bagged glass in some bushes at the corner of the parking lot, then flashed his badge at the door to bypass the line and duck into the smoky club behind her. He waited for his eyes to adjust to the lights, a mix of colored spots and lasers, all pulsing in time with the steady beat of some dance track. At first, he thought he'd lost Willow in the thick crowd. Maybe she'd somehow doubled back or slipped out another door. Then he saw her. Willow was on the dance floor with the girl Michael Driscoll knew as Amelia Dyer. The girl he knew as Amy Archer. Her. Now. Chapter 22. The salt truck pushed aside 2 other patrol cruisers, missed the valet stand by less than a foot, then rounded the other side of the club down an access road with another gun of the engine. The front of the plow caught several trash cans and pushed them along as if they were nothing. Salt continued to spray everything from the back, leaving a thick swath of white. Rigby took several steps toward it, then shouted, "Somebody stop that asshole!" A uniformed officer near the alley started to round the side of his patrol car, and 2 quick shots echoed. One struck the car's side mirror, the other hit the pavement directly in his path. He jumped back behind the car. Rigby's head swiveled toward the building behind her and looked up. She glared at the roof like a hawk. God damn it, Red, Walter thought. I hope you're shuffling around up there. Just because we tell them they can't move on you doesn't mean they won't. They were working on it. A spotter had set up shop behind the SWAT van, and he was systematically scanning the roof lines and windows of all buildings with line of sight through a pair of high-powered binoculars. No doubt triangulating shots and isolating positions. Walter was under no illusion they had some kind of upper hand here. At best, they'd bought a little time. In a room not too far away, People much smarter than him were no doubt busy spitballing ways to end this before it got much further along. Walter had spent a good chunk of his life in rooms like that. The salt truck vanished from sight, and Rigby looked back in the direction it had gone. They could still hear it. She seemed to be trying to piece together the why of it all. Walter knew she wouldn't. When it rounded the front of the club on its second pass, another officer started to run toward the cab. Another shot stopped him and sent him back to cover. "The truck is off limits," Walter told Rigby. "You need to focus." "How do I know the bomb is real?" "You'll get that answer soon enough." "What kind of bomb is it?" Walter said nothing. "You need to give me something." "No, I don't." "Who is she to you, this woman?" Again, Walter fell silent. "Do you have an ID?" "No ID." "What does she look like?" "I can't tell you that." "How old is she?" "I can't tell you that either." With each question, Rigby became more puzzled. "Because you don't want to, or because you don't know?" "Yes." "That's not an answer." "She's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen," Walter thought. "She's also a fucking monster." He shrugged and eyed the front of the club. "That bouncer can leave. At this point, he's just in the way." Rigby didn't move, only stared at Walter. "Just like that?" "Get him out of there before I change my mind." Red's voice crackled in his earbud. "What if she touched him, Walter? We don't know she did it, just 'cause he's outside?" Walter didn't reply to that. Rigby was wearing a bone conductor microphone at the base of her throat. She pressed a finger to the transmit button and spoke softly. A moment later, two officers darted out and ducked behind the valet station, got on either side of the bouncer, and rushed the large man back behind the barricade. It was over in less than 30 seconds. "Thank you for that," Rigby said, and she actually sounded sincere. "Can we talk about everyone else?" "Nothing to talk about." "You're looking for a woman," Rigby replied. "Let me get the men out. They're just in the way too, right?" "No." "You think she'd try to slip out with them?" Walter nearly laughed. "Nobody's mistaking her for a man." "Then why not? Show some goodwill. It will buy you more time. If you don't know who she is or what she looks like, how do you expect anyone to identify her?" "She'll contact me." "Why would she do that?" "Because she can't help herself." Walter looked at his watch. "You have 47 minutes left. Nobody's looking to buy time. If I thought—" He coughed again. This time, it lasted for nearly 3 minutes. When it finally ended, he wiped the blood from his mouth, making no effort to hide it. "Go ahead and work into whatever profile you're building that a dying man has nothing to lose," he told her. "Remember that." Reaching between the folds of his heavy vest, Walter took out a small USB drive and tossed it to the commander. Rigby caught it with one hand. "What's on here?" "Regrets." 1992. Aliases: Amy Archer, Amelia Dyer, Alvin Schock, Two Bodies, Basement Freezer, John Doe, Edison, Jane Doe, Corktown Bus Depot, John Doe, Four Seasons. Walter O'Brien, 28 years old. Chapter 23. Amy Archer danced with her back pressed against Willow's chest, their arms and fingers twisted together at their sides, moving together more as one than two individuals. Both girls laughed and stomped their feet playfully in time with the music, some song by The Clash. Any doubts Walter harbored about who he'd seen the previous night vanished. His mind was clear now, and he was certain it was her. This was the girl who'd escaped his custody 6 years ago. Her face was etched in his mind, and she hadn't aged a day. She was a couple of inches shorter than Willow, and at times, the taller girl seemed to envelop her, fold around her. Walter wondered if the two of them were lovers. There was an intimacy in the way they touched each other, something beyond just two friends dancing together, a knowledge, a familiarity. As several men approached, no doubt trying to cut in, they simply laughed them off and moved away. Whatever the men said, they'd clearly heard it all before. The clash transitioned to Laura Brannigan, and Walter pushed through the crowd toward the bar, careful not to lose sight of the women. He needed a plan, and he didn't have one. If Amy saw him, recognized him, she'd run. Finding her twice in as many nights had been a combination of police work and dumb luck, and he was under no illusion that he could track her down a third time if she didn't want to be found. "What can I get you?" the bartender half shouted over the music. "Water," Walter told him, "and I need to use your phone." The bartender sloshed a glass of water in front of him and nodded toward the entrance. "Bar phone is for employees. Bar stools are for booze. Payphones are out front. Take your water with you." Walter tugged out his badge and showed it to him quickly. "Phone, now." With a roll of his eyes, the bartender retrieved the phone from a shelf near the register, trailed the cord out behind him, and set it on the bar. "Make it fast. I don't want people to get the wrong idea." Walter ignored him and dialed. He pressed the receiver against one ear and covered the other with his free hand. The line rang 6 times before Nadler picked up, his voice groggy. "What?" "I found her," Walter told him, squeezing his hand tighter against his ear, trying to block out the pounding music. "I can't hear you. Who is this?" "It's O'Brien," he said louder. "I found her." "O'Brien? Do you know what time it is? Found who?" "Archer. Amy Archer." His old partner went quiet. "She's at a club downtown." Nadler still didn't reply. Not at first. When he finally did, he let out a long sigh. "Are you sure? Remember last time?" Walter did remember last time. That had been a mistake, but he was sure this time. "I've got her under surveillance right now. She's dancing with some other girl. I need backup. I don't think I should try to bring her in alone. It would be too easy for her to get away in a crowd like this. We need to block the doors, box her in, then drive her out where we can take her into custody safely. If she gets wind that we're onto her, she'll run again. You know she will." "You're at a club?" "Yeah, place called Dreamers downtown, off Murdoch. Can you get down here?" Again, Nadler said nothing. "Herb, you still there?" "Have you been drinking?" Walter swore under his breath. "I had 2 beers." He shouldn't have said that. How many times had he and Nadler gone out on calls for domestics and found some drunk who insisted they'd only had 2 drinks? Everyone said 2. They knew nobody would believe them if they said 1, and 3 meant you were drunk, so 2. Always 2. "I'm not—" "Go home, Walter," Nadler interrupted. "Let it go." "Look, I saw the report. We didn't screw up the description. That's probably why nobody's found her all these years. It's Amy Archer. I'm sure of it." "Go home." Walter started to argue and heard a dial tone. Nadler had hung up. He slammed the receiver down and felt a hand on his arm. He turned to find Willow standing there with a scowl on her pretty face, all pretense of civility gone now that she was off the clock. "What the hell are you doing here? Are you following me?" The bartender reached for the phone. "Done?" Walter reluctantly nodded and slid it back to him. Willow tugged on Walter's shirt and turned him around. She was a lot stronger than she looked. "Why the hell are you following me?" "Whoa, calm down. It's not what you think." "No? I bet it's exactly what I think," she fired back. "I think you're some low-life piece of shit scumbag who didn't get what he wanted a few hours ago and figured he'd wait to catch me alone and take it for free. I should charge you just for wasting my time earlier. What was your name again? Walter? Maybe I should call my boss, Walter. Tell him where we are and let him explain the rules to you. Him and a few of his friends." She looked like she was a second away from throwing a punch. How about both of you calm down? The bartender said. He took out 2 shot glasses, placed them on the bar, and filled them with vodka, lime juice, and something orange. 2 kamikazes on the house. 1 for the lady, 1 for our cop friend. This took a second to sink in. Willow's body stiffened. You're a cop? Walter nodded, picked up both drinks, and handed one to her. Truce? She didn't move. Look, I'm not on the job right now. 1 shot would not kill him, especially if he could use it to take control of this situation without creating a scene. If I lied to you, it would be entrapment, and I'm sure as shit not allowed to drink on the job. He raised the glass to his mouth and swallowed the shot in a single gulp. It burned on the way down, warming his throat and stomach. The drink felt better than he cared to admit. Walter set the empty down on the bar and nodded toward Amy, who was still out on the floor dancing, her eyes closed and her head tilted back. I just want to talk to her. That's all. Willow drank the second shot, shivered, and placed her glass on the bar next to his, bottom side up. Why? I know her from way back. It's been a while. She may not recognize me. I assume the 2 of you have the same employer. Her eyes narrowed. That's who you were looking for earlier? What did you call her? Amelia. Amelia Dyer. Uh-huh. I know that's not her real name, Walter explained, eyeing the front entrance. If Amy ran, he was confident he could get there first. I'm not interested in any of that. I don't care what either of you do for a living. A couple questions and I'll leave you alone, I promise. I just want to know she's all right. If Willow drew her over, at least got her closer, she was less likely to vanish in the crowd. He should have brought his handcuffs, some way to subdue her. The bartender refilled both shot glasses and added a third. Without looking at him, Willow said, She doesn't drink. The bartender shrugged. I don't care who drinks it. I just want all of you to take this away from my bar. Amy was still dancing, her back to them now. Several guys had crowded around her, and although she ignored them, they obscured Walter's view. Willow picked up one of the shots and drank it down. Give me a second. Before he could reply, she started working her way back through the crowd. From the booming speakers, a rumbling bass line vibrated Walter's teeth. The bartender pushed the 2 remaining shots toward him. Drink them, or I'm dumping them out. Walter drank both. Why not? When he looked back, Willow was shouting into Amy's ear and pointing directly at him. Chapter 24. Amy Archer faced Walter and squinted as a strobe light kicked in from above, harsh and bright, flickering several times per second and causing everyone to appear as if they were moving in slow motion. Her eyes locked with his, and Walter was certain she would run. Instead, she cupped her hand over Willow's ear, told her something, then walked toward him. Whether it was the alcohol, the strobe, or both, Amy seemed to float as she approached, moving with the grace of a ghost in a dress made of a material so thin it was nearly translucent, the lines of her body clearly visible with the bright lights at her back. Willow remained out on the dance floor, but her eyes didn't leave either of them. Hawk-like, she glared at Walter with a nervous contempt, then at Amy with something that resembled worry. Walter took several steps in her direction and felt his body sway slightly from the shots. He should have stopped at 1. 3 meant you were drunk, so 2. Always 2. When Amy reached him, she leaned forward on her toes. Although her black heels added some height, she barely reached his chin. Willow says I know you. The scent that drifted up from her was sweet, floral. Not a perfume Walter recognized, but intoxicating. Lavender, maybe? Although she had been out on the crowded dance floor since he arrived, and who knew how much longer before that, she wasn't perspiring. Walter was. He could feel it at his temples, the back of his shirt. "It's been a long time, Amy." She seemed puzzled. The smile didn't leave her face, but she looked confused. "You probably don't recognize me without my uniform. It's been a long time," he repeated. "I'm a detective now." "Uniform?" Still smiling, she shook her head. "I'm sorry, I don't—" "You don't have to pretend with me. It's okay, I won't turn you in. I'm just glad to see that you're all right." This wasn't exactly true, but he wanted to disarm her. "I didn't know where you went. I was worried. I'm glad to see you." "Willow said you called the service looking for me?" "I'm sorry. I wasn't sure what else to do. I got the number from Michael Driscoll from the other night. He said you told him your name was Amelia Dyer." Walter waved a hand dismissively. "I get it. No real names. What should I call you?" Her head tilted slyly to the left. "What would you like to call me?" "Amy." She gave him a soft nod. "Okay. Amy it is. And you're Walter?" Walter didn't understand. What game was she playing? She must have recognized him, right? An experience as traumatic as that. She certainly wouldn't forget the first face she saw, the person who took her out of there. She ran the tip of her finger down his arm and took his hand. With a playful smirk, she tugged him back toward the floor. "Dance with me?" Where the hell was Nadler with the backup? Was he even coming? Nadler may have hung up, but he wouldn't let me down. This wasn't like the last time. Walter had been clear about that. As loud as the music had been near the bar, it was somehow louder on the dance floor. An incessant pounding beat. Walter didn't recognize the song. It didn't really matter. Each throb got under his skin and shook his bones. The colored lights and the strobes only made it worse. Reds, blues, greens, and yellows. He didn't feel right. Had there been something in that shot? Willow appeared, 2 more drinks in her hands. Walter shook his head, but when he looked back down at the glasses, both were empty. Had he drunk another? The burn was there at the back of his throat, the pit of his stomach, more warm now than hot. Amy's hand slipped up his chest, and she draped her arms around his neck as she began to sway with the music. She turned around slowly, her back to him, and closed the little space between them, pressed her hips into him until he was moving with her. He tilted his head down. He could smell her hair, that same sweet perfume. "You didn't have to run," he told her. "I would have kept you safe." Although he said the words, he doubted she heard him. Another body pressed against him from behind, and Walter glimpsed Willow. Her arms went around him and found Amy's waist, pulled the girl closer with Walter in between. Amy was grinding against him, and Walter felt himself grow stiff in his jeans. Her dress was so thin it was like it wasn't there at all. She pressed harder into him, and he felt a hand drift over his thigh, find him, and squeeze. He didn't know whose hand it was, and in that particular moment, he didn't care. His hands roamed up Amy's sides, over the swell of her hips, and his fingers brushed the sides of her breasts. He bent slightly until his lips found the back of her neck. They were outside now. An alley, not unlike the one from the previous night. Walter had no memory of leaving the dance floor, the club. Didn't know how much time had gone by. Just the 2 of them, Willow gone now. The music thundered from behind a wall to his left. The air was sticky and hot, and Amy was leading him deeper into the dark. Walter's limbs weren't his own. He willed them to stop. He told himself how wrong this all was. He told himself that when Nadler and the backup arrived, they couldn't find him here, not like this. Yet his body trailed after her with an urgency overwhelming everything else. At the back of the alley, a dead-end cinder block wall, she turned to face him, an impish grin on her face. She leaned against the wall and motioned for Walter to come closer. He did. Consequences be damned, he went to her, kissed her shoulder, her neck, behind her ear. He felt one of her legs wrap around his back. "You don't want to know me, Walter. I'm bad for you." Her words came so soft he might have imagined them. He reached up and ran his hand through her hair. He wanted to tell her it was okay. He wanted to tell her so many things, but the words weren't there. A fog muffled his thoughts. His index finger drifted over her cheek and ran across her mouth. She parted her full red lips and kissed his fingertip, her teeth grazing the knuckle under the first joint as she took in more. "I'll hurt you," she told him between hungry breaths. "I just can't help myself." She pulled his shirt from his jeans and slipped her hand beneath, caressed the hair on his chest. He leaned forward, enveloped the warmth of her, and... Chapter 25. Walter woke to the shrill sound of a phone ringing. The metal hammer beat on the bells with a violent ferocity. He was in his apartment, his own bed, naked, his clothing from the previous night left in various piles on the floor, beginning at his front door and ending at the foot of the bed. He sat up a little too fast, and the room went for a quarter turn followed by a tilt before leveling off. The pain in his head came a moment later, crashing against his temples. The phone rang 3 more times before going silent, following a defeated half ring. He didn't remember coming home. Didn't remember leaving the club. Wasn't sure what happened to... "Amy? Are you here?" His voice sounded foreign to him, detached. No answer came. He rolled to the side of the bed and managed to get his feet on the floor, managed to sit. "Amy? Willow?" His apartment wasn't very large. Nobody was there. The files he was supposed to go through last night were right where he'd left them, glaring at him from the countertop. Walter got to his feet and nearly fell back into his bed. He hadn't drunk that much, had he? He told himself he hadn't, but the truth was he didn't remember. He needed to dial it back. New job, new partner. He needed to dial it back. Christ, Nadler would give him an earful for sure. Nadler hadn't shown up last night. No backup, no nothing. He'd left him out to dry. Remember last time? Fuck you, Nadler. It was her. This was nothing like last time. Nearly tripping over his shoes on the floor, Walter crossed to the bathroom, looked down at the toilet, and promptly threw up. His stomach lurched and expelled this liquid, yellow, smelly mess, and just the sight and scent of it caused more to follow. Nearly 30 seconds of heaving until there was nothing more, then another 30 seconds as the vomiting continued anyway. Dry heaves as the muscles twisted and contracted. When it was finally over, Walter took 3 ibuprofen, brushed his teeth, and got in the shower. He stood there for nearly 30 minutes as lukewarm water rolled over him, slowly coaxing his body back to life. He might have stayed in there another 30 minutes if the phone hadn't started ringing again. Walter scrambled out, grabbed a towel, and managed to reach the receiver before the caller hung up again. "Yeah? Where are you? It's nearly 9. Brayman. Walter combed his damp hair back with his fingers. "I'm still at home, going through those files. I don't think they're connected. This doesn't feel like a mob thing to me." Shit. He shouldn't have said that. What if it was? He'd barely cracked those files. Brayman didn't reply. Walter cleared his throat. "Did you find anything in yours? The sex crime stuff? Where are you?" That was better. Turned the tables. "I'm at the medical examiner's office. Get your ass down here." He hung up before Walter could say anything else. "Well, fuck you too," Walter muttered, hanging up the phone. He quickly got dressed and retrieved the small dog collar from the jeans he'd worn last night, gave it a quick squeeze, and shoved it deep into his pants pocket. The business card from Michael Driscoll was gone. Did I drop it? Or did Amy or Willow take it? Then he remembered the glass with Willow's fingerprints on it from the Huntley. He found it sitting on his kitchen counter, still in the baggie, and grabbed it. How the hell did he get home without losing that? He didn't remember retrieving it from the bushes outside the club. Walter paused at the small mirror near his door only long enough to get a quick look at himself. The black eye wasn't as bad today, but his skin looked puffy and pale, as if he were coming down with something. His bones ached, too. Maybe he was. He hailed a cab outside his building and was halfway to the ME's office before he realized he'd left the files behind. Chapter 26. The Wayne County Medical Examiner's office was a squat brick building on Warren Avenue, not far from Walter's apartment, but far enough that it didn't make sense to go back for the files. He'd get them later. The taxi dropped him in the circular drive at the front of the building, and when Walter gave his name at the desk, he was directed to a room near the end of a long corridor on the east side. He pushed through double stainless steel doors and found Brayman sitting on a couch with a copy of today's paper in his hand and a peeved look on his face. "If you're in the habit of being late, you and I are going to have a problem." "Sorry, won't happen again." Brayman was wearing the same brown suit and tie from the previous day. He hadn't shaved, his face was covered with stubble, and the lines of his goatee were less defined. "Have you been here all night?" Brayman ignored the question and held up the front page of the newspaper. The main headline read, "Dead woman found at Corktown Bus Depot, fingers missing." "Oh, hell," Walter muttered, skimming the text of the story. Somebody talked. Maybe the janitor. Shit, they mentioned both of us by name. "So it wasn't you?" "Me? Why would I say anything to the press?" Brayman shrugged and dropped the paper on the bench. "I don't know. First big case, possible serial. Wouldn't be the first time a detective tried to get his name out there." Walter was too tired, too hungover for this. "You really want to start the day picking a fight? I thought we called a truce." "So it wasn't you?" Brayman said again. "No, it wasn't me. Was it you?" "Don't be ridiculous." "Exactly." Walter nodded at the newspaper. "Unless I missed it, there's no mention of our male Vic. If I wanted to stoke the press, I would have told them about both. Whoever talked was someone who worked the bus depot. Probably made a quick 50, some nobody asshole." The stainless steel doors across from them opened, and the assistant medical examiner, Samuel Harris, poked his head out. "She's ready for you." They followed Harris down the hallway and through another set of doors into an anteroom where he pointed at a stack of disposable Tyvek coveralls, gloves, and masks. "She said you need to gear up. Put your clothes in the lockers there. You can leave your guns, too. Nobody will come in here while the light's on." Brayman began shrugging out of his clothes. Walter was looking up at the light Harris mentioned, above the door, a red hazard sign burning bright. He considered what that meant for a moment, then took off his shoulder holster and hung it on a hook in the nearest locker. He was hanging up his shirt when Brayman said, "What happened to your chest?" Walter looked down, assuming he was referring to the bruises from when Michael Driscoll kicked him in the alley, but those were mainly on his back, around his kidneys. Brayman was looking at the center of his chest, a bright, angry red mark about the size of a hand. Walter hadn't noticed it earlier. He brushed it with his finger. The skin felt irritated. "I don't know. Maybe an allergic reaction to something. I'm sure it's nothing." Walter remembered Amy's hand there, under the folds of his shirt, her palm pressing into him. "You have allergies?" Brayman interrupted Walter's thought. He unpacked one of the Tyvek suits and stepped in. "What did you eat for breakfast?" Walter tried to hold on to the memory, but it was gone. like trying to grab water spurting from a tap. Without answering, he shrugged into one of the Tyvek suits and pulled up the zipper, covering up the mark. Harris helped them both into latex gloves and headgear, then used wide tape to seal up the gaps at their wrists, ankles, and where the masks met the rest of the suit. By the time he finished, Walter was sweating. They went through another set of doors into the main autopsy theater where the medical examiner, Jane Ackerman, stood in front of several aluminum tables near the center of the room in a similar suit. "Samuel, hook them up to the oxygen before you go." Harris motioned for them to approach the tables and pulled 2 rubber hoses down from a series of retractable reels mounted to the ceiling. Walter felt cool air fill his suit when Harris attached one of the hoses to a valve on Walter's back. Ackerman gave Walter a quick glance, then turned to Brayman. "I don't know what you stumbled into here, Wes, but I got half a mind to call in the CDC. Chapter 27. "Why would you call the CDC?" Brayman asked, leaning over the nearest table, his voice muffled by the headgear. The woman from the bus depot was lying on top of the exam table, uncovered. As Walter neared and got a good look at her, he was thankful for the Tyvek suit blocking any chance of smelling the body. Whatever was happening to her most certainly smelled. They hadn't been wearing protective suits when they first encountered her at the bus depot, and he wished now they had. "Is it contagious?" Brayman asked. Unlike Walter, who was just fine standing right where he was, Brayman took several steps to get a closer look. The woman's chest had been splayed open with a Y incision beginning near her armpits and ending just above her pubis bone. Her chest plate had been removed along with her internal organs, each of which were on sample trays on a large rolling table behind her head. Ackerman shook her head. "Is cancer contagious? No." "Cancer?" A scowl washed over Brayman's face. "This can't be cancer. What kind of cancer does this?" He lifted the woman's arm and ran a gloved finger over the rough skin. It had a mottled look, dry and puckered, a mix of intersecting gray and purple patches. Ackerman's gloved finger pointed at the inflamed marks on the woman's arm. "This loosely resembles something called Henderson's melanoma, a very rare form of the disease that spreads rapidly throughout the skin. Best I can tell, it started down near her right ankle and worked its way up." "Melanoma looks nothing like this. Melanoma usually starts with moles and becomes these red blotchy spots. This looks more like, I don't know, an inflamed burn scar, but it's obviously not a burn." He set her arm back down and rounded the table, examining her torso and legs. "It's not isolated either. Whatever this is covers what, 80% of her body? It's even between her toes." 80% when she came in. I'd say closer to 90 now." Walter took a step back from the table. "This is spreading? Post-mortem? How is that possible?" "I don't know," Ackerman replied. "That's why we're wearing the suits." Brayman stopped moving and looked back to Ackerman. "Radiation?" She shook her head. "From an exposure standpoint, there are similarities, but no, that was the first thing I checked. There's no radiation present. She didn't even register a blip on the meter." She glanced at Walter. "To answer your question, it's not spreading anymore. It's already there. It's just becoming more visible as her flesh degrades, probably due to fluid displacement." Brayman had rounded the body and was standing at the rolling table with the woman's organs. He was peering down into a microscope, adjusting the focus. "This isn't skin. Where did you pull this sample?" "That's from her spleen," Ackerman told him. "Her spleen? Can melanoma spread to the spleen?" She nodded. "It can, but in this case it didn't. The cancer cells you're looking at there didn't metastasize. They originated in her spleen. They formed independently." "A woman this age?" Brayman said. "It's not rare to have multiple forms of cancer, right?" Ackerman huffed. "Oh, we'll get to her age in a minute. See those other slides there? I've been taking samples from all her major organs. Lungs, heart, liver, bladder, stomach, intestines, thyroid, pancreas. I'm finding cancer everywhere. None of it from metastasization, mind you. All of it seems to have formed organically in the organ where I'm finding it. Rapid onset. I've never seen cancer this aggressive. Her blood work came back and also identified leukemia and lymphoma. I have yet to find a single healthy cell in this woman's body. Brayman frowned. Are you saying our cause of death is cancer? Ackerman didn't reply to that. She only raised her eyebrows. The room went quiet, none of them speaking as this sunk in. Walter eyed Ackerman, Brayman, the body on the table. This sounded like bullshit to him. Her fingers were bitten off. Somebody bit off her fingers. That somebody killed her. You're not going to convince me she died of natural causes. Cancer. That's ridiculous. She was obviously sick, but that didn't kill her. You just haven't found the real COD yet. Ackerman gave Brayman a quick glance, then turned to Walter. Her fingers were bitten off post-mortem within a minute of her passing. I can tell by the clotting patterns, or lack thereof. I can also tell you the melanoma was present in her hands, and her finger joints are cancerous as well. I found several microtumors in her palms and near her wrists. I found multiple forms of terminal cancer throughout her body. Everywhere I look. If the disease didn't kill her, it most certainly would have. Soon. Aside from the fingers, I haven't found trauma of any kind. No drugs in her system. She sighed. I've got nothing conclusive at this point. Returning to the far side of the table, Ackerman cocked her head. Both of you have brought up her age. How old do you think this woman is? 70s, easy. 80s, maybe. Brayman didn't answer. He was busy studying some x-rays on a light box, images of the woman's ribs and skull. Ackerman gave him a moment to take them in, then stepped closer. You see it, don't you? I'm not a pathologist, Brayman answered. I'm not qualified. His voice trailed away as he examined the images intently, confusion spreading across his face. No, but you see it. Walter's head was starting to hurt again. See what? What are you two talking about? Brayman pointed to the fourth rib in the second x-ray. See this discoloration here, near the sternum? That part is cartilage, and that side is bone. The color gives us a clear delineation. As a person ages, the cartilage becomes bone. But this can't be. His face filled with puzzlement. Ackerman said, I confirmed it with her skull. I had to be sure, and I'm sure. Sure of what? Walter asked. Again, they both went quiet. Brayman finally replied, This woman can't be more than 20, maybe 25 years old. No more than that. Walter frowned at both of them, then looked back over at the woman's body and laughed. Oh, I get it now. This is some kind of hazing thing, right? The two of you trying to screw with the new guy. I don't think we really have time for that sort of thing, do we? Not a joke, Jane Ackerman told him. She had breast implants too. Saline, not silicone. Recent. She nodded at another table, this one 2 over from the woman, another body covered with a sheet. Take a look at that one. Trailing the air hose behind him, Walter went over and tugged off the sheet. This body was a man, fingers also missing. His skin had taken on the same purple and gray hue as the woman, rippled and mottled. His hair was gone, his face completely unrecognizable. If Walter didn't know better, he'd say the man looked like he was melting, like the body was dissolving from the inside out and collapsing. He had the same Y incision, and his skull had been opened, but it was the tattoo that Walter fixated on. A small 4-leaf clover on the man's sternum. His voice dropped low. Is this? It's your Vic from the Edison, Ackerman said. I found the same level of cancer in him, nearly a dozen different types, rapid onset. The only difference is it seems to have started in his arm. He's been dead about 24 hours longer, and he's degrading far faster than normal. I'm confident this woman will look like him by this time tomorrow." "And you're sure this isn't contagious?" Raymond asked her again. The edge had left his voice, and fear had slipped in. "I don't see how it could be," Ackerman replied. "We're taking precautions anyway, hence the suits, and I'll send samples off to all the appropriate agencies and get their take. But all preliminary indications suggest whatever happened to these people is isolated. He's not much older than her. I'd place him in his 30s at most." Walter and Brayman exchanged glances. She gave this a second to sink in, then said, "There is one other thing. Can you shut off the lights for a second?" While Brayman went to the switch, she picked up a foot-long plastic wand from the counter to her left, attached to a long extension cord. "Blacklight?" Walter asked her. She nodded as the lights went out. As Ackerman turned on the blacklight, the room filled with a purple glow. When she held it over the dead man's right arm, a bright ring lit up around his wrist. Brayman frowned. "What is that?" "I'm not sure. Like I said, there's no radiation, but from what I can tell, the most advanced cancer started here with him." Ackerman paused a beat, then went back over to the woman's body and showed them a similar mark on the woman's ankle. "And it started here on your bus, Vic." Rolling the light in a slow circle around the mark, she added, "I can't be sure, but to me this looks like a handprint, like someone grabbed her ankle. If you look closely, you can see what appears to be finger marks." Ackerman demonstrated by wrapping her own gloved hand around the mark, nearly a perfect match. She nodded back at the man from the Edison. "The mark on him isn't quite as well defined." Walter and Brayman exchanged a look, but neither said anything. A phone rang, and Ackerman crossed the room to answer, turning on the lights as she went. The mark on Walter's chest itched. When Ackerman hung up, she said, "A suspicious death at the Four Seasons came in about an hour ago. Elderly male. Harris just got there." She hesitated for a second, then added, "I had him check something. I think we all may want to head over." "Why?" "It's probably best you see for yourself." Chapter 28. Outside the medical examiner's office, Brayman tossed the Crown Vic keys to Walter and rounded the car to the passenger side. "You drive. I need to think about all this." Walter caught the keys but made no move for the driver's side door. Instead, he stood flat-footed on the sidewalk. "Now what? Don't tell me you don't know how to drive." Walter knew this would come up, and he had hoped to say something before it did, but things had already been so awkward between them he'd kept his mouth shut. He looked down at the sidewalk for a moment, then back at Brayman. "I know how to drive. I'm just not allowed right now." "Not allowed? And why exactly is that?" Walter blew out a long breath. "About 2 weeks ago, I got pulled over on my way home. It was around 3 in the morning. I was tired, dead tired, and I guess I was swerving a little bit. I told the officer I was PD, but he was with the sheriff's office, and you know how they are. He made me walk the line, and when I stumbled, he and his partner gave me a breathalyzer. I should have said no, but I wasn't thinking. I blew .09, barely above the limit. They didn't write it up, so no DUI, but they called my captain, and he took my license and stuck it in his desk drawer. Said I'd get it back in 30 days. Told me next time he'd write up the DUI himself." "Captain Hazlitt?" Walter shook his head. "Captain Morrow, from Patrol. Hazlitt doesn't know. I'm hoping to keep it that way." "How'd you get here?" "Cab." Brayman looked out across the parking lot as if he expected to find the taxi waiting out there somewhere before fixing his eyes on Walter again. "Do you have an alcohol problem?" "Of course not." "But you were out drinking last night, right? You're clearly hungover, so don't try to spin some bullshit with me. And you were hungover at the Edison, too. When you first walked in, I could smell it on you, like carpet in a frat house. Walter said, Nadler and some of the guys took me out to celebrate my promotion. That's all that was. I know all about that, and I get it. That's why I didn't say anything. That doesn't explain last night, though. Where were you? I was home, going through the files you gave me. I said no bullshit. It's the truth. Walter couldn't tell him the truth. Brayman wouldn't believe him any more than Nadler had. Not without proof. I had a beer or two while I worked. What's the harm in that? Don't tell me you've never had a drink to unwind. Brayman stared at him for a long moment and finally just shook his head. Get in the car. Are you going to tell Hazlitt? Today? No. But you show up like this tomorrow, and I most certainly will. I'm not no damn babysitter. Try to do this job without your wits about you, and worst case, you're liable to get one of us killed. Best case, you just get in the way and slow me down. Either way, I don't need it. He held his hand out. Give me the keys. Walter handed them back, and they both got in the car. Brayman sat behind the wheel for nearly a minute before starting the car and pulling back out onto Warren, heading toward downtown. He was either thinking about the case, about Walter, or both. They were halfway to the Four Seasons when Walter couldn't take the silence anymore. If the Emmy's right, the man on her table is the same guy who rented the room at the Edison. We're not looking for a second, younger man anymore. Brayman didn't reply. Chapter 29. Amid silent stares from the hotel staff and patrons, a uniformed patrol officer stationed in the lobby told them to take the elevator up to 23. When the doors opened, they followed the voices and crime scene tape to room 2312, down the hall to the right. Walter paused at the evidence tag on the hotel room door. Fresh scratch marks marred the keyhole and lock mechanism. Picked. Inside, a Hispanic man walked over, taking a wide step around another man inspecting the carpet. He gave Walter a cursory glance, lingering a second on Walter's bruised face, then turned to Brayman. Captain gave this one to me. Then here comes Brayman and company to yank it out from under me. Detective Melendez, this is my new partner, Walter O'Brien. O'Brien, this is Hector Melendez. Been with Homicide, 9 years now? 10. He reached out with meaty fingers and shook Walter's hand. We're not looking to step on your toes, Brayman told him. We were with Ackerman at the ME's office when the call came in, and she said, I've got enough on my plate. Melendez interrupted, shaking his head. You want it? You can have it. I don't even know where to start with this one. Give me a pissed-off husband or wife any day. He tapped the edge of the door near the strike plate. This is a Delco 349, unpickable according to the hotel. Nevertheless, looks like our guy made quick work of it and got in. The last registered guest in this room was 8 days ago. Nobody's supposed to be in here. He ushered Walter and Brayman through the door with a wave of his arm. You caught the woman on the shitter at Corktown too, right? Brayman nodded. We did. Must be your week for weird shit. The room was larger than Walter had expected, certainly bigger than any hotel room he'd ever stayed in. Grandly appointed with wainscoting on all the walls and a tall, coffered ceiling. Artwork and furnishing that made Walter want to shove his hands in his pockets and not touch anything. A 4-poster bed sat against the back wall. Aside from a turned-down corner, the crisp white sheets and comforter were pulled tight, not a single wrinkle. A bottle of wine rested in a bucket on the dresser, still corked, the ice long gone, sweat dripping down the sides. 2 glasses beside it. Room service delivers to unregistered guests? Walter asked. Melendez shook his head. Call was placed from the house phone out in the hallway near the stairs. Ordered it last night for room 2315 across the hall. Male voice. Said he was about to get in the shower. Told him to leave it outside if nobody answered. Real occupant of 2315 is an accountant from Tulsa. He was out meeting with a client at the time. Here's the thing. That's not the bottle they delivered. Melendez pointed toward an open drawer in the dresser. They delivered that one. In the drawer was an unopened bottle of something called Opus 1, an evidence tag placed next to it. "How do you know?" Melendez said, "The green sticker on the label. That's an inventory tag from the bar downstairs." He nodded at the bottle in the ice bucket. "No tag on that one." Brayman knelt and studied the second bottle, also Opus 1. "There are tiny holes in the capsule on this one." "Capsule?" Walter asked. "The metal seal at the top. Here, here, and here," Brayman pointed. Melendez said, "We think something's been injected into the bottle. My first guess would be some date rape drug. Probably did it at home, called room service to get an ice bucket and glasses, then swapped out the bottle. He asked for 2 glasses, so he wasn't alone." Brayman studied the wine bottle and glasses for another moment, then looked around the room. "Where's the body?" Melendez nodded toward the bathroom. "Shower. Ackerman's already in there. Watch your step. We've got broken glass from a busted mirror, and we're isolating trace on the floor here." The tech examining the carpet had placed 2 strips of tape down, creating a path from the center of the room to the bathroom door, cordoning off a small parcel. The 3 of them stepped around him and made their way onto the bathroom tile without disturbing whatever he was working on. They found Jane Ackerman crouching next to her black leather satchel in front of the glass door of a spacious walk-in shower with an oversized whirlpool bathtub at her back. Her assistant, Samuel Harris, was there too, and both of them looked up as Brayman and Walter came into the room. Ackerman frowned. "Watch your step. Got a lot of water on the floor in here." "Some kind of struggle?" Brayman replied, taking in the empty mirror frame on the wall and the large shards of glass on the vanity and floor, like at the Edison. Walter looked over Ackerman's shoulder into the shower, where the body of a fully dressed man was lying on the tile floor, one thick leg bent awkwardly under him, the other splayed out just inside the open glass door, his clothing soaked. His head rested on a towel. It was bunched up under his shoulders. Water beaded over his pale forehead and dripped from his gray hair. Walter tried to get a look at his hands, but they were under his chest. "He has all his fingers," Ackerman confirmed, following his gaze. "And I don't see any visible signs of cancer. He appears to be older, like your 2 Vicks, but I think he actually is older, unlike your other 2. "How did he die?" Ackerman placed a gloved index finger on the man's left eyelid and raised it. The pupil was dilated and pointing up and to the right, while his other eye was looking forward. "I won't know for sure until I get a look inside, but this is indicative of a fatal brain aneurysm." Walter glanced over at Brayman, then crouched down. He ran his finger through a puddle of water on the floor. "Why does the water look cloudy?" "It's salt," Ackerman told him. "He's covered in it, or at least he was. The water washed a lot of it away, but we found more when we rolled him. It's all over his skin. Looks like it was in his hair, too. His clothing was soaked in it, saturated and dried. Probably before he got here." Detective Melendez was standing in the doorway. He craned his head back toward the main room. "We think he died out there, about halfway between the dresser and the bed. Then someone put a towel under him and used it to drag him into the shower. The carpet is filled with salt residue. The cleaning woman found him this morning. Someone wanted to wash the salt away, or at least tried, but it was a half-assed attempt. They didn't bother to rotate the body under the water, so a lot of it got trapped and pooled." Harris traced the man's face with a gloved finger. "I found minute scratches on his hands, consistent with being dragged across the carpet from there to here." "I don't get the towel," Melendez said. "You use one to move a body, you put it under the entire body, not just the head and shoulders. This is more like—" "Like whoever it was didn't want to touch him," Walter said softly. Melendez shrugged. "Yeah, maybe minimizing trace. There's no wallet, so we don't have an ID," he explained. "Every surface in this room has been wiped down, so we've got no prints." He pointed at a rumpled hand towel next to the sink. "Looks like they used that." "What's the point of all that?" Brayman said. "This man had an aneurysm out there. Why not just leave him out there?" Nobody had an answer. Walter placed a hand on the wall and leaned into the shower to get a better look. I get that this is weird, but why are we here? Harris held a small black light near the dead man's temple. Because of this. Under the light, a bright spot appeared about an inch from his left eyebrow, a small oval. It vanished as he moved the light away, then returned when he drew closer again. Ackerman brought her hand to the man's head. If those other marks I showed you were handprints, this could very well be a fingerprint. She extended her index finger, and it was nearly a perfect fit. What does it mean? Brayman must have been thinking the same thing, because when Walter looked over at him, his partner was studying his own hand. Too large. He made a quick fist, flexed the muscles, and turned back to the ME. What exactly reacts to a black light? Saliva, semen, urine, Ackerman rattled off. Nearly all biological fluids contain some level of fluorescent molecules. Most chemicals, oils, plants, organics. You said he was under the water for a few hours. Wouldn't those kind of things have washed away? Ackerman nodded. They should, yeah. Whatever is causing this is embedded deeper in the dermis. I'll excise a sample when we get him back to the lab and compare it to the others. In the other room, a female tech was busy packing up her fingerprint kit. Walter recognized her, but couldn't remember her name. Joan, maybe? Jane? Something like that. He knew it started with a J. Give me a second, he told Brayman and the others, and stepped out of the bathroom. The tech glanced up from her kit and gave him a double take. Walter? Look at you, out of uniform. Walter smiled and got a quick look at her name tag. How have you been, Jade? She looked down at her gloved hands covered in fingerprint dust. Oh, you know, living the dream. In the bathroom, Harris had worked his way into the shower and was running the black light over the rest of the body, with Brayman and Ackerman hovering. Melendez's large frame blocked most of the doorway. Walter reached into his jacket pocket and removed the plastic bag, Willow's glass still inside. He lowered his voice. Can you run this for me? Sure. She started to unpack her kit. Give me a second to... Walter placed a hand on her forearm. I'd rather you do it somewhere else. Her face grew concerned, and he quickly added, It's for another case and might not mean anything. Oh. I'm just following a hunch, and it's a long shot. You do it here, and my new partner sees, he might start asking questions. I'd rather not involve him unless it turns out to be relevant. Walter did his best to appear embarrassed. I just got my gold shield, and I want to make a good impression. He thinks I'm chasing my tail, and I'll lose ground with him. You know how that goes, right? Jade smiled, took the glass, and set it inside her kit. You're lucky you're cute, Detective O'Brien. I'll get back to you in a bit. You owe me. She finished packing up and left the room. A camera flash went off a couple of times in the bathroom, and Brayman came out holding several Polaroids. Let's go talk to the staff. Chapter 30. Brayman slid his chair closer to the desk. Can you rewind that? Walter stood behind him, along with the hotel's manager, all of them huddled in the cramped security office adjacent to the lobby behind the front desk. The hotel's chief of security pressed several buttons on the bulky video recorder. The timestamp read 6:22 the previous night. A man in a dark suit crossing the lobby holding a paper sack. A moment after he disappeared from the frame, a young woman stepped through the image and vanished after him. Brayman leaned closer and squinted. That was him, right? The manager looked down at the Polaroid in his hand, then back to the screen and sighed. I'm sorry, gentlemen, the image quality just isn't that good. These cameras make our customers feel warm and fuzzy, but that's about all they're good for. That's him for sure, Walter said, tapping one of the other pictures against his thigh. Can you zoom in or something? Why are they so washed out? That time of day, the light coming in from the windows plays havoc with nearly all the lobby cameras, the security chief explained. What about another camera? I checked the footage from every camera in the lobby, and this is the best shot we have. The manager rewound the tape again, this time playing it in slow motion. Nothing from outside? Brayman asked. The manager shook his head. Our insurance company said filming public spaces created a liability risk. No sidewalks, no streets, not even the valet area. Anything on the 23rd floor? That camera's been out for about a month. Like I said, this is all we've got. While they could make out some detail on the man, the woman was another story. A glare filled most of the screen as she walked by, making it near impossible to see much of anything. The security chief froze the image, capturing the woman mid-stride, several feet from the front desk. She was looking forward, toward the elevators, the direction the man had gone. She wore black stiletto pumps, a dark skirt, and a red button-down blouse. She held a small purse in her right hand. Walter couldn't make out a single detail of her face. Her hair looked dark, but it could easily be a wig. Brayman said, Rewind back to the man again and freeze the shot. Brayman leaned in a little closer and pointed down at the man's left shoulder, a bulge under his jacket. What do you make of that? Almost looks like he's got a gun under the coat. Shoulder rig, like ours. Walter studied the image for a second, then said dismissively, I don't see it. I think you're reaching. I think this is a man who knows how to pick a lock, Brayman replied. A thief or someone on the job. The kind of guy who carries a gun. Now you're really reaching. Okay, hotshot. So what do you think this is? Walter turned back to the monitor. Go back to the girl, he told the security chief. Her washed-out image returned to the screen. Tapping the Polaroid on his leg again, he began thinking out loud. That's the only other person you've got going up to 23? The security chief said, Other than room service, yeah. We alternate floors when booking rooms. The accountant across the hall was here on a multi-day stay, but otherwise, that floor was empty. We got your guy going up, room service, and this woman. Brayman asked, Is she a pro? Do you recognize her? This made both the manager and security chief uncomfortable. Brayman quickly added, It's fine, gentlemen. We're homicide, not vice. The security chief shifted in his seat. I know all the professionals who frequent the hotel. I have to. I can't make out anyone familiar from this footage. Walter shook his head. I don't think this was a sex thing. Maybe he's blackmailing her. Maybe she's blackmailing him. There's a million reasons for the two of them to be up in that room together. Remember the wine. If he paid for it, there'd be no reason to drug her. The manager went on alert. Drugged guests made the papers. What did you find in the wine? Brayman shot Walter an irritated glance. We don't know, not yet. We need to wait on the lab. Could be nothing. He turned back to the security chief. Do you have any shots of her leaving? Yeah, give me a second. The lobby image scrolled forward. He twisted a knob on the surveillance system's controller, and it sped up, people flying through the shot. 1 hour. 2. 2.5. He slowed down. It's right around here. When the image slowed back to a normal speed, the timestamp read 9:08 at night. She walked through the lobby at a brisk pace, but only her clothing was identifiable. Her face was washed out again. Sun's long gone, Walter said flatly. What caused that blip this time? The security chief didn't have an answer. Now. Chapter 31. Who the hell is Walter O'Brien? Commander Lisa Rigby stood in front of the bank of computer monitors built into the wall of the SWAT van, hovering over the wide-eyed kid who always appeared to her as more of an extension of the equipment than a cop. Russell Hurwitz was only 19, by all standards too young to be out in the field. She'd never seen him with a gun, although members of SWAT were required to be armed at all times while on duty. He wore the uniform, but she was sure if he walked down the sidewalk, people would assume he was playing some sort of dress-up, like he borrowed the get-up from his daddy's closet. A wire hanger filled it more than his lanky frame ever could. Yet, he might be the most valuable person on her team. He'd graduated high school at 14, obtained his first degree by 16, and to his parents' dismay, they'd wanted him to go into engineering. He'd had a thing for cop shows and wanted nothing more than to be a part of the action. In the year and a half he'd worked for her, he'd replaced 3 other officers, essentially her entire tech detail, after proving he worked faster and was far more capable working solo. His fingers danced across the keyboard with a rhythmic clickety-clack. "Walter O'Brien is a former cop." Rigby leaned in closer. "A cop?" Hurwitz nodded. "Right here in Detroit, from 1986 through 1997. Beat cop, then homicide detective." "Then what? Where's he been the last few decades?" "Dunno. His employment record is locked." "Why would it be locked?" Hurwitz moved his cursor back to Walter O'Brien's name and clicked on it. The name flashed from yellow to red, and the words "access denied" appeared beneath with a series of letters and numbers. "That lock code is IA," he pointed out. "Internal Affairs." "We'll need to get his jacket." "Hard way or easy way?" Hurwitz replied with a mischievous smile. "Start with the right way. Pick up the phone and call IA. Tell them what's going on. If they drag their feet or won't release it, then easy way." His smile widened. "Yeah," she agreed. "What else you got for me?" He pointed at the monitor on the top left. "I'm running thermal cameras on all the surrounding buildings. I caught some movement on 2 of the rooftops when we first got here. One of the shooters was definitely up top the Moreland Bank building, and I've got another over here in this one, 1812 Park. It's a federal building, but looks like they took on tenants to fill the space. 30 or 40 different businesses inside. Doctors, lawyers, a real estate office, mix of things. This time of night, both buildings should be empty, other than maybe cleaning staff, but I've got movement. First on the roof, now inside. Hard to say how many. At least 4, probably more. Things are getting hazy." "Hazy how?" "I think whoever is moving around inside turned up the heat, office by office, cranked all the thermostats to full. Between blinds and window tint, there's not much in the way of a visual." "They knew we'd use thermal, so they're warming the place up to hide their position." Hurwitz nodded. "Those last couple shots, when the salt truck came around, they came from the 3rd floor of the bank. They busted out the window. Your spotters are in place, but if the shooters keep moving like that, the only way our snipers will tag them will be with dumb luck." "I'm not above hoping for dumb luck," Rigby replied, "but I'd like to know if the bomb is real or bullshit before I start taking their people out." She was still studying the monitor. 2 to 4 shooters? "So far. There could be more. I'll keep you posted on that." "What can you tell me about the club?" Hurwitz brought up a schematic of the club. "It's not very big, only about 1,800 square feet. Most of that is taken up by the bar and various seating areas. The dance floor is only about 400 square feet, and there are some offices and storage spaces in the back. Official capacity is 500. We're running thermals there too, and I'm picking up about half that. Hard to say. They're all huddled together in groups. Nobody's moving." "Anyone pick up the phone?" He shook his head. "I've got the club's hardline on a constant redial. Been at it since we got here, and nobody's touched it. We're blocking all cell signals and transmissions in and out, so if there is a bomb in there somewhere, they'll need someone on the trigger. They won't be able to activate it remotely. Unfortunately, that also limits our communications options." "If nobody's answering the phone, nobody's moving, there's a good chance they've got people inside, not just the shooters." "That would be my guess. Explains what happened with 911, too." 911 had received 9 calls when the panic started, then nothing. The calls had dropped, and nobody picked up on redial. The club went dark 7 minutes before the SWAT team's transmission blockers went live. From a red backpack next to his chair, Hurwitz took out a pack of gum. He offered a piece to Rigby, then peeled a stick and popped it in his mouth. "Did you kill the power yet?" "Not yet. I've been waiting on your go." "Do it. Shut down power and heat on the surrounding buildings, too. We can't let them get in front of our thermals." Hurwitz swiveled his chair slightly to the left, pulled a secondary keyboard out from a cubby in the desk, and hit several keystrokes. "Done. What are our ingress and egress points on the club?" He returned to the schematic of Club Stomp. "Only 2 doors, the one in front and this one in back. Back door is a metal slab and it's been welded shut." He loaded up a map of the intersection. Between utility tunnels and the sewer system, we might be able to get in from underground. I'm still working on that. If we need to go in fast, we'll want at least 3 options. You'll have them. On one of the other screens, he had set a timer. It currently read 44 minutes, 51 seconds. Deputy Chief called twice, wants an update. Rigby rolled her eyes. I'm sure he does. Fill him in on whatever we have. They haven't asked for money, but that's probably coming next. Maybe he can speed up things with IA and get us some intel on this guy. What's he doing out there? She asked. Let me see him. Hurwitz cycled through the many images feeding in from the camera array on the roof of the SWAT van. He stopped at the one trained on Walter O'Brien, still sitting in the abandoned patrol car in the center of the intersection. He was facing the club, his lips moving subtly. He's in contact with these people, Rigby pointed out. I saw a small earbud. Think you can isolate the signal? Hurwitz huffed. Does Mona Lisa have teeth? I'm not sure what that means. It means yes. Toothless models have never been in vogue. Rigby knew better than to dig deeper. She pointed at the USB drive plugged into Hurwitz's CPU. What did you find on that? Looks like some kind of data dump, fast and dirty, unorganized. The dates cover almost 40 years, old case files, photos, reports, audio recordings, video. It's going to take some time to sort it all out. Bring in whatever resources you need. We have less than an hour. Yes, ma'am. 1992. Aliases? Amy Archer, Amelia Dyer. Alvin Schock, 2 bodies, basement freezer. John Doe, Edison. Jane Doe, Corktown Bus Depot. Earl Golston, former John Doe, 4 Seasons. Man on train platform. Evidence: hair, nails, teeth, notebook, drawings. Girls related? Walter O'Brien, 28 years old. Chapter 32. Brayman stood at the board near the back of the homicide bullpen. Walter sat at his desk, his chair flipped around backward, arms folded over the back. After more than an hour, they'd only been able to come to 3 conclusions they could both agree on. First, the only real connection they'd found between these 3 people were the weird marks. Second, all 3 appeared to have died from some type of natural cause. Third, post-mortem evidence indicated none of these deaths were entirely natural, regardless of how they appeared. How about assisted suicide? Walter threw out. If they knew they were dying and wanted to go out on their own terms, maybe our missing person gave them a helping hand. Walter wrapped his hand around his wrist, his ankle, then tapped the side of his temple with his index finger. Brayman scratched the side of his head. We'd find something in toxicology, a sleep-inducing barbiturate to put them at rest, like sodium thiopental. Then something to stop their heart. Pancuronium bromide would be my guess. You'd need a paralytic, too, something to prevent spasms and keep the person comfortable. How the hell do you know all that? You're like a black Yoda. Brayman shrugged. Crack a book sometime, O'Brien. Preferably one that doesn't require crayons. Walter ignored the jab and focused on the board. Could any of those drugs cause the marks, like a rash at the injection site? Ackerman didn't find anything like that. Brayman gave him a look. How's that rash on your chest? Gone. Want to see? Walter reached for the collar of his shirt and started working the first few buttons. It wasn't gone, though, was it? Fading, but not gone completely. No, I don't want to see. Walter nodded back at the photos of the marks. If we're spitballing here, let's spitball. Answer my question. Brayman pursed his lips. Consider this for a moment. In order for a rash to develop, the person would need to be alive. The blood needs to be pumping. Not very long, though, right? No, not very long. I suppose that's possible. So maybe this is something new, something the tox screen wouldn't catch. Doesn't necessarily look like a rash, though, and there's no injection mark. Something new, Walter repeated. Unknown med, unknown delivery method, produces unknown result. Does it look like a handprint to you? Raymond leaned closer to the photo of the mark on the ankle of the woman found at the bus depot and traced it with the tip of his finger. That could just be pareidolia. Walter stared at him. Books, O'Brien, Raymond said. Pareidolia is when you see a face in something where it shouldn't be, like wood grain or a cloud. Like Jesus staring back at you from grill marks on your toast? Exactly. The brain tries to find the familiar in the unfamiliar. Maybe those marks only look like handprints because our brain doesn't know how else to define them. Walter got up from his chair and went to the board. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. What else do you see when you look at these three people? When you look at them in the order they died? Raymond took his time, studying all the images in turn. He opened his mouth to say something, then thought better of it and went quiet. He clucked his tongue several times. Ah, you do see something, Walter said. Spit it out. I think it's more about what I'm not seeing. I don't follow. Raymond pointed at the first two. Both of these are missing their fingers. Obvious similarity. The third one is not. The first two are riddled with disease, knocking on heaven's door. Our third is older, died of something that looks natural too, but not like the first two. Cancer, aneurysm. Even if the first two were assisted suicide, the third doesn't fit. Someone tells you you have cancer, you can plan something. Aneurysm just hits. He snapped his fingers. The first and third both died in motel rooms. That fits with assisted suicide, but the woman doesn't fit that at all. Nobody wants to die on a toilet. So not assisted suicide. Nope. Walter pinched his eyes shut and rolled his head, tried to will his brain to find something they'd missed. What about the mirrors? What about them? Broken mirror at the Edison and again at the Four Seasons, not at the bus depot. Can't break those, Raymond explained. They make them from polished stainless steel. Broken mirrors, though, suggests the killer is ashamed of what they're doing. Can't bear to look at themselves. Something like that. Or they just got angry. Raymond shook his head. I don't see anger here. You know what else we're missing, if we're assuming all three are homicides? Raymond said nothing. Escalation. We've got three victims linked together by those marks. That fits the bill of a serial. But serials usually escalate or fine-tune their kills, make incremental changes as they tweak their fucked-upness. Walter cut him off. If we look at these in order, there's no escalation. If anything, it's the opposite. He tapped the photo of the first victim, the naked man found at the Edison. With this one, it looks like our killer took time, not only with the kill, but with the cleanup. Might have lured our Vic there. They were in that room together for a while. Then you look at victim number 2, in a bathroom stall at the bus depot. That one looks hasty. If the first was calm and planned, the second was a quick kill under far from ideal circumstances. Walter made a gun out of his thumb and forefinger, then added, Yet this third one looks more like an accident. Or like the killer tried to cover it up. Didn't want us to tie it to the others. Skipped the fingers. Skipped the theatrics. Damn near perfect murder. He looked up at Raymond. Think about it. If they had left the body where it dropped instead of dragging it to the shower, we wouldn't have been called there at all. The Vic would have just been some guy who clocked out in a hotel room. We were there by dumb luck. That single move suggests panic, Raymond agreed. It's reactionary. Walter nodded. The killer won't make that mistake again. He's getting good, which means we might not even find the next one, not unless all the right people are looking for it. That takes us back to our real problem. There's no gun here, no knife, no known murder weapons. There's no way to induce cancer, right? Not short term, no. It would take some form of exposure. And Ackerman already ruled out radiation, Walter pointed out. Raymond rolled his fingers on the edge of his desk. So we're back to something new, Something she doesn't know or doesn't know how to look for. What do you make of the salt? Our guy was covered in it, Walter noted. His partner just shook his head. No idea. Both of them went back to looking at the grainy photograph of the girl, staring at it. After about a minute, Walter returned to his desk. He had the files for all the known prostitutes near the Edison lying there, the ones matching the description provided by the night manager on top. 9 of them. He flipped through them, and each photo made this more and more frustrating. You throw a wig on one of these girls, and any one of them could be the woman from the Four Seasons video. Or none of them, Raymond replied. If the girl is our connection, I seriously doubt she's a streetwalker. He pointed at the image. Those shoes look expensive, and that bag is a Gucci. Looks legit, too. A run-of-the-mill pro can't play dress-up? Brayman nodded at Walter's desk. Look at those files, the rap sheets, track marks, coke busts, heroin. All 9 have drug problems. It's almost inevitable in that business. It's how most of them cope. Girls with drug problems don't spend $1,000 on shoes and a purse. They blow it on smack. If this woman is a pro, she's not some girl turning tricks for $20. The girls who circle the Edison and the ones who frequent the Four Seasons are from 2 very different worlds. He's right. Streetwalkers and... Captain Hazlitt's door opened. He quickly looked around the homicide bullpen, his eyes landing on Brayman. Come in here for a second. When both of them rose, Hazlitt waved a dismissive hand at Walter. Just Wes. Walter didn't think he would say anything about the drinking, but he couldn't be sure. For all he knew, Brayman had already said something. His new partner stepped into the captain's office and closed the door behind him, but not before Walter heard Nadler's familiar voice say, Still there? From the speakerphone on Hazlitt's desk. Why the hell were they talking to Nadler? He didn't need this. He didn't need trouble. Walter started back toward his desk when he spotted Jade standing at the elevator, holding a file. She nodded at him. Walter gave the captain's closed door a quick glance and walked over to her. Did you find something? I pulled what I could from records. Figured I'd save you a trip. She handed him the file. I need to get back before someone notices I'm gone. Call me sometime. We should get dinner. Catch up. She gave him a quick smile, then was gone, back in the elevator and behind closing doors. Walter opened the file. A mugshot of Willow stared back at him, wide-eyed and worried. Her real name was Rebecca Edgecombe, 19, left home at 15, a runaway from New Jersey. She had various arrests for theft, shoplifting, vagrancy, and prostitution. The most recent was only 3 weeks ago. Vice had picked her up in a sting downtown along with 12 other girls. She'd been released on $2,000 bond with a hearing set in 3 months. Her last known employer was an escort service operating out of a residential address on Franklin, not far. There were several known associates listed, but none of those names were Amy Archer or Amelia Dyer. Walter looked back at the captain's door again. He could see shadows moving around inside. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Fuck it. Walter didn't wait on the elevator. He took the stairs. A minute later, he was on the curb, hailing a cab. Chapter 33. That's it on the right, the cabbie told Walter, his voice slightly muffled by the plastic barrier between them. Third one in from the corner. According to her jacket, the last known employer for Rebecca Edgecombe, a.k.a. Willow, was Elite Escorts, located at 415 Franklin Avenue. Walter had expected an office complex, possibly some type of front business like a nail salon or restaurant, but instead, the cab pulled slowly by a series of large residential brownstones. Each was 3 stories tall, probable basements below, and either single-family residences or apartments. Expensive ones. No doubt the phone number on the missing business card from Michael Driscoll rang a line somewhere inside that building. He could feel it, some unconscious pull telling him he was close. Let me out up there on the corner, he told the driver. Take a right and go a little further down the block so we're off Franklin." The driver double-parked next to a late-model BMW. "Want me to wait for you?" Walter shook his head. He handed the driver several bills through the slot in the plastic. "No, I'm good. Thanks. Keep it." With the sun gone, the air had taken on a chill, not uncomfortable, but heading in that direction. Walter wore his suit jacket, should have brought something heavier. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked toward the brownstone. Rather than stop, he circled the block on foot, heading in the direction opposite the one the taxi had taken. He wanted to get a better feel for the area before he made any kind of move. He still wasn't sure what that move would be. As a patrol officer, he'd seen his share of illicit businesses but had no idea how this one operated. It might just be a call center, remotely managing the escorts, or the girls might live inside, use it as a base. It was equally possible this was a full-on brothel, or that there might not be anything inside but a forwarded phone sitting on a cardboard box along with a handful of strategically placed lights on timers. The neighborhood was fairly quiet. Several joggers ran by. A woman with a golden retriever gave him a distracted nod before crouching next to her dog and pulling a plastic bag from her pocket. A man and woman holding hands as they walked. As he neared 415, nothing about the building stuck out other than a yellow potted plant on the front stoop. To the left of the door was a brass plate with the house number. Several lights were on inside, illuminating the edges of heavy curtains drawn over the windows. He slowed only slightly as he walked by, his ears straining to hear anything from the other side of the brick facade, hoping to spot movement. He was on his second trip around the block when a Mercedes pulled to a stop on Franklin, and a young blonde woman wearing jeans and a dark sweater got out, dodged around the parked cars, and disappeared inside. Several minutes later, another girl came out, a redhead in a black evening dress. She scrambled into the back seat of the same Mercedes, and they were gone a moment later. Over the next 30 minutes, Walter watched 7 other girls come and go in similar cars. 3 men as well. None of them were Willow. None of them were Amy Archer. That didn't mean they weren't in there. Walter was rounding the block again when the payphone at the corner of Franklin and 19th, about 20 feet from where he stood, started to ring. He glanced up at the brownstone, thought he saw someone near a window on the second floor, but couldn't be sure. The phone rang 8 times, stopped for about 10 seconds, then started up again. Walter walked over to the phone booth and stepped inside, leaving the door open. He picked up the receiver and brought it to his ear, but didn't say anything. At first, there was only soft breathing. Then her voice. "What are you doing, Walter?" "Amy?" She was silent for a moment. "You're going to get me in trouble. Me and Willow. You need to go." "I want to see you." "You can't." "Where did you go last night?" "You don't remember?" Cradling the phone on his shoulder, he turned slightly so he could see the brownstone again. "No, most of the night is a blur." "Last night was a mistake." "Don't say that." "It was." "Come outside." She sighed. "I can't." "Then let me in." She said nothing. "I've got money." He almost said it, then pulled the word back before it slipped out. Even if she was working for an escort service now, whatever happened between them last night had nothing to do with that. He couldn't stumble over that line. "I've got to talk to you," he said instead. Again, she said nothing, but he could hear her breathing. She was still on the line. "I just want to know what happened to you after you ran from my patrol car that night, after Alvin's shock. I've spent 6 years worried about you. Hell, I thought you were dead." "Who?" She dropped off for a second. "Walter, I think you've got me mixed up with someone else. I don't know an Alvin... What did you say his name was?" "Alvin Shock." "I don't know who that is. I've never been in a car with you. You said we've met before. and I'm sorry, but if we did, I don't remember you." She went quiet for a second, and when she came back, her voice had dropped lower. "I just moved here 3 months ago from New Jersey. I've never been to Detroit before that. I'm only here because Willow, said I could stay with her until I got on my feet. Working here, doing this, isn't how I planned things, but it's only for a little while, just until I can afford an apartment, someplace of my own. Maybe another move, I don't know. I haven't really decided yet. But the point is, this is temporary. It's not who I am. And I'm not who you think I am. I'm sorry. I hope you find her, whoever she is. It sounds like you care about her, but it's not me. I've got to go." "Amy, wait, A heavy fist banged against the glass of the phone booth to the right of Walter's head. When he jerked around, the largest man he'd ever seen was standing there, an angry scowl on his face. The angry man was at least 6'5" and pushing 300 pounds. If he had a neck, the rolling wall of muscle that made up his chest had swallowed it long ago. He wore a dark navy silk suit, a deep burgundy tie, and black loafers polished to a reflective sheen. A prison tattoo was slightly visible at the base of his jaw under his white collar. The expensive suit was nothing more than a uniform, a disguise. This was the kind of guy who'd sooner stick a screwdriver in your gut than give up his pudding cup in the chow line. "I believe the lady asked you to leave," he said in a gravelly voice. Walter still had the phone receiver pressed to his ear, but the line had gone dead. He slowly placed it back on the cradle and reached for his wallet. "I'm a cop. I'm just getting my badge." The man huffed. "I don't care if you're a cop." His large head nodded toward a white van halfway down the block. "You're a cop. They're cops. We got cops everywhere. I want you to fuck off, the whole lot of you. The young lady asked you to leave, and you're going to leave. If you don't, I call my boss. They call their boss, and a bunch of people will start calling your boss. They'll light up his fucking phone, and that won't end well for you." Walter had the badge out and held it up. The man ignored it. His eyes remained fixed on Walter. "It feels a lot like you're harassing me without cause. Me, a resident of this fine neighborhood. In fact, I feel very threatened by your presence." "You feel threatened?" The man had 100 pounds on Walter. His large head bobbed slowly on broad shoulders. "Not just me, but the girls inside. You followed them home. Now you're hanging around outside, lurking like some freak." His eyes narrowed. "Do you have a warrant or cause to be here? Stalking is a crime, officer." "Detective." "Whatever, shithead." This guy either had a cursory understanding of the law or had been coached. Either way, Walter knew he was right. Worse yet, this guy might go back inside and take out his frustrations on Amy or Willow or God knew who else was in there. Walter stepped out of the phone booth. "I'll be back with a warrant." The guy smirked. "No, you won't." He didn't move out of the way, and Walter was forced to step around him to leave the booth and get back on the sidewalk. He pictured Amy standing to the side of one of the curtains, her back pressed up against the wall. Maybe she was still holding the phone. The man faced the white van. "Go ahead. Say hello to your friends before you go." Walter turned and started toward the van. "I'll call you a cab," the man said behind him, heading back toward the door. Walter held his middle finger up behind his back. The van was a mix of chipped white paint, dust, and rust. While there were no markings, the city plates and a sticker for the Detroit Metro Garage on the windshield said enough. 3 bulky antennae on the roof didn't help them blend in much either. Walter went to the back door and gave it 2 hits with a closed fist. There was a click, and the door swung open. A man holding a burrito in one hand was standing there, hunched over, his large belly testing the limits of his shirt. He had shaggy brown hair with a reddish tint and a matching mustache in need of a trim. He was shaking his head. He gave the street a quick survey. "They've got cameras all over this block, surrounding buildings above their door. They probably spotted you before we did, and we had a beat on you when you started doing laps around the neighborhood. Next time, bring a stroller or something. Try to blend." "Get in here," someone called out from deeper in the van. A black guy sitting in a swivel chair staring up at several bulky monitors, a pair of large headphones on, the left can over his ear, the right side resting behind. Walter climbed up into the van, and the brown-haired detective with the burrito pulled the door shut and dropped into a chair. "I'm Bunsey. That's Wilson. We're with Vice. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing sniffing around our caller?" Bunsey offered a hand, then realized hot sauce was dripping down his wrist and pulled it back. "I'm Detective O'Brien, homicide," Walter told them. "Homicide?" Bunsey said. "We missed something? Nobody told us about a homicide." "I'm just chasing a lead." Wilson gave a short laugh. "Sounded more like you were chasing some tail." "You heard that?" "Payphone's tapped. Same with the other 3 within a quarter mile of here. We record everything, but if the call isn't connected to the girly operation, we're not allowed to listen. Have to hit the mute button." "Your call certainly sounded connected," Wilson said. "I listened to every word. Even made a note here on my nifty clipboard. Says, 'Cop, Poontang brings out the stupid in all of us.'" Wilson smiled. "Welcome to the official record, Detective. Which one was she?" He gestured up at a series of photographs tacked to a board above their makeshift desk. 2 of the pictures were mugshots. The rest looked like they'd been captured with telephoto lenses. Willow was the 3rd one from the left, mugshot, with Rebecca Edgecombe scribbled on a piece of masking tape below the photograph. Amy was... Walter took a step closer. He cocked his head and focused on the first one. "This might be her, but I'm not sure. It's a shitty picture." "The leader number 1, Bunsey replied, nodding approvingly. "She's proving to be a little camera shy, but we'll get her. It's like she's got a spidey sense for avoiding our cameras. She might be the hottest of the bunch. Do you have a name?" "Amy Archer." Walter hedged. "I questioned a man yesterday who said her name was Amelia Dyer, but I think that's bogus." "You called her Amy. That's some kind of nickname?" Walter nodded. They wouldn't understand. Bunsey grunted, scribbled Amelia Amy Dyer on a piece of tape, and stuck it below her photo. "She's connected to a homicide? That's a shame. Girl like that will get pulled 6 ways to Sunday in prison." Walter had no idea what Bunsey meant by that, but didn't say anything. He went on. "We've been watching this place for a few months now. They were operating out of another brownstone on Wilmington before that. 3 joint apartments downtown before that one. We got them at 9 different locations over the past 3 years." "Why haven't you arrested them?" Bunsey gave Wilson a sidelong glance, took another bite of his burrito, and spoke with his mouth half full. "We know what they're doing. We know who they're doing it with. We even have most of their hows figured out, but they're damn careful. You got their phone number from a business card, right?" Walter nodded. "They print them in small lots, probably 50 or so. The numbers are only good for a couple weeks, then they rotate them out. The girls give their customers a new card after each visit, but they need to use it quick or the number goes bad. That helps keep the Johns on the hook. Every time they get a new number, we need to get a new warrant. Makes that damn near impossible. By the time a judge comes through for us, the number is dead and they've moved on. We've only gotten lucky a handful of times and got one of those calls down on tape, and they're real careful with what they say or respond to. Anything incriminating comes up, they hang up and burn the number. The calls themselves roll through a series of forwards worldwide. They bounce them through switches, which makes tracing a nightmare. At the moment, they're answered here. But like I said, they moved their base location too. Girls are dispatched, but the hanky-panky never happens here. So all we've got are them coming and going. That's not a crime. Living here isn't a crime. The crime part takes place behind closed doors at any number of hotels downtown. Why don't you just send in an undercover and arrest them at the hotel? All I did was call the number from the bar at the Huntley, and they sent someone right over. I could have easily busted her when we got upstairs. At the back of the van, Wilson chuckled. Bunsey smiled at him. That easy, huh? Yeah. We follow them to the hotels, but we don't have eyes and ears in the rooms. What little we've learned, we've had to shake out of Johns we picked up on their way out, Bunsey explained. If you'd managed to get your girl upstairs, she would have asked you for your driver's license and phoned it in so they could run a background on you. She would have also asked you flat out if you were a cop. You answer no, and you venture into entrapment territory. You answer yes, and she's gone. Background comes back with anything hokey, and she's gone. You would have found she wouldn't ask you for money. A voice on the phone would have told you how much and where in the room to leave it. Those words would never come out of her mouth. She may pick up the cash, but that's not necessarily a crime. Neither is doing the deed with a stranger. The crime comes from all these moving parts, and only if a couple of them align just right. These people have been running this racket for a long time and are extremely cautious. They don't let those parts align. We think it's probably Russian mob pulling the strings. Maybe Italian, but it smells more Russian. No real proof either way, though. The girls are just players. Busting them doesn't move the needle. They get 10 more girls for every one we take off the board. We want to get the people running the operation, and that takes time. Gather evidence, build a case, wait for a break. That's how this works. Russian mob. Walter thought of the files still sitting on his kitchen counter. Do you have any record of these girls going to the Four Seasons yesterday, or to the Edison the night before? The Edison? Bunsey repeated with a hint of amusement in his voice. These girls don't cross over to that side of the tracks. They leave that neighborhood to the dime store ho-hos. The Four Seasons, though. His voice trailed off, and he looked at Wilson, who was thumbing through a notebook. Wilson's index finger ran down a page. 3 trips to the Four Seasons yesterday. He nodded up at the photographs. Number 1, 3, and 9. Number 1 was Amy. 3 was Willow. Number 9 was a blonde girl with high cheekbones, full lips, and bright green eyes. She looked Eastern European. Walter said, I'm going to need copies of whatever you have on those 3. Chapter 34. The following morning, Walter managed to get himself to work early, but not early enough. When the elevator doors opened on the homicide bullpen at just a little after 7 a.m., Brayman was already at his desk, coffee in one hand, and the remains of a breakfast sandwich in the other. He looked up at Walter, studied the files in his arms with a wary eye, then looked back down at his desk. Walter crossed the room and set the folders down. Jackets on the 3 girls from the escort service were on top. The mob files were beneath, and all were marked with colorful post-it tabs. I think I've got something. Uh-huh, Brayman muttered. He was reading the Detroit Herald, open to the crime beat section. The headline was a story about the body at the Four Seasons. First a story on the Corktown body, now this. Do we need to have a conversation about talking to the press? You know, little things like, we don't talk to the fucking press. I didn't talk to anyone. Well, they've got all the details here. Our names, a description of the Vic. They even mentioned the aneurysm and how the body was moved and repositioned. The reporter might as well have been holding her hand. Me? How do I know you didn't talk? Because I don't talk to the press. Ever. I know better. Walter felt his face burn. Man, you are a complete ass, you know that? Yeah, I'm the ass. Brayman shook his head. He remained still for a moment, then slowly got up from his chair with the newspaper in hand. Captain wants to see us. He's here already? About what? Nadler, the near DUI, my drinking. The list was growing. Why couldn't they just drop the bullshit and let him do his job? Now, O'Brien. Walter scooped up the files. He'd show them what he found, Then nothing else would matter. They'd forget all this other high school bullshit. Captain Hazlitt was sitting in his chair behind his desk, his hands folded over his own copy of the Herald. He looked up at Walter as he came in, his face blank. "Close the door." Walter shouldered the door shut, then set his folders on top of the captain's desk. Brayman was standing off to the right, leaning partially against the wall. He eyed the files and exchanged a quick look with Hazlitt, but said nothing. Walter cleared his throat. "I think I've got a bead on our unknown woman from the hotel. I'm not 100% sure, but I've got a link." The captain's eyes narrowed. "O'Brien, Walter cut him off. "Have either of you ever heard of the name Sergei Turgenev?" Neither man said anything. Walter shuffled through the files, found Turgenev, and spread the contents across the captain's desk. Turgenev is Russian mob, hardcore, old school. He operates out of the back of a drugstore on the East End. There's a small pocket of immigrants there. I spoke to some guys in Vice last night and— "You talked to Vice?" Hazlitt interrupted. "Who in Vice?" "Bunsey and Wilson. They told me Turgenev has his hands in a number of local operations, but two of them jumped out. Elite escorts on the upper end of town, and a series of pimps he runs around Arlington and Edgewater, near where our first Vic was found. He offers protection for the pimps and their girls in exchange for a piece of their take." From the folders, Walter pulled out the witness statement from the manager at the Edison, as well as the photograph taken from the surveillance camera at the Four Seasons. He set them both side by side on the desk. "We've got a girl at the Edison, most likely the last person to see our Vic alive, and we've got another at the Four Seasons, same thing. Two girls, most likely pros, but from very different worlds, both with a single connection." "Turgenev," Hazlitt muttered. "Exactly. I found a number of links between those two operations with Turgenev in the middle. Turns out if one of the pimps gets a girl who can cut it uptown, Turgenev throws the pimp a bonus and places the girl with elite escorts. If one of the girls at Elite isn't earning enough or is at the tail end of her career, they bust her down to the Arlington area. The point is, these girls go back and forth depending on their earning potential. Both businesses feed each other." "How does that connect to our Vics?" Brayman asked. "What's the motive?" "I think they were hits." "Hits? Seriously?" "I think the Russian mob wanted these people dead, and they used one of Turgenev's girls to do it." Brayman looked like he was on the verge of laughing. "What, like some femme fatale? A female assassin?" Walter ignored him. "All three were murdered. We just don't know how yet. I'd be willing to bet if we dig, we'll find that the victims all have a connection to Turgenev. Maybe they worked for him. Maybe whatever they did for him led to some type of exposure to something toxic, and that exposure is what caused the cancer, the aneurysm. These illnesses that look natural. Maybe he had them killed to keep them from talking to anyone about it." Captain Hazlitt leaned back in his chair. "And what, the woman at the bus depot was one of Turgenev's girls?" Walter nodded. "Probably running and they caught up with her." He looked at Brayman. "We talked about that, remember? Her death looked hasty. Something quick to shut her down. At a bus depot, no less. Oh, she was running for sure. Somebody took her out." Hazlitt looked over at Brayman. "You two talked about all this?" Brayman just raised his palms, shook his head, and said nothing. Walter let everything sink in before pulling another file from the stack and setting it in front of Hazlitt. "I think this is our girl." Hazlitt leaned forward and read the name on the tab of the folder. "Amy Archer." He said the name slowly before settling back in his chair. Walter didn't want it to be Amy, but his gut told him he was right. He couldn't hold back now. She was the missing piece. It explained why she was pretending to be someone else, too. He went on. "I don't know if you're familiar with this case. It's an older one, goes back 6 years. Nadler and I found Amy Archer in an apartment with a dead man named Alvin Schock. At the time, it looked like Schock had abducted her, and she killed him trying to get away. But the evidence doesn't add up. We found blood on the mattress there, some rope. We figured Shock tied her up and tortured her, but the blood came back as a match for him, not her. She was in the wind long before any of this was discovered. The detective on the case, Freddie Whedon, I don't know if he just dropped the ball or was sloppy, but he never followed up on her. Walter patted the folder. Half the information in his report is wrong. Her description is all off. Maybe he got it mixed up with another case or something. I don't know. I shouldn't make excuses for him. If anyone was looking for Archer based on Whedon's report, though, they'd never find her. Then I got lucky and spotted her on the street a few days ago. Hazlitt and Brayman exchanged another glance. Rather than look through the information Walter had laid out, Brayman looked down at his shoes. Hazlitt said, "You found her? Amy Archer?" Walter nodded. "She's working for Elite Escorts now, for Sergei Turgenev, using the name Amelia Dyer." Hazlitt considered all of this. He was quiet for a long time. Finally, he groaned, reached into his desk drawer, and took out a pile of reports of his own. "This isn't the first time you found Amy Archer, is it?" A statement, not a question. Chapter 35. Walter recognized the topmost report. He probably still had a copy of it somewhere buried in a box back at his apartment. "That's not what you think," he said defensively. "No," Hazlitt replied, "because I think it's a restraining order. You know why I think that? Because it says restraining order across the top in big blocky letters, and a judge signed it down here at the bottom, all official-like. See?" Hazlitt turned the document around and tapped at the signature. "That was 5 years ago, almost 6. "It was right after she ran," Hazlitt said. "I read all that crap before I signed your papers and agreed to take you into homicide. I know all about that case. The whole damn department knows. Whedon used to bring it up whenever we bullshitted about his unsolveds. How he cut a break to a rookie, some young punk named O'Brien who let a girl get the better of him. Gave him the slip. That's not the part that irked him, though. Mistakes happen, we all get that. What bugged him is you couldn't keep your hands out of the investigation. Wasn't even your job, but you kept nosing around. You bugged some kid so damn much his mother felt the need to take out a restraining order against you." Hazlitt tapped the document again, harder this time. "A black mother in a shitty part of town felt the need to go to the police, file a report, and go to court, all to keep you away from her kid. Do you have any idea how bad you need to fuck up to get a black mother in the projects to ask the cops for help? To trust the system?" "That kid knew Archer was in there with Shock," Walter said. "He told us Shock had a girl in there. He knew who was in that apartment, knew what was going on in there, and he could have helped us find her." "It wasn't your job," Hazlitt repeated flatly. "That kid saw who came and went. He could tell us whether Shock had Archer tied up in there or the other way around." "That kid is dead," Hazlitt said. "Died of pulmonary atresia 5 years ago. Heart valve problem." Walter felt a lump grow in his stomach. He hadn't known that. Brayman took a step closer to the desk. "Nadler says you have a thing for her. You've never been able to let that one go." "It's not like that," Walter said dismissively. Hazlitt moved the restraining order aside and showed Walter a stack of fax cover sheets. "How do you explain all these?" Walter said nothing. Hazlitt spread them out across the desk. "You faxed your own bolo out to half the precincts in the state. There must be 50 of them here, and these are just the ones Whedon found. He bitched about this for a month, said you didn't even get the girl's physical description right. That's not true. Whedon's the one who had it wrong." Hazlitt continued. "He said you completely muffed it, and that was why she got away. Anyone looking for her had the details all wrong. Another cop does this, and they'd get bounced. Lucky for you, Nadler had your back and smoothed things over, kept Whedon from filing a formal complaint against you." Walter told himself to stay calm. Go down to records and pull the report. We'd enlisted her as a blonde with green eyes. She was a brunette with gray eyes. Oh, I've seen his report, Hazlitt fired back. You don't think he showed it to me? He worked for me. You know what else I've seen? Statements from other officers on the scene. Every damn one of them contradicting you. Got to be a joke around here. One nobody told you because you were the butt of that joke. You need to hear it, though, if you've got any kind of future here, at least in my department. It's been years. We all think you finally dropped it, given up the chase. And why wouldn't you? Got a promotion, new partner, new focus, perfect time to start fresh, right? That's water cooler talk. That was all rookie crap a long time ago. Old news. Then Nadler calls me yesterday, says you called him the night before from some club, drunk off your ass, with eyes on some girl you swore was Archer. That's obviously bad. Can't get worse, right? But it does, because he unloads a confession on me. Tells me how you used to see Archer everywhere, on the street, at the store, bars at night, running in the park, some ghost you spotted more often than your own reflection. He tells me how he kept all this under wraps because underneath it all, you're a good cop. Said he cut you slack because you grew up a foster kid and managed to make something of yourself. Told himself that for all those years the two of you were partnered up. Didn't want to make things harder on you by ticking the wrong box in your jacket. So I gotta wonder, how bad of a fuck-up did I make by giving you a desk in my department? I haven't. Hazlitt shook his head and glared at the folders on his desk. And now this bullshit? You're gonna try and tie her to this investigation? I should pull your shield right now. The phone on Hazlitt's desk began to ring. He made no move to answer it, just let the shrill clatter echo over the three silent men for 6 rings before he finally scooped up the receiver. Hazlitt. A female voice spoke. Walter couldn't make out the words. Hazlitt glanced over at Brayman several times, but avoided eye contact with Walter. After about a minute, he shoved some of the pages on his desk aside and scribbled something down on a notepad. When he hung up, he tore the page from the pad and handed it to Brayman. That was Jane Ackerman. She got an ID on your Vic from the Four Seasons. Earl Golston. That's a home address. Brayman pursed his lips and said, What about... Hazlitt glared at Walter. He fucks up one more time. Tell me. And he's done. Chapter 36. Behind the wheel, Brayman appeared both defeated and exhausted. He made no attempt to speak as they drove, and Walter simply couldn't find the words to break the silence. He'd followed the evidence, exactly as he was taught. As Brayman insisted, he hadn't made any assumptions. By the book, every second of it. Did he want this to be Amy Archer? Of course not. Every time a piece of evidence pointed at her, he'd closed his eyes, saw that frightened girl in the bathroom looking back at him, and tried to convince himself it wasn't her. His gut insisted, though. His instincts were spot on. The facts backed his theory. Turgenev, the prostitution rings, the similarities between the bodies. He was right. They were wrong. What would it take for them to see that? Goddamn Nadler. Why couldn't he keep his mouth shut? Walter sighed. What? Nothing, he replied before turning to the window to watch the neighborhood go from bad to worse. The address Hazlitt had given them was an old 4-story brick apartment building in a section of Detroit most referred to as Lowtown, not too far from the Edison. The windows on 2 of the first-floor apartments were sealed with plywood and covered with so many spray-painted symbols, names, and gang markers, it was near impossible to read any of them. Brayman pulled the Crown Vic to a stop behind the burnt-out husk of an old hatchback and shut off the engine. Walter nodded at the car and cleared his throat. Not like patrol to leave something like that in the street, even here. Brayman didn't reply. Not at first. He wouldn't even look at him. He just sat there, drumming his fingers over the steering wheel. He unfastened his seatbelt, started to get out, then settled back down. I didn't know you were a foster kid. It shouldn't matter. Hazlitt showed me your DCS record. Walter felt the blood heat his face. He what? That's supposed to be sealed. Not when you work in law enforcement and carry a gun. Not to your superior officer. Everything is reviewed and considered. He drummed his fingers again. Forget that. Doesn't matter. I'm only bringing it up because I didn't know. If we're going to work together, it's important we understand each other. Not knowing how a partner will react in a certain situation gets people killed. A lot of that knowing comes from understanding where we've been, the experiences that shaped us. Walter fought the urge to get out of the car. Every ounce of his being would rather hit the sidewalk and just keep walking than have this conversation. He didn't want people to judge him by his past. He wasn't that little boy. Not anymore. It had colored his relationship with Nadler. He didn't want that with Brayman. He wanted to be judged the man he was today. Not that kid. Never that kid. Just drop it, okay? He didn't, though. Instead, Brayman said something that surprised Walter. My father was shot behind our house when I was 5. Stray bullet from a drug deal gone bad. I lost my mother a year later in a car accident. My grandmother raised me until I was 12. Then I lost her, too. Heart attack. I bounced around with cousins after that. I know it's not the same, but my point is, you're not alone. There's not a day goes by I don't miss my parents. That emptiness never quite fills in. Not completely. Yeah? I bet your parents loved each other. Brayman looked at his hands and smiled. Always. They made it a point to say the words every day. More importantly, though, you could see it in their faces. The way they looked at each other when they didn't think the other one was watching. Walter had no idea what that was like. My father was a drunk and a cheat. He treated my mother like shit. The night of the fire, I saw him outside kissing some other woman, right there in our backyard. He saw me, too, but didn't care. No way my mother was in the dark. She must have known. He didn't care about that either. Selfish prick. Dying was the best thing that could have happened to him. He looked over at Brayman. You read my entire file? Brayman hesitated, then nodded. Walter sighed, shaking his head. His partner's next words were careful, measured. I know he beat you. Your mother, too. I saw the hospital reports. 6 trips to the ER. I've been around long enough to understand if you went 6 times, there were probably countless other times it didn't get quite as far. Growing up like that, I can't imagine the hate and fear and anxiety, how that would build and... You want to ask, just ask. Quit beating around the bush. Brayman turned and met his eyes. Did you start the fire? Walter held his gaze. No. Do you know who did? Walter shook his head. He sat there for a long moment, then dug his hand into his pocket, wrapped his fingers around the old dog collar and took it out. I don't remember much. I don't know if it's because I was so young or if my mind blocked it. A lot of qualified people have tried to pull what happened that night from my head, but I don't remember that much. My dog alerted me. I woke up coughing, and he was on the floor next to my bed making this awful sound. Some mix of barking, crying, and howling. My room was full of smoke. I couldn't see much beyond him. He led me to the door, down the stairs, out front. I was standing in the grass before I realized I wasn't dreaming. Then I kept waiting for my parents to come out of the house. But they never did. No, they never did. And you don't know... Walter cut him off. It could have been my father, or the woman he was seeing, or maybe my mother finally trying to put an end to things. I have no idea. Or maybe it was just some freak accident, something left a little too close to the stove. If you read my file, I'm sure you saw the fire marshal's report. They have no clue, just a bunch of guesswork. Walter twisted the dog collar around his fingers as he spoke. I've kept my dog's old collar as kind of a good luck charm, I guess. Lost him along with everyone else when I went into foster care. I like to think he lived out his days on a farm somewhere or with some old lady who spoiled the shit out of him. But the truth is, I don't know where he ended up. What was your dog's name? Scritch. A silence fell between them, and when Walter couldn't take it anymore, he shoved the collar back into his pocket and got out of the car. Brayman waited a beat and followed. The two of them stepped up to the abandoned car. There wasn't much left. The scent of charred metal and plastic found him, and Walter told himself that was from the car, not the memories Brayman set stirring in his head. Brayman bent to get a better look inside. This is recent. Got lit up 3 nights back, a woman said. She was sitting on the stoop of the apartment building, holding a mug of coffee, wearing a threadbare beige dress, her hair up in rollers. Waiting for someone to tow it away. Last time we had one of these, it got left out there down at the end of the block for 2 months. Hoping this one moves faster. Dangerous for the kids, you know. Walter walked around the back and bent down at the bumper. The tag's gone. Probably sold that, the woman groaned and took another sip of her coffee. Usually do. Brayman offered her a thin smile and started up the steps into the building. Appreciate the information, ma'am. Officer, she replied before going back to her coffee. The vestibule inside the front door, the stairwells, and the hallways all bore the same graffiti as the outside of the building. The walls and ceiling were thick with cracked and flaking paint. Earl Golston's apartment was on the 3rd floor at the end of the hall. Brayman froze when he reached the door. What's wrong? Do you smell that? Walter cocked his head. Is that gas? Some kind of accelerant, maybe lighter fluid. Do we know if he lived alone? Hazlitt didn't say anything about that, just gave us the address. Brayman gave the door a hard knock. Detroit PD. Nobody answered. When Brayman tried the knob, he found the door locked. Walter motioned for him to move out of the way. Detroit PD, we're coming in. Brayman shuffled to the side, took out his gun, and gave Walter a nod. Walter hit the door with his shoulder and the half-hearted lock gave up. The smell was stronger inside. Wet lines snaked over the floor, up the walls. Brayman was right. Lighter fluid. The window in the bedroom was open, the fire escape on the other side. Walter scrambled over and looked out, saw no one. Whoever had done this was gone. That didn't matter, not now. The two of them quickly returned to the living room to get a better look at what they had glimpsed coming through the door. Brayman stood perfectly still as Walter began turning in a slow circle to take it all in. Shit, Walter muttered. Yeah, Brayman replied. Shit. The floor was covered in a thin layer of salt, and nearly every inch of wall space was filled with rough sketches, paintings, and photographs of women. Chapter 37. Walter stepped up to the nearest photograph, the salt crunching underfoot. The paper, saturated with lighter fluid, curled and pulled away from the wall. A glossy 8x10, black and white, taken with a telephoto lens. The subject was walking down a sidewalk. She wore black boots that nearly reached her knees, a short skirt, and a thin tank top. The breeze had caught her hair and sent it wild around her face. Her head was angled to the side, looking in the window of a nearby shop. A candid shot, her face hidden. The other photographs were no different. In each photo, either the subject was turned away from the camera or her face was obscured by lens flare, similar to what they'd seen with the video footage at the Four Seasons. Do you think these are all the same woman? That's a leap, Brayman replied dismissively. Can't make out a face in a single one of these shots. And look at the clothes, the hair, the cars. There might be decades between some of these. No way they're the same woman. Walter hadn't been looking at the photographs when he asked the question, though. He was studying the sketches. Although several were inked, Most had been drawn with pencil by a practiced hand, presumably Golston's, that Walter could only envy. In these, the woman faced the virtual camera. In some, she smiled. Others caught her from a slight distance, walking, reading a book, sleeping, taking a bath. Several in various states of undress. One in particular caught Walter's eye. The figure was sitting naked at a vanity, running a brush through her long hair, her face visible in the reflection. This was one of the few sketches done in colored pencil, and Golston had clearly spent a lot of time on it. Christ, they all looked like Amy. Well, not exactly like Amy, but close. Like he couldn't quite capture her, as skilled as he was. Walter saw it, though, a hint of her in each image. These are all connected somehow. Similar look, build, and age. But there are differences in the photos and drawings. Subtle, but there. This guy was a good artist, that's no mistake. To me, this looks like he was stalking a type, not someone specific. Screams serial, Brayman said. Maybe he was just a looker and not much of a taker. Brayman turned his back to him, studying the room. Looks like he was living out of bags. This guy's got no real furniture, just that table and a sleeping bag in the bedroom. One step from homeless. Not the kind of guy you find at the Four Seasons. Not on the regular. If this is his world, he didn't belong there. Walter glanced around, and an odd sense of déjà vu rolled over him. His mind flashed back to Alvin Schock's apartment. Not a home, but a temporary way station. He glanced back at the open bathroom door, at the space on the floor next to the sink. Nobody in there, his mind muttered. Nobody chained to the sink. That's what you meant. What is it? Reminds me of Schock's place, that's all. Brayman put his gun away and got a closer look at the pictures on the walls. Was Amy Archer Alvin Schock's only victim? There were 2 unidentified bodies found in the building's basement attributed to him, but too badly decomposed to ID. Archer's the only one they ever pinned on him that I know of, yeah. I'm thinking he spotted our girl from the Four Seasons video, saw something he wanted and lured her there. Aneurysms are like ticking bombs. If he meant to hurt her, the stress and adrenaline might have caused it to burst. The woman, a pro, who doesn't want to get caught in a hotel room with a dead John, drags him to the shower with a towel to try and muddle up what happened. Walter nudged a duffel bag with the tip of his shoe and dumped it over. Nothing inside but some men's clothing, a couple of shirts, jeans, underwear, everything soaked with lighter fluid. There's a good chance that car out front is Golston's. Then how did he get to the hotel? Brayman shot back. Cab, maybe? We should check with dispatch. Brayman went quiet again, slowly walking the room. Crossing over to a folding table set up in the center of the room, Walter flipped through the items on top. A tattered road atlas, a stack of takeout receipts, some old Philip K. Dick paperbacks, a small notebook buried under those. Everything drenched in lighter fluid. He opened the notebook and flipped through the pages. What do you make of this? Make of what? Brayman had paused at several boxes stacked under a window. A log, I think. Names, dates, locations. A slew of them going back years. Decades, actually. More sketches of girls. Without looking back at him, Brayman produced an evidence bag from his pocket and threw it in Walter's general direction. Bag it. Walter picked the bag up off the floor, dropped the notebook inside, and slipped it into his pocket. Golston had run a long cord to get the phone from the kitchen to the table. Walter picked up the receiver and dialed *69. After 3 rings, a male voice answered. Four Seasons, how may I help you? He hung up. Last call was to the Four Seasons. We'll want to pull the Luds to see who else he talked to. I bet we'll find elite escorts on there. Oh, Jesus. Brayman, still crouching at the boxes, fell back on his hands and stared inside one he'd opened. What is it? Walter went over and looked down. The box held about a dozen glass mason jars. Brayman had pulled out one of the jars and dropped it on top of the others when he startled. The jar was nearly full of human teeth. Some were old and yellow. Others looked fresh, with dried blood on the edges, bits of skin or gums. Walter felt his stomach lurch. He glanced down at the neat rows of metal lids in the box. "What's in the other jars?" Brayman said nothing. "Are you gonna look?" "Go ahead. Nobody's stopping you." Walter gave him a frustrated glance, then reached into the box. He took out the jar of teeth and carefully placed it off to the side, then picked another jar at random. This one was full of blonde hair. The next had brown, auburn in another. The fourth jar had... "Oh, fuck me," Walter muttered, nearly dropping this one as Brayman had the teeth. Fingernails. Some painted, some not. Most likely from women, but no way to be sure. Not clippings, but the full nail. No fingers, thank Christ. "What the hell is this?" Brayman said beside him. Lighter fluid had soaked through the cardboard and pooled in the bottom of the box. "It's evidence," Walter muttered. Somebody was about to make it all go away and got interrupted. If these are Golston souvenirs, he wouldn't just destroy them, not unless he thought he was about to get caught. Why would somebody else do it? Somebody trying to protect him? Walter had a thought. Ever hear of a serial with a partner? It's rare, but he wouldn't be the first. Brayman went quiet again, considering all of this. He opened one of the other boxes and found more photographs and drawings inside. Hundreds of them. Several of the pictures had locations and dates written on the backs. Phoenix, Santa Barbara, Seattle, Miami. These are from all over the country. If he is a serial, we might need to bring in the feds. I mentioned blackmail back at the Four Seasons. Maybe the girl got on to him and hit him up for cash or threatened to turn him in. Brayman went to the phone and punched in a number. "We need to get a team in here. Our boy Golston just became a whole lot more interesting. See if you can find anything else." "Boxes of human remains and several hundred potential targets aren't enough for you?" "Check the kitchen. Guys like this sometimes keep trophies in the fridge." "Lovely," Walter muttered, heading into the other room. "Hey, if this guy is some kind of cereal, he's not our cereal unless one of those jars is full of fingers, too." In the kitchen, Walter opened first the freezer, then the refrigerator compartment. "Nothing in here but some peanut butter, half a loaf of bread, and a box of baking soda." Brayman didn't reply. He was speaking into the receiver, his eyes fixed on the boxes and jars. Walter had another thought as he started pulling open kitchen cabinets and drawers. If Golston doused everything in fluid and meant to light it up, destroy evidence of whatever this all is, and assuming that car was his too, why would he burn the car? Wouldn't he keep that to get away? Torch the apartment and run? Maybe there was something incriminating in the car. Burning it out front like that just draws attention to him, brings people here asking questions. You don't do that when you're trying to hide something. Maybe somebody was on to him and lit up the car to purposely draw attention. If the blackmail thing is right, maybe the girl torched his car to show him she was serious, take him off balance. Walter opened another cabinet door and found nothing, kept talking as he went on to the next one. That all fits. Think about it. This guy is some kind of serial whack job. She figures him out, tells him she knows. Then she demands whatever and torches his car to spook him. Imagine him standing up here, surrounded by all this, watching his car burn, waiting for the police to come knocking on the door. He might have grabbed the bottle of lighter fluid himself at that point, soaked everything, and stood there with a match, ready to light it all up when that knock came. The knock didn't come, so he backed down, then met her at the Four Seasons to wrap things up. Pay her, kill her, doesn't matter, either fits. The stress is too much, his brain pops. But when Golston dies, she panics and drags him to the shower like we said, then runs. So this isn't connected to Turgenev anymore? Walter shrugged. Captain told me to drop it, so I'm dropping it and giving you an alternative theory. Can you think of another reason for someone to... Walter froze. Every drawer and cabinet had been empty. This one, though, this large lower cabinet to the right of the sink, it wasn't empty. Far from it. There was a body folded up. He bent to get a closer look, and the body moved. A leg kicked out at him like a piston, catching him in the shin. Walter stumbled back, fell against the counter behind him. Another leg came out, then an arm, another arm, and a hand holding a can of lighter fluid. The stream sloshed over Walter's wrist as he rolled out of the way, but not before a match flicked to life and sailed toward him. Chapter 38. The match struck Walter's wrist and ignited the fluid, and flames leaped up his skin. The match bounced off his arm, hit the kitchen wall, and that caught too, a whoosh of light and heat. The figure shot out of the lower cabinet, crashed into him, and sent Walter tumbling back. He tried to keep his footing, but his ankle caught on the kitchen door frame, and he went down hard. The body, this person who had just set him on fire, ran over him in a blur of jeans, red hoodie, and white tennis shoes, stepping on him, and possibly saving his life because one of those steps smothered the flames on his wrist, and the pain that came a moment later reminded him to roll, and somehow he managed to roll out of the kitchen as that entire room went ablaze. Walter felt hands on his shoulders pulling him back. Brayman. The second he was out of the kitchen, Brayman shouted, "Go after him! I'll get everyone out of the building! Go!" Walter scrambled to his feet and was out the door. He caught a glimpse of red on the stairwell, rounding the corner below. He took the steps in leaps, 4, 5 at a time, hit the landing, nearly slipped, crashed into the wall, and kept going. When he reached the small vestibule on the first floor, the building's door was swinging shut. Walter burst through out into the daylight. The woman who had been sitting on the stoop when they arrived was standing, her coffee puddled at her feet. When she saw Walter, she pointed down the sidewalk to her left. "He went that way!" "Call the fire department," Walter shouted back at her as he ran. "Get everyone out!" The man cut hard to the right and vanished down an alley. Walter reached the opening in time to see his assailant take a right out of the opposite end onto another sidewalk. Dodging bags of trash and boxes, Walter came out the other side and found himself facing the Lawson train station and the crowds that came with it. At his feet, he nearly tripped over the discarded red hoodie. Cursing, he sucked down air, filled his strained lungs, and swiveled his head from side to side, scanning the packed sidewalks. Then he saw her, Amy Archer herself, ducking through a door into the main terminal. White tank top, same jeans, same tennis shoes, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Not a him at all. The sight of her sent another burst of energy through Walter's body, and he was at the door pulling it open before he even realized he had moved. Inside the main terminal, he spotted her again, at the mouth of a tunnel leading toward the eastern tracks. She turned, just long enough for their eyes to meet, and that glance might as well have been a bullet, because it tore through Walter with enough force and ferocity to nearly knock him off his feet. He reached for a nearby wall to steady himself, and when he looked back up, she was pushing through the crowd halfway to the platform. "Amy!" He started after her again. He wasn't about to let her go. There was a train waiting at the platform. The doors on the opposite side had opened, allowing passengers to disembark. On this side, they were still closed as 100 people stood ready to board, inching closer to the train. Her back was to him, but she must have known he was close. The moment he found her, she froze and visibly tensed, but she didn't turn, only worked deeper into the crowd. Walter pushed through the throngs of people, closed the gap, ignoring the stares and those pointing at his injured arm. He was 10 feet away from her when the train doors opened and the large group started to move inside. Only 5 feet away when she reached up and tapped the neck of the man in front of her, a man of about 60 with wisps of gray hair on his balding head. The touch was brief, No more than half a second. Anyone watching might have assumed she was only helping him along or steadying herself as those behind her pushed forward toward the open door. The man instantly froze, his body rigid. His right hand reached up and gripped the side of the door. His briefcase dropped from his left. 3 feet away. Walter reached for the back of Amy's shirt. His fingers grazed over the white cotton but couldn't get a grip as she ducked under the man's outstretched arm and disappeared into the train car. People pushed behind him from the left and from the right as the man collapsed on the platform. His face had gone pale, and he was clutching at his chest. "He's having a heart attack!" a woman shouted. The man was lying at Walter's feet, his legs twitching. He'd torn his shirt open, and his fingers were scrabbling at it as his body convulsed. "Does anyone know CPR?" This came from another man standing beside Walter. He'd retrieved the man's briefcase and was looking frantically around. Amy was gone, somewhere deep in the train now. "You know where to find her." Walter dropped to his knees, straightened out the man's body, and began to administer CPR, hoping someone had the good sense to dial 911. Now. Chapter 39. Commander Rigby organized her strike teams 2 blocks down on Woodward in a small private parking lot sandwiched between a Starbucks and a used bookstore. The television networks had taken up a foothold behind the barricades surrounding the club. Cameras zoomed and directional microphones swirled around everywhere in the hope of capturing something one of the other networks didn't have. At this point, she didn't know who was watching or where this Walter O'Brien had his people positioned, and she couldn't risk tipping anyone off. 3 teams of 6, all in full tactical gear. At the sidewalk, a public works man pried the manhole cover off and rolled it to the side. Rigby huddled with the 3 team leaders, their backs to the street. "Nobody breaches until you get my go, understand? Just get in position, prep, and be ready to move. This is all about stealth." All 3 nodded. Each held a map of the utility tunnels with routes highlighted, one to the basement of Moreland Bank, another to 1812 Park, and the 3rd team to Club Stomp. If O'Brien had additional shooters out there, her people hadn't found them, and she couldn't risk waiting longer. She needed to get in front of this. "Any idea what kind of bomb they have?" This came from Hirsch. He'd had 3 deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan working IEDs. That's why she'd put him on the club. "None," she replied. "Use the sniffers when you get in position. See if you can pick anything up. Run a camera if you can, without being noticed. If they brought it through the front door, it would have to be something small to get by the bouncers, but they could have just as easily set up in advance if they got in during off hours. No way to know. The few people who got out didn't see anything." She turned to the other 2 team leaders. "We'll try and pinpoint their shooters with thermal before you go in. But if that doesn't work, you'll need to secure floor by floor. We're blocking transmissions, but their communication still seems to be up. If you line up on a shooter, move fast. If the bomb is on a trigger, you can't give him a chance to tip off whoever is holding it." "Understood," they said in unison. "Rigby?" Hurwitz's voice came over her comm. "Yeah? I've got the deputy chief on the line." "On my way." Rigby gave them each a final glance, authorized them to move, and ran back toward the SWAT van. The salt truck rounded the building again as she climbed inside. Hurwitz put the call on speaker. "I've got Rigby, sir." The deputy chief didn't waste any time. "You sure it's him? Walter O'Brien?" "No ID, but we've got no reason to doubt him." "And he's telling you he's after a woman? A specific woman?" "No name, no physical description. I don't think he knows what she looks like, but yes." "Where are you on containment?" "Their shooters are occupying 2 buildings. Not sure how many yet, but they're on multiple floors. I've got teams moving into position as we speak. We've got at least 200 souls inside the club, 0 contact. But we can see them on thermal. We're working on access there too." "What about the bomb?" "No color beyond what he's told us, sir. Most likely on a timer, possible remote trigger as backup. We're blocking all radio signals to keep that from happening." And he hasn't asked for anything? Only her, sir. The deputy chief's voice went muffled, sounded like he was speaking to someone else in the room, probably several someones. He came back after about 20 seconds. Keep your eyes on the clock, Commander. Whether or not the bomb is real, that countdown is relevant to him. This needs to end before you reach 0. That gives you 37 minutes. No time for negotiations. The moment your shooters have his gunmen in their scopes, you need to take everyone out simultaneously. Evacuate the club, locate and disarm the bomb. No hesitation. Rigby gave Hurwitz a glance. He's one of us, sir. He hasn't been a cop for a long time, Commander. He's a terrorist. Your focus needs to be on freeing the hostages. Understood, sir. He hung up. Hurwitz pointed toward his large monitor. I've got his service record. Why did IA have it locked? I left 3 messages and nobody... She understood. He hadn't gotten it from IA. The easy way. Rigby would worry about that later. What does it say? Beat cop from 1986 to 1992, then promoted to homicide. Impressive arrest record, multiple citations, several accelerated promotions, but... But what? Hurwitz let out a soft whistle. Terminated for cause in 1997. Evidence tampering, falsifying statements. There are several disciplinary actions in his last year for intoxication while on duty. This guy fell apart at the end. He scrolled and pointed at another section of the report, the one listing O'Brien's partners. Several were listed as deceased. One guy named Herbert Nadler, Wesley Brayman. The second one was tagged as extenuating circumstances. Hurwitz tapped the name. This might be why the file was with IA. His partner died on the job. How? It doesn't say. His glasses had slid down his nose slightly. He pushed them back up. Most of these older records aren't digitized. The highlights are in the system, but everything else is still on paper. It's a budgetary thing, too expensive. Hurwitz brought up another window and entered the name Brayman. At least 24 files appeared. Nearly as many came up when he keyed in Nadler. This is the drive he gave you. A voice boomed from the van's overhead speakers. Commander, this is Yellow Team, copy? Go, Yellow Team. We've got 0 access to the club from the utility tunnels. The wall terminates at solid concrete. Several pipes pass through, but nothing big enough for a person. Widest is 10 inches. Can't risk explosives. We'd have to cut. That would be noisy. No other ingress. No time, either. Understood. Come back out and prep your team to enter the club from the street. You'll have to go through the front door when we move. Yes, ma'am. Images from numerous body cameras filled the upper monitors, slowly looking around 2 basement spaces in green-tinged night vision. Blue team, green team, report. Blue in position. Green in position, Rigby said. Prepare to move on my mark. A cell phone rang. The one Walter O'Brien had given her. 1992. Aliases: Amy Archer, Amelia Dyer. Victims: Alvin Schock, 2 bodies, basement freezer. John Doe, Edison. Jane Doe, Corktown Bus Depot. Earl Golston, former John Doe, 4 Seasons. Man on train platform. Evidence: hair, nails, teeth, notebook, drawings. Girls related? Walter O'Brien, 28 years old. Chapter 40. Walter saw the black smoke long before he turned the corner back onto Earl Golston Street. He heard the approaching fire trucks and the wail of sirens the moment he pushed back out the glass doors of the train station and started that long walk back. The building's residents were standing in the street. Some were dressed, others were still in sleep clothes. Most were clutching whatever they were able to carry with them as they rushed out the door. He found Brayman sitting on the back of an ambulance, looking up at the fire. Walter tossed the red hoodie next to Brayman and sat. Did you get everyone out? I think so. Smoke's everywhere, but I think they contained the flames to his place and maybe the apartment above. Water damage is another story. He nodded back at the building. Water flowed like a river out the front door and down the steps. The street was partially flooded, and they were all standing in it. A paramedic returned to the ambulance and went to work on Walter's wrist. With a pair of small scissors, he cut the sleeve of Walter's shirt to his elbow and peeled the material back, fully exposing the burn. Walter sucked in a wisp of air from between clenched teeth. Brayman pinched the red hoodie between two fingers and picked it up, gently spun it in a slow circle, then set it back down between them. What happened? You lost him? Her. I lost her. Walter knew he couldn't tell him the truth, not after what had happened back at the precinct. If he did, Brayman would surely have him pulled from the case. Hazlitt would put him on leave, or worse. He'd wait for the medical examiner's report to come back on the heart attack victim. If the ME found a mark on the man's neck under black light, then he'd tell him. He'd tell both of them. I was close when some guy had a heart attack on the platform and I had to decide, stay and help or keep up the chase. Did he? Walter shook his head. The paramedic finished wrapping Walter's wrist. Walter thanked him, watched him walk back out into the crowd, then flexed his wrist. You saw what was in those jars. Messed up for sure. But do you think Golston killed our Vicks? It doesn't track. Brayman looked down at his hands and shook his head. I don't know what to think anymore. We finally catch some semblance of a break, and it's all gone before we really had a chance to look at it. All gone except... He reached into his pocket and took out the notebook wrapped in the evidence bag. Not everything. Chapter 41. Back at the precinct, Brayman was at his desk. Golston's notebook was open in front of him, several pages marked with paper clips. Walter had scribbled notes of his own on some paper and had several maps splayed out as well. One for the city, the other a large national highway map. The notebook contained partial names, dates, and locations. Brayman marked each location on the map with a red pen as he read. He was only about halfway through, and the map was covered in dots and zigzagging lines crossing back and forth over the country. Walter was staring up at the board, trying hard to forget about the burn on his wrist and failing miserably. It hurt like a son of a bitch, even after taking 3 ibuprofen. He knew he should go to the doctor, get something stronger, but he didn't want to leave right now. Not when it felt like they were finally making progress. The pictures of their 3 victims, or 2 victims if Golston was in fact responsible, all looked back at him from the board with dead eyes. Much to Walter's surprise, Brayman had added an old mugshot of Sergei Turgenev. A still shot of the girl from the 4 Seasons surveillance tape hung there too. I'm not saying your theory is worth a shit, but I don't want to discount anything at this point. Walter had said nothing to this, only wondered how Hazlitt would react when he saw it. Brayman hurriedly scribbled something else, took a moment to process whatever he had written, then crumpled the sheet and dropped it to the floor. There were a few others down there now. When his phone rang, he scooped up the receiver without taking his eyes from the notebook. Brayman. The voice on the other side of the call spoke fast. Brayman grabbed a pen and blank sheet of paper and began scribbling notes. You're sure? That's a long time ago. What's he been doing since? Walter listened. Uh-huh. When he hung up, Brayman stared down at his notes, processing what he'd just heard. Well? Got some background on Golston. You'll love this. Brayman thumbed his notes. He was a private eye. A private eye? He used to work for a firm based outside of Chicago called McCallum Associates. They let him go for job abandonment. He took a case that involved some travel and stopped reporting in. Never came back. Vanished. What was his last case, did they say? Cheating spouse named George Grendel. Walter went back to the notebook and flipped to the beginning. His finger landed on the first entry. This is dated April 12th, 1948. It says, GG, 1948-0412, Detroit. A smile filled Brayman's lips. George Grendel, GG. He paused for a second, then added, That was 44 years ago. There's no record of Golston working anywhere else since, at least not with the IRS. He was 26 years old when he quit. He's 70 now. Well, was. Walter thumbed the pages of the notebook. Who knows how he survived, but he clearly didn't stop investigating. There are probably 100 entries here between 1948 and the present. The last one is... He flipped to the back, found the final line, and said nothing. What? It's dated 2 weeks ago, Detroit. Walter swallowed, moistened his throat. The initials are W.O. Brayman's expression went flat. Let me see that. Walter flipped the book around and pointed to the first entry and the last one. GG 1938-0412 Detroit. WO 1992-0814 Detroit. GG George Grendel and WO Walter O. Brayman began. Walter cut him off. Not funny. Little funny, Brayman smirked. It doesn't necessarily mean me. 40-plus years of entries. It's a coincidence. Brayman thumbed through the pages but didn't say anything. Walter read over Brayman's notes from the phone call. What's Glendale mean? Cervantes gave me contact information for the last person who hired Golston. She's at Glendale Adult Care outside the city. The last person to hire him in 1948 is still alive? Brayman grabbed the notebook, the maps, and the marker he'd been using and nodded at the car keys. I need to keep working on this. You're driving. I have a suspended license, remember? So don't hit anything. Chapter 42. The Glendale Adult Care Facility was located about 10 miles outside Detroit, off 96, along with a shopping mall, several gas stations, chain restaurants, and lower-priced hotels, targeting cost-conscious travelers unwilling or unable to pay city rates. Walter parked in the visitor's lot. The plump, graying woman at the front desk eyed them both nervously as she spoke into her phone. Yes, 2 police detectives here to see Norma Grendel. She listened for a second. No, they didn't say. Said they could only tell her. After another moment, she hung up and sighed deeply. Mrs. Grendel is 79 years old, you understand? We obviously don't want to do anything to agitate her. She had a stroke several years back and recovered well, but her blood pressure has been an issue since she joined us, so we tried to keep her stress to a minimum. Brayman smiled at her. I promise we'll be respectful. This will only take a few minutes. She nodded and pointed down the tiled hallway on her side. Follow that to the end and make a right. You'll find her in the sunroom. A nurse in scrubs stood at the end of the hall, propping the sunroom door open. She indicated a woman sitting alone on a couch near a bay window in the back. She appeared to be knitting. Let me do the talking, Brayman said to Walter as they approached her. What, old person to old person? I guess that makes sense. Fuck you, kid. We don't want to spook her. Don't show her your Walter took out his badge and held it out between her and Brayman, cutting him off. Mrs. Grendel, I'm Detective O'Brien, and this is Detective Brayman. We're with Detroit Homicide. Would you mind speaking to us for a few minutes? Her hands stopped moving. She only had 1 needle. Walter was pretty sure you needed 2 needles to knit. Homicide detectives? We'd like to talk to you about Earl Golston. Do you recall that name? It's been a while. There had been a smile on her face, albeit a half-hearted, polite one, but it quickly faded to a scowl. Earl Golston? Do you know where he is? He owes me $23. Brayman took a seat next to her. He's dead, ma'am. He passed away yesterday. Well, hell. Now I'll never get my money. She dropped her project down into her lap and turned to Brayman.
He was a charlatan, took my money and gave me nothing but a smile and a heap of talk in return. Then he up and disappeared.
Walter eased down into an oversized armchair across from her. Why did you hire him, ma'am?
I hired him to track down that little hussy who took my Georgie and left our kids without a father. He was supposed to find her and help me put an end to that nonsense. Instead, Georgie died, Golston vanished, and I was left to raise 2 boys and a girl all by my lonesome. The least he could have done was returned what I paid him. I gave him everything I had. My entire rainy day fund from my crocheting and the bake sales.
Can you tell us what happened?
That was almost 50 years ago. Why does it matter now? How did he die?
That's not important, ma'am. Walter struggled to find the right words. So you hired Golston because your husband was stepping out on you? She snorted.
My Georgie wasn't just stepping out. He was off doing the horizontal mambo with his little girlfriend when he should have been home, or at the office, or out bowling with his league.
Her face had gone red, and her hands were trembling. We try to keep her stress to a minimum. Brayman patted the back of her hand. Take a deep breath, Mrs. Grendel. No need to get worked up. This was all a long time ago. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. We can leave. She shook her head and pinched her eyes shut for a moment.
It's okay. I'm fine.
She looked over at the nurse standing at the door.
Did they tell you I was standing at death's door? That it?
They told us you've had some recent health episodes. She waved a dismissive hand in the air.
No matter. If it's important or helpful, I don't mind telling you.
Her gaze dropped down to the yarn at her side.
Georgie started having trouble sleeping. At first, just tossing and turning. Then he went on to mumbling. I couldn't make out what he was saying, not at first. Then I realized it was a name. Jane. I didn't know any Jane, and he claimed not to either, but I knew better. A man doesn't just make up something like that. This went on for more than a month, and I knew Georgie was keeping something from me. I had a pretty good idea of what it was, and at first I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Then I realized if I didn't put an end to it, he might end up in the hospital, or worse, so I hired Mr. Golston. He followed Georgie for me from the moment he left the house until he got home at night. 3 straight weeks. Mr. Golston finally sat me down and told me what I expected to hear. There was another woman. But nothing else he told me was expected, not in the slightest.
She paused for a second and took a sip of water from a blue plastic cup on the table beside her, then went on.
He told me Georgie went to the park every day on his lunch break, sat on this rock, and watched some girl reading under a tree. Never spoke to her, mind you, not in Mr. Golston's presence anyway, only watched her as he ate. At first I thought this was some midlife crisis, some harmless crush, but Georgie was obsessed. He'd lost so much weight he looked like a walking twig. I began to wonder if the illustrious Mr. Golston was lying to me. I went to the park myself, and sure enough, there was Georgie sitting on a rock, staring at some young thing with long red hair, who was reading a book under a tree. Georgie was always partial to redheads. He just watched her, though, nothing more. If she noticed him, she made no show of it. 20 minutes later, she closed her book and walked off, and he packed up his lunch and went back to the office. I suppose I should have confronted him about it, but what would I say? Golston had followed the girl home on several occasions. He said her full name was Jane Toppin, and she was renting a small place with two other girls a block from the park. He hadn't seen her go to work or anything, figured she probably had some family money. He started following her, trying to learn more. He didn't charge me for that, which was a little odd, but I wasn't about to say anything. He'd charged me enough for Georgie.
Norma Grendel sighed.
Georgie stopped eating, stopped going to work. He looked 10 years older, 20 even. He barely talked. He started wandering off at night. I'd find him in that park, either on that rock or sitting under the tree. I didn't see the girl again, Jane Toppin. I only saw her that one time, but I couldn't stop Georgie from going back. In the end, he didn't even try to hide it from me. Just got up and went. He died under that tree. About 3 months after this all started, he sat down one day and didn't get back up.
Walter leaned forward. As far as you know, he never talked to Jane? She blew out a breath.
Oh, I don't believe that nonsense for a second. I think Mr. Golston was just trying to spare my feelings when he said that. He wasn't honest about a number of things.
Like what?
For starters, he only followed Georgie a couple of times, nowhere near as often as he said. I learned later he spent far more time following Miss Toppin around, even after I stopped paying him. After Georgie died, I started getting phone calls from his employer. They didn't even know I'd hired him to check up on my husband, not the girl. The handful of reports Mr. Golston submitted were all about her, and his boss said they read like raving nonsense. I went back to that park only one time after Georgie died. Couldn't bear to see it more than that, and I thought I saw Mr. Golston near the tree, but I can't be sure. By the time I walked up, he was gone.
Walter and Brayman exchanged a quick glance. Then Walter asked, "Are you sure the girl had red hair?" Norma Grendel looked over at him, confused by the question, and Walter understood why. She just told them about one of the darkest times in her life, and Walter's first question was about the girl's hair? He had to know, though. Could it have been dyed?
I don't know. I suppose so.
What color eyes did she have?
I didn't get close enough to see. I'm sorry.
Chapter 43. Back in the car, Walter's mind was somewhere much farther away. I need a phone.
For what?
I want to know what was in the last report Earl Golston filed with McCallum Associates before he disappeared.
What for?
Walter didn't answer. Finally, Brayman scooped the radio microphone from the dashboard and pressed the transmit button. "Dispatch, this is 40197. I need you to place a phone call and connect. Over." 4197, this is dispatch. What's the number? You'll have to look it up. McCallum Associates in Chicago. Stand by. There was a dial tone, then several rings followed by a female voice. McCallum Associates, how may I direct your call? Brayman said, "Artie Lohman, please." Several clicks as the line transferred and connected. A gruff voice came on the line. "Lohman." Brayman introduced Walter and let him explain why they were calling. "Lucky for you, Golston's file is still on my desk. There's been a lot of water cooler talk about him today with the man turning up dead. He's been a bit of an office mystery for decades." There was a shuffling of paper from the other line. Then Lohman came back. "Okay, got it. What do you need?" "Whatever you have on his last case." "Yeah, well, there's not much. PI gets obsessed with subject of surveillance and vanishes. They canned him." "Just read it to me," Walter said. "Whatever you have." "Okay. We've got a surveillance report on a female subject, Jane Toppin, approximately 19 years of age, blonde hair, green eyes, at Beacon Park, Detroit. Blonde? Not red or brunette? Yeah, blonde. Walter looked over at Brayman. He was facing away, staring out the window. Beacon Park, Detroit. He's got a series of dates and times written down. Basically her coming and going from the park. There's an address for her, but it's for an old tenement building no longer there. Bulldozed 20 years ago to make way for a larger apartment building. Let's see. This is where it gets weird. He goes on like a hard-up teenager peeping through a window. She ran her hand down the length of her body and smoothed her dress before settling beneath her tree. I'd taken to calling it her tree because nobody else seemed right beneath it. If I were looking at a painting, it would only be complete when the artist's brush fully rendered her there under the branches, stretched out in the shade, her legs this golden tan and buttery, like... Are you sure you want me to read this? Read it. Loman blew out a breath and continued. All right, but I'm gonna skip ahead. My boss is waiting on me for a meeting. Let's see. This is the second to last report he filed, and I use the term report loosely. Here goes. I spoke to her today. At least, I thought I did. I left the safety of my vehicle and crossed the park before the will to do so left me, and I went right up to her and introduced myself. I was shaking. I don't know why, like a nervous boy asking a girl to his first high school dance. Ah, Earl, get it together, man. She smiled up at me and set her book down in her lap, an Agatha Christie novel I'd read several years earlier, and she said hello. Her voice was as angelic as I imagined it to be, the sound of soft chimes ringing in a summer breeze. There was this sweet scent in the air, and at first, I thought it came from the park itself, but it became clear it came from her, this sweetness, not unlike a mix of sugar and fresh flowers. I understood George Grendel's obsession then, why he found himself so drawn to her and unable to pull away. For one brief second, I wondered if he watched me now, jealousy boiling, because I found the courage to speak to her when he would not. And then I didn't care. What he thought, what anyone thought, none of that mattered, because I had finally found her. My soulmate, my completing half, my Iella. My angelic, beauteous, bewitching Iella. I thought I spoke to her, but then my eyes opened, and I was still in my car, still in the parking lot, and she was no longer under her tree. That's it. That's all he wrote. I don't get it. I went back and read some of his other casework after seeing this garbage, and it's clear, concise. He was a solid investigator. Then, he just lost it. He submitted several expense reports after this for some travel, 5 different cities, just receipts. They finally cut him off, told him they wouldn't wire any more funds until he reported in, either in person or over the phone. That's when he vanished. You said that was his second to last report, Walter replied. What was in the final? Half a page. He just wrote that word over and over again, about 100 times. Iele. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right. It's pronounced Eiley, Brayman said in a quiet voice. Lee. Chapter 44. Who's Eiley? Walter asked after the call ended. It's just a figure of speech, Brayman told Walter dismissively. Like calling someone an obsession or their sole object of desire, that sort of thing. I've known guys like Golston. They spend so much time alone on stakeouts, something in them snaps. Long-haul truckers are like that too. I once knew a guy who'd carry on complete conversations with the air freshener hanging from his mirror. He spoke to it like they were best friends. Argue, too. That's why PD rotates officers on stakeouts. PIs out in the field don't get that luxury. It's usually a solo gig. I had finally found her. My soulmate. My completing half. My Eiley. My angelic, beauteous, bewitching Eiley. Can I see that map you were working on? Brayman fished the map out from beside his seat
and handed it to Walter. Walter smoothed out the creases. The sun was starting to set, and deep shadows reached across the dashboard toward the paper. How far into that notebook did you get? A little over halfway. He starts off with a few notes on George Grendel. Then there's nothing but locations, dates, and initials with the occasional drawing. Brayman had plotted each point with a red marker and written the date next to each dot in small, neat script. Some were connected by lines. These go all over. Detroit to New York, to Boston, Cleveland, Chicago, New Mexico, Vegas, Los Angeles, Philly, East Coast to West, then back again, hitting the northern cities, west after that, then through the south, like big loops. Brayman took out the notebook and started flipping through the pages. The amount of time in each location varies. Some seem to be as short as a few days, and it looks like he holed up in other places for months, but not a single repeat, except for Detroit. He paused for a moment. Here's the thing. Even if he was still following that girl, she'd be what, 63, 64 now? That's not our girl. This could just as easily be Golston logging his own travels. Maybe he got tired and walked away from the job, just hit the road. Collecting hair, nails, and teeth, Walter pointed out. Don't forget what we found in his apartment. Have you heard from the fire marshal? Some of that may have survived. Before Brayman could respond, the radio chirped. 4197, come in. Brayman picked up the microphone and pressed the transmit button. 4197, copy. The ME called. They have an ID on the Vic from the bus depot. Want me to patch you in? No, we're not far. Tell Ackerman we'll be there in 10 minutes. Chapter 45. Her name's Anita Kostenko. Jane Ackerman moved fast as she led them through the double doors into cold storage. Kostenko? Walter gave Brayman a narrow-eyed glance. That sounds Russian. Ackerman tugged open a drawer on the right and gently folded down the teal sheet from the body, revealing the top half of the woman from the bus depot. It's a Ukrainian name, Ackerman told them. Part of the Soviet Union, but not quite the same thing. Her ID was tricky. Luckily for us, she had those breast implants. I matched the serial number to a doctor in New Jersey who recently got himself busted by the feds for working on illegals, prepping them for sex trafficking. Bad dude, but he kept good records. The serial number gave me her name. That all tied back to her file with Interpol, where I learned a little more. She's from a small town called Pripyat. She went missing at 24, 4 years ago. If you decide you'd like to be a detective, call me, Brayman told her. The ones coming up nowadays can't find their own ass. Walter ignored the jab and whistled down at the woman's body. Man, that's a hard 28. She could be 100. Although it had only been 2 days, Anita's skin had taken on a severely dry appearance on her face, neck, and arms, and was a deep gray, yet nearly translucent, like a thin plastic bag holding her internal organs together. The degeneration appears to be accelerating, Ackerman agreed. The man you brought in from the Edison is worse. We froze him to preserve what's left. We'll have to freeze her too, pending the outcome of all this. If we don't, there might not be much left in a few more days. From what I can determine, the moisture from the body seems to be seeping from the head and extremities and pooling at center mass. Brayman reached out and gently touched the woman's face, running his index finger along the wrinkles surrounding her eyes and the corner of her mouth. Could this be progeria? I considered progeria when they brought in the man from the Edison. She nodded down at the woman. I gave it serious thought when she came in, so I sent some samples to the lab at Hopkins. I haven't received the results yet. The CDC wants to fly in a specialist out of Atlanta. What's progeria? Walter asked. Ackerman said, Hutchinson-Gilford progeria syndrome, HGPS. It's a rare genetic condition that causes children to age rapidly. Most don't live past 12 or 13. Their cells degenerate and they die of complications usually not seen outside the elderly. Like multiple forms of cancer all presenting at once, Brayman added. Ackerman nodded. Progeria usually presents at a very early age, but in some rare instances we see it later, early adolescents or young adults, 15 to maybe 20 at most. Even then, there are precursors. Shorter than average height, thinning and gray hair, age spots on the skin, voice changes. Sometimes even facial tics or weak arms and legs, non-responsive muscles, similar to stroke victims. This woman is 28. The man from the Edison was maybe mid-30s. Both are too old for progeria, at least the way we understand it. We haven't ruled it out, but it's unlikely. The working theory is that this is a mutation. Walter scratched the side of his head. You said genetic, right? So whatever killed them, it's not contagious? Not contagious in any way. The odds of two people presenting with it in such close proximity, particularly when you take in the diversity of their backgrounds, are slim to none. That's the biggest concern right now. She folded the sheet back up over the woman, slid the drawer back into the wall, and closed the door. That brings me to something else I wanted to show you. We might have one more. Walter's heart thumped. The heart attack from the train station. The one she had touched. Had to be. Ackerman crossed the room to another bank of freezers and opened the third drawer from the left, pulled out the sliding gurney. This body was also covered in a teal sheet. She folded it back with the same care she had the sheet covering the woman. No missing fingers this time, but signs of the same degeneration. Not the heart attack victim. This body was male and hadn't been autopsied yet. His skin was deeply wrinkled, and he was bald except for a small tuft of thin gray hair surrounded by dark age spots stretched over his scalp and temples. His mouth was open slightly, and several teeth were missing. His fingernails were cracked and yellow. He came in about an hour ago, Ackerman said. His wife said he hasn't been feeling well for the past few days, wouldn't get out of bed. He actually locked her out of the bedroom and wouldn't let her in. When he finally did, she panicked and called 911. She was hysterical, a complete mess. Understandably so. He's only 34. He died en route to the hospital. Massive coronary. She took a business card from her pocket and handed it to Brayman. He had this on him. His wife told the paramedics he'd been mugged recently, said she thought it was connected. Walter only heard part of this exchange. His eyes were fixed on the man's bruised knuckles. Holy shit. Chapter 46. Brayman's face twisted into a scowl as he held up the business card. Walter's business card. Although the room hovered just above freezing, sweat broke out on the back of Walter's neck, between his shoulders. I'm done cutting you breaks. Brayman took a step closer. You know something, spill it. All of it, right now. You won't believe me. I think we're well beyond all that, don't you? Ackerman looked away, fidgeted with a temperature gauge, like she was embarrassed for him. That's Michael Driscoll, Walter said softly. He reached up and touched the faded bruise near his eye, the healing cut under his chin. He lied to his wife. He wasn't mugged. He's the guy who hit me. Brayman shoved the card into his pocket. And why exactly did he hit you? I saw him with Amy Archer. Walter wanted to sound convincing as he said this, but he knew he hadn't. The name trailed off as it left his lips. The look on Brayman's face was enough to tell him he didn't believe him, didn't want to hear this. Let's be clear. You saw him with someone who looks like Amy Archer. No, Walter shook his head. I saw him with Amy Archer. I'm sure it was her. When I confronted him, he hit me, knocked me out, but it was her, no doubt. Were you drunk? Walter didn't answer at first. Then he said, It was the night of my party at Miggs Tavern. He raised both hands defensively. But I know what I saw, and it was her. You need help, Brayman said flatly, shaking his head. It was her. It's a wonder you passed the psyche val. She told him her name was Amelia Dyer. The name's bogus. No record in DMV, birth. I couldn't find it anywhere. But I tracked her down. She's working for Elite Escorts. So that's how you got on to Sergei Turgenev. You've been chasing all this? Chasing some girl who gave you the slip 6 years ago? Walter nodded reluctantly. Both of them went quiet for a long while, Ackerman standing there, worrying the pocket of her lab coat. When Brayman finally spoke, he tried to keep his anger in check. The two of us are going directly to the precinct, and you're going to tell Hazlitt all of this. He won't see the facts. He'll say I'm chasing a ghost and fire me. He should. Walter glanced at a clock on the wall. It was almost 8 o'clock. He won't be there this late, you know that. Give me until morning to get some proof. Brayman snorted and shook his head. I'm not letting you out of my sight. We'll call him at home, go to his house, whatever we need to do. I'm not going to be responsible for you. You're his problem, not mine. Hazlitt will take my badge for sure. He might lock him up. Hell, Brayman might back him up on that. And if Nadler weighed in officially. Walter's skin crawled, anxiety burning beneath the surface. He turned back to Ackerman. What did you find with the black light? Rather than answer, she looked nervously at Brayman. Finally, he gave her a nod. I haven't had a chance to look yet. Give me a second. She pushed back through the aluminum doors and disappeared down the hallway. When they were alone, neither Walter nor Brayman spoke. Walter stared at Driscoll's withered body. Brayman faced the floor, his left hand tapping on his thigh. Ackerman returned with the portable black light in hand. Turn off the lights, she said to Brayman, who moved to the switch on the wall and flicked it off. The room went dark, but not completely. The backlit thermostats on each freezer drawer cast the room in a faint yellow. Ackerman switched on the black light and brought it close to Michael Driscoll's head. Whoa! They all saw it. His lips glowed bright. Not just his lips. There were also marks on his cheeks and several on his neck. She kissed him, Walter said in a muted voice. I saw her kiss him several times. That doesn't mean... Brayman started to speak, but he went quiet before completing the thought. His mind was clearly reeling. There were no marks on Driscoll's chest, only his face and neck. Walter pointed toward Driscoll's groin. She also, Giving Brayman another glance, Ackerman slowly pulled back the sheet and drew the black light down Driscoll's torso, over both arms, past his abdomen. Oh my! Michael Driscoll's penis and the area surrounding it glowed with dozens of marks. Minutes ticked by, and the three of them stood there in silence. When Brayman spoke, it was to Ackerman. Does he have cancer, like the others? I haven't had a chance to biopsy. Like I said, he just came in. But these spots on his head, his arms, and here on his shoulders, they look like melanoma. That would be consistent with your John Doe from the Edison and Anita Kostenko. Hold on. From a table on her right, she selected a scalpel and made a small incision in the upper part of Driscoll's abdomen, about a 1/4 inch in length. She then took a needle and inserted it into the opening, maneuvered the plunger with her thumb, and removed it. Liver? Brayman asked. She nodded and carried the needle over to another table with a microscope and placed the sample on a slide, placed the slide on the microscope, then made several adjustments to the various knobs and controllers. Ackerman sighed, then stepped aside and motioned for Brayman to take a look. He studied the sample for nearly 20 seconds, then, without looking up, said, Did you find any cancer in the man from the Four Seasons, Earl Golston? Ackerman shook her head. Only the aneurysm, directly below the mark I showed you back at the hotel. Could those marks be some type of injection site reaction? I looked for needle marks. There aren't any. She's not using needles, Walter said quietly. They both continued to ignore him. He didn't blame them. What he was suggesting wasn't possible. He was suggesting that somehow Amy Archer killed these people with only her touch.
Not just killed them, drained them, his mind muttered. Some slow, some fast, but took the life all the same. When Brayman finally looked up, he nodded toward the drawer holding Anita Kostenko. You said she was involved in sex trafficking. Did you get that from her jacket? Ackerman nodded and went to a desk in the corner of the room. She thumbed through the contents of a folder already open on top, handed Brayman and Walter several mug shots of a beautiful woman in her early 20s. Couldn't possibly be the same woman, but Walter knew it was. She went back to the folder and skimmed one of the reports with the tip of her finger. This doesn't say anything about Turgenev, but that doesn't mean he's not connected. She was arrested twice. The second time she had a stack of business cards in her purse. No business name printed on them, only a phone number. Somebody set her up with a high-priced attorney. He wouldn't let her talk. Got her off with a slap on the wrist. Walter quickly said, Were the cards black with red lettering? She skimmed one of the reports. Yeah, black cardstock, red print. That's elite escorts. Brayman crossed the room and stared at the drawer holding Anita Kostenko's body. Finally, he looked over at Walter, the expression on his face unreadable. Take me there. He started for the door, but Ackerman stopped him. Wes? Yeah? There's something else you should know. She was holding a sheet of paper. She eyed Walter nervously. I got a call from Lynn Crowley in Evidence the other day. She was trying to track down some information in an old case. Autopsy results. For your partner. He glared at Walter. Whose autopsy? 2 bodies found in a freezer in Alvin Schock's basement. The Amy Archer case. Walter reached for the paper, but Brayman snatched it first. His eyes were flying over the text when Ackerman said, Both bodies were male, heavily decomposed, cancerous. All their fingers were missing. Chapter 47. Even though Walter told Brayman the people running Elite were well aware they were under surveillance, and that the arrival of a Detroit Metro car, even unmarked, would be a surprise to no one, Brayman parked the Crown Vic a block off Franklin, and the two of them walked back in the direction of the brownstone. They've got eyes all over this block, far more extensive than ours. Walter's hands were in his pockets, and he looked down at the sidewalk. I'm not sure if they're using cameras or people positioned in the windows, but I can guarantee they're already watching us. Probably made us before you killed the motor. That doesn't mean it's okay to pull up in an unmarked and park under their nose. I don't want to kick the hornet's nest. I just want to get a look around. You're not going to spook these guys. Without looking up, Walter told him. That's it, up on the left. The brownstone with the yellow potted plant out front. Number 415. The white van was parked in the same space. Walter wondered if anyone bothered to move it, or if the surveillance van was just a permanent fixture on the street with a rotating string of detectives climbing in and out. With parking at a premium, they probably didn't want to risk losing the space. The back door swung open before either of them had a chance to knock. Detective Bunsey hadn't shaved in a few days, and he had dark circles under his eyes. Homicide's back, he told Wilson, who was in the same seat as last time, facing the bank of monitors. Brought a date this time. He nodded over his shoulder. Get in here, hurry up. We got weirdness going on up in there. Brayman climbed up into the van first, Walter behind him, tucking the door shut. Wilson, headphones on, gave them both a quick nod, then went back to the monitors. There were at least a dozen empty cans of Jolt scattered about, some on the table, others on the floor, one in Wilson's free hand. Bunsey studied Brayman. You're Wes Brayman, right? We worked together maybe 10 years back. I don't know if you remember. Lou Bunsey, I remember. The girl we pulled out of Lake St. Clair. You were with the 23rd. Still am. This case has crossed so many jurisdictions over the years, the higher-ups gave up trying to take ownership. They just keep me and Wilson on along with 2 other teams. Got someone on them around the clock now. Brayman moved slowly through the van, studying the photographs taped to the wall above their desk.
his eyes lingering on the one labeled Amelia Dyer on the left.
Weird how?
Huh?
You said something weird is going on up in there.
Bunsey glanced at Walter. Remember how I told you they only use this place for dispatch? Calls come in, the girls go out, but they never host the Johns here? Walter nodded. Yeah, well, as of a few hours ago, that business model has gone to shit. We've had 8 men go in there since sunset, and none have come out yet.
9, Wilson said. Not 8, 9.
Bunsey rolled his eyes. Whatever. At least 6 are in our records, part of their frequent flyer program. We're running photos of the other guys, trying to get an ID. None of the girls have gone out on calls for hours. The ones who were out have come back and stayed. Everyone's inside like they got called home for some customer appreciation party or some shit. Walter pointed at the grainy photo of Amy Archer.
Is she in there?
They're all in there. Even Turgenev, and he never comes by here. Something big is going on.
Brayman was looking over the various monitors, studying the camera shots, when Wilson said, "We've got another." He pointed at the monitor on the top right. A man wearing khaki pants and a dark blue shirt was standing at the door next to the potted plant. Wilson pressed several buttons below the monitor, unplugged his headphones, and audio came out of 2 speakers mounted in the van's ceiling. They all heard the man knock twice on the door, then watched as he looked up and to the right, speaking into what must have been a camera. "The breakup of AT&T will end badly."
"What's that supposed to mean?" Walter asked.
"Code phrase," Wilson replied, turning up the volume. "They're all saying it, then the door opened. The man went inside, and it closed behind him. From their current angle, they couldn't see who opened it. "Then we lose them," Wilson finished.
"No surveillance inside?" Brayman asked.
Bunsey shook his head.
"Our warrant covers internal audio and video, but they sweep for wires at least once each night. We've gotten bugs in there before, but they don't stick. The little bit of audio we've recorded on them has been nothing but gibberish. Like they know we're listening, and they're just trying to screw with us. Phone taps are useless. We explained that one to your partner here the last time he dropped by unannounced."
Brayman took a photograph out of his pocket. It was the woman from Corktown, the teal sheet at the morgue pulled up to her neck, revealing only her face. He showed it to Bunsey.
"Her name was Anita Kostenko. You ever seen her before?"
Bunsey's face twisted into a grimace.
"God, no. Get that out of my face."
Brayman gave Walter a sidelong glance, then took out one of the mugshots from Anita Kostenko's jacket.
"What about her?"
This time, Bunsey nodded.
"Her I've seen. Bolted out of here with a bag a few days ago. Hasn't been back. We figured she ran."
Brayman was looking at Walter again, but he didn't say anything. He shoved both pictures in his pocket. "Why don't you send someone in there?" Walter asked. "You've got their secret password, handshake, whatever. Why not send someone in to try and get something concrete and take them down?"
"We've got a requisition in. We're waiting for them to send someone down here. They know both of us. We need a fresh face."
"How long is that going to take?" Bunsey didn't have an answer for that. "I'll do it," Walter told them.
Bunsey laughed. "You're not exactly a fresh face either. The fine gentleman who ran you out of there last time told all his buddies about you. Told the girls to stay away from you. No way you're walking in there."
"I could do it," Brayman said. "They don't know me." Bunsey eyed him up and down, but didn't reply. "I don't know," Wilson said. "I think we should wait on whoever our captain sends out." Brayman sighed.
"O'Brien might be right about the timing. If they've got a full house doing things outside the norm, that means their usual security is lax. This might be your only shot."
Bunsey licked his lips as he thought it over.
"They'll frisk you at the door. That means no gun, no wire. You'd be going in there blind. Are you sure you're up for that?"
"Wouldn't be my first undercover op. And we've all got a vested interest here. This organization might be tied to at least 3 or 4 homicides in the past week. If we've got a chance at busting it, we need to take it. No telling when there will be another window." As he said this, Another man walked up to the brownstone door, gave the passphrase, and disappeared inside. "Now or never, gentlemen," Brayman said. He must have known what their answer would be, because his backup weapon was sitting on the chair beside him, and he had already started unsnapping his shoulder holster. A moment later, Walter, Bunsey, and Wilson were all huddled around the monitor, watching Brayman provide the passphrase and disappear inside the brownstone. Chapter 48. 5 minutes ticked by. 10. "Want one?" Wilson held a Jolt Cola, his eyes glued to the monitor. Walter shook his head. "I'm good." Wilson shrugged, popped the top, and took a long chug. When he set the can down on the table, he wiped his mouth on the back of his wrist and burped. "Love these things." "This might have been a bad idea," Bunsey muttered. "How old is Brayman now? He's probably knocking on the retirement door. Nobody's going to mistake him for a John." "He's a smart guy. He'll find some way to play it." Bunsey chuffed. "Like what? I dropped my son off here half an hour ago and he forgot his wallet. Any idea what room he's in?" Wilson laughed. "Better to play off the age thing. Who are you people? Wait, this isn't my house." Walter was busy studying the other monitors. He noticed a black Mercedes parked across the street. "Is that their car? I noticed one like it dropping off and picking up girls the other night." Bunsey nodded. "Driver's inside with everyone else. He went in about 2 hours ago." 15 minutes. Maybe we should have put a time limit on this or had some signal so we'd know he was okay. "What, like hang a sock on the doorknob when the charge on your credit card goes through?" Wilson laughed at his own joke, and Jolt shot from his nose. "Oh, Christ, that hurts." "I'm not worried about Brayman getting hurt," Bunsey said. "I'm worried he'll get made and they'll boot him out and ruin our chances of getting someone else in there tonight. They know we're watching. They wouldn't touch a cop." Wilson pointed up at one of the screens. "Door's opening." "Is it Brayman?" Walter asked, turning back to the monitors. Wilson pointed up at the photographs on the wall. "It's your girl, Lolita #1. She's moving fast." By the time Walter got eyes on the monitor, he only caught a blur as she walked off camera. Wilson pointed at 2 different screens. "Give it a second. We should catch her here or here, depending on which direction she goes." The 3 of them stared, but she didn't reappear. "Shit, I don't get it. There's no blind spot." Bunsey's forehead creased. "Where the hell did she go?" "God damn it, out of the way!" Walter pushed by the large man and scrambled for the door, yanked the handle, and jumped down onto the sidewalk. He spotted her about halfway down the block hailing a taxi. She was wearing a slinky black dress with matching pumps, her dark hair swept back. Walter ran, closing the gap as a taxi pulled to a stop next to her on the curb. As she got into the car, Walter jumped in beside her and pulled the door shut. She startled. "Walter? What are you doing here?" Walter tried to find the right words. He couldn't risk her running. "I'm going to give you a choice." "What kind of choice?" "Come with me right now. Testify against these guys. I can get you out of this life, keep you safe, away from Turgenev, or whoever has a hold on you." The driver eyed them both in the mirror with a look of complete indifference. "Where to, miss?" She gave him an address. He steered the car away from the curb and out onto Franklin, merging with the traffic as he accelerated. Her makeup had been applied with the skilled hand of a professional, and the sweet scent of lavender drifted from her. She moved aside the small purse she clutched in her hands. A soft smile crossed her lips. "You're going to be my knight in shining armor? Is that your plan, Walter? You barely know me." "I know enough. I know where this life leads." "What if I like this life? I've got money. I'm free to do what I want, when I want." "You know the police are watching that building, right?" "So?" "When they arrest everyone, you don't want to get caught up in the sweep. At best, you walk away with a record that follows you forever. At worst, you go to prison for a long time. If they've been coercing you, forcing you to do things against your will, you're not at fault. You're a victim." She looked down at her hands.
People like Turgenev don't let you walk away. He would kill me. Or have me killed. Who knows what he would do to my friends? I can't leave Willow in there.
I'll find a way to get her out. I can get you into protective custody, both of you. If you cooperate, I can keep you out of trouble. This is your chance to walk away, but it has to be now. The car pulled to a stop. She turned toward the window and let out a soft breath.
That's a lot to promise, Walter.
I can keep you safe, he said again. Her hand had slipped into his. Or had he taken hers? He wasn't sure, but he felt her fingers tighten around his, felt the warmth of her body beside him, the inches between them feeling like an impossible distance. She must have felt this too, because she eased closer and rested her head against his shoulder. The two of them sat there like that for a moment. Then a mischievous glint entered her eyes. She smiled up at him.
How about you buy me dinner first?
Before he could answer, she was out the door and rounding the car. They had stopped in front of Giovanni's, the same restaurant where he had spotted her on Sunday with Michael Driscoll. Without looking back, Amy Archer stepped inside. Walter swore under his breath, and when he reached for the door, the driver scowled. "Hey, somebody needs to pay for the ride." Quickly fishing some bills from his wallet, Walter tossed them onto the front seat and went after her. Chapter 49. Inside, Walter was bombarded by the scent of garlic, Italian music, and voices all talking over one another. Different hostess. About 2/3 of the tables were full. He spotted an older waiter pulling a chair out for Amy at a small table in the back corner, partially hidden behind a potted plant. If the kid from the other day was working, he didn't see him. Walter worked his way through the maze of tables and sat across from her. Amy smiled, unfolded her white cloth napkin, and smoothed it on her lap.
This is one of my favorite restaurants. I've always had a thing for Italian food, real Italian food. There are so many imitators out there, but the head chef here, Luca Giulia, he's from Palermo. Doesn't speak a lick of English, but he is such a talented man in the kitchen. I've told him he should start a chain, but he won't hear any of that. He wants to keep it in the family. I guess that makes sense, but food like this should be celebrated far and wide, not hidden away in Detroit, of all places.
You speak Italian?
Of course. Parlo molte lingue tesoro, Walter.
The waiter had filled up 2 glasses of water. Walter picked up the one nearest him, wiped away some of the condensation from the glass with his thumb, and set it back down without taking a drink. Why are we even here? We need to go back. She pouted.
I don't want to leave, not yet. There are bad things waiting for both of us. I don't think you're ready for them any more than I am. So how about this? Let's pretend we're on a date. Our first. I'm from a small farm in Dubuque, Iowa, and we met today in the checkout line at the grocery store. You asked me out, and against my better judgment, I agreed.
What, like role-playing? She settled back in her seat, closed her eyes, and drew in a deep breath. The air washed over her with a shiver, and something within her shifted. Her posture changed. The muscles in her face twitched and seemed to settle in slightly altered positions from only moments earlier, and when her eyes opened, there was something different about them. The color hadn't changed, nothing like that, but different. Walter couldn't put his finger on it. She reached up and removed several bobby pins from her hair, letting it drop down over her shoulders, and shook it out. When she spoke again, there was an accent to her voice that hadn't been there before, just a hint of the Midwest, but far removed from her normal speaking voice.
If you hadn't asked me out, I might have made the first move. I don't think I would have let you walk away.
Walter stared at her. It was like she'd become another person. He told himself it was only a trick of the lighting, but even her dark hair looked lighter,
filled with subtle highlights. When the waiter came to take their drink order, she didn't drop the pretense. Instead, she played it up. Even her movements seemed to belong to someone else, her body language that of a stranger. "I think I'd like to order, if that's all right. I'm famished. Are you ready, Henry?" She tilted her head slightly to the side and smiled at him from across the table. "Henry?" "Sure." She looks back at the waiter. "I'll take ossobuco alla Milanese, with a side of focaccia." Although she'd spoken with a perfect Italian accent only moments earlier, now she completely butchered it, as if saying the words for the first time. Exactly like someone who had never set foot out of Iowa might say them. Walter ordered a small pizza and tried to remember how much cash he had in his wallet as the waiter collected their menus and disappeared into the kitchen. Under the table, he felt Amy's foot rub against his ankle. "Tell me about yourself, Henry. Where did you grow up?" He leaned closer to her. "We don't have time for this, Amy." She leaned closer too, and her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "My name is Velma, Henry. Velma Barfield. And if you have any hopes of getting lucky on this first date of ours, the least you can do is call me by my name." She grinned mischievously. "I don't know about you, but I think I'd like to get lucky tonight. That's why my underwear is in my purse." The waiter returned with a plate of bread, a bottle of white wine, and 2 glasses. Compliments of Chef Luca. As he poured first Amy's glass, then Walter's, he told her, "He said to tell you you look ravishing this evening. Our dining room is brighter when you're in it." She blushed and pressed a hand to her cheek. "He's just the sweetest thing. Please thank him for me." When the waiter left, she raised her glass. "To those who have seen us at our best and seen us at our worst and can't tell the difference. We, the misfits of the world." She said all this without dropping the Iowa accent. If anything, it became more complete. Walter had trouble remembering her actual voice. She took a sip of her wine, smiled, and set the glass down. "My daddy makes the best strawberry wine, but this is nice too." Walter left his glass sitting on the table between them. "Why did you burn down Earl Golston's apartment? Who was he to you?" She cocked her head. "Earl Golston? I'm not sure I know who that is." Walter unbuttoned his shirt sleeve, rolled it up, and peeled back a corner of the bandage. "Does this help you remember?" She didn't look at the burn. Instead, she smiled, tore off a small piece of bread. "Okay, Henry, if you're not going to tell me about your past, I'm going to guess." She reached across the table, turned his hand over, and studied his palm. "My gran was really good at this, and she said I have the gift. But it's never worked quite right for me. Instead of a fine-tuned engine like she had, I've got more of an old motor that sputters along and doesn't necessarily start on the first pull." Her eyes narrowed as she traced one of the lines from his index finger to his wrist. "I see tragedy in your life. Something horrible as a young child. A loss. A great loss." She looked up at him. "Oh, it was your parents, wasn't it? They died in a car accident? Or, no, wait, something else." She stroked the outer edge of the bandage. "Was it a fire?" Night. His father, standing outside the kitchen window, his back against a tree. A woman in his arms. A woman who wasn't Walter's mother. His father's hand twisted in her hair, holding her close as their lips met. Her palm in his shirt, on his chest. His father glancing at the window, seeing Walter, watching him, yet unable to stop. Walter jerked his hand away. "That's not funny." "I wasn't trying to be." She offered him a consoling smile. "How horrible that must have been, to have to go on after, all alone at such a young age." "We don't have much time," he told her. "We need to focus on you, or I won't be able to do anything for you. Tell me what happened at the Four Seasons. Were you at the Edison?" The accent perfected now, she went on. "We've both had some tribulations in life, sadness. I suppose those things are what shape us. Clay can't be molded into something beautiful without pressure from all sides. I think that's what first attracted me to you, the pain you carry right below the surface. You're not unique in that fact. Many people suffer, but there is something different about your suffering, a vulnerability, like an impenetrable door left slightly ajar. We have that in common, the two of us. When you look at me, I know you see it. That's why you feel this need to help me. I want to be there for you, too. We could disappear, start something new, a new life, far from here. We could heal each other and learn to move on as one instead of two broken halves covered in jagged edges." She nodded toward the front of the restaurant. "There are two futures outside that door. The first where you take me back to your friends in the white van on Franklin, and I'm dragged away from you, put in a box. And a second where we walk out together, hand in hand, down the sidewalk, get in a car, and go anywhere in the world that is not here. I have money. We could disappear." Under the table, her hand found his. He knew he shouldn't let her take it, but he did anyway. He knew he shouldn't look into her eyes, but he did that too, because he also understood what waited on the other side of that door wasn't good, and he didn't want to think about it, not then, not in that particular moment. Her voice fell to a whisper again. "I want you to be the first person I see in the morning and the last one I see each night. I want to know how you feel inside me. I don't want secrets between us. Never again." Walter hadn't heard the waiter walk up, but he was now standing beside them doling out the various plates. Amy, Velma, cleared her throat, stood, and set her napkin down on the chair. "I'm going to visit the ladies and wash my hands. I'll be right back." She was gone before Walter could object, walking off toward the back of the restaurant and down a short hallway, disappearing through the restroom door. When a minute ticked by, Walter asked the waiter, "Is there a way to get out of the restaurant from back there?" The waiter looked at him, puzzled. "From the restrooms? No. The only other door is in the kitchen." He gave Walter another look, one that said, "Is your date really going that badly?" Walter got up and went to the small hallway in the back. He knocked on the door marked Donne, women. When no answer came, he stepped inside. The waiter had been correct. There was no door, no window, no visible way out. Only a single stall with a toilet and a pedestal sink. But the bathroom was empty. On the mirror, written in red lipstick, big, loopy letters formed the words, "Goodbye, Henry." Chapter 50. Walter ran, from the bathroom, through the crowded restaurant, out the front door into the sidewalk. He frantically scanned up and down the block, finding no sign of her. There was a narrow gated-off alley on the right of the restaurant. Walter's waiter was there, leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. Walter pressed against the fence. "Hey, I'm a cop. Did you see my date come out that way?" The waiter did a slight double-take. "No, I told you she couldn't, even if she tried. Chef Luca has the key to that gate." Walter reached through the chain link and shook the padlock. Locked. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The waiter shouted something about the check as Walter jumped into a taxi. 415 Franklin. 4 minutes. That's all the time it took to get back. He threw some bills at the driver, not sure how much, not caring, and ran from the car to the back of the white van, yanked open the door, and scrambled inside. Bunsey glared at him. "What the hell? Where did you go?" Wilson was still in his seat, fumbling with knobs, headphones on, and his eyes fixed on the monitors. "Where's the girl?" Bunsey asked. "Where's Brayman?" Bunsey leaned his sizable bulk on the edge of the table. We saw you get in a cab with her. Did you lose her?
Twice. 3 times if you count the train station. Or did you let her go? Bunsey didn't say that last part, not out loud, but it was right there. Brayman hasn't come out yet? Walter pressed. He looked at his watch. He'd been in there more than half an hour. Bunsey shook his head.
Not yet. Wilson's been trying to get something on the directional mic, but it's quiet in there. Nobody else in, nobody out. I'm trying to get a warrant to go in. Judge Belton said...
Walter didn't hear the rest. He jumped out of the van and ran to the door of the brownstone, beat on it with the back of his fist. Detroit PD, open the door, now! He tried the knob and found it locked. Above the door, the lens of the small camera glared down at him, unblinking and quiet. He pounded the door again. Open the goddamn door! On the street, both Bunsey and Wilson were leaning out the back of the van.
What the hell, O'Brien?
Bunsey said in a loud whisper. Walter took out his gun, pulled back the hammer, and shot the lock 3 times. The first bullet missed its mark and vanished in the wood frame, but the other 2 tore into the door jamb between the knob and the strike plate, leaving nothing behind but a splintered mess. Walter grabbed the knob, yanked the door open, and, leading with the barrel of his revolver, stepped into the brownstone. He nearly tripped over the body of the large man who had run him off the other night. The guard was on the floor, leaning lazily against the wall, one arm at his side, the other bent at an odd angle behind his back. His mouth was open, and a glistening trail of drool hung from his purple lips, down over the tattoo on his neck and into his shirt, where it pooled on the collar. One dead eye looked up at Walter. The other was turned off to the right, staring at things unknown. Walter was reminded of Earl Golston's body back at the Four Seasons. He had no doubt when they ran a black light over this man, they would find a small mark on his temple, a mark no larger than a fingerprint. Brayman! Walter shouted, moving fast down a hallway that opened into a sitting room. The furniture in here was all antique, obviously expensive. Walter found more bodies positioned on each couch, in each chair. 7 dead men and 4 women faced each other in silent conversation, heads lolled to the side, hands folded in their laps. The room reeked of something both sweet and acidic, and Walter didn't need anyone to tell him these people had all died recently, probably within the past few hours.